Good morning, good morning, good morning. The Committee of the Whole of November 3rd, 2023 is hereby called to order. I want to say a pleasant good morning to all present, listening, and viewing. We are here today at the Fitz-E. Conference Room in St. Croix Legislative Building. Today we'll consider the zoning application of Salt River Equity LLC and also receive testimony from the Virgin's Water and Power Authority, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Department of Health, and other agencies on the potable water crisis currently affecting the residents of St. Croix. We also have a community representative who are participating in today's discussion. My office also invited representative from the Environmental Protection Agency, Region 2, EPA, which has oversight of the Virgins to testify. Unfortunately, they're unable to participate since the agency does not typically testify at local, state, or territorial legislative hearings. Today, however, in lieu of their participation, Ms. Lisa Garcia, the administrator for Region 2, and her team hosted a virtual briefing for members of the legislature yesterday. This briefing was very informative and provided greater insight into EPA's work and the territory's water issues. Today's meeting was delayed from our original 10 a.m. start to allow for members of this body to attend the funeral services for Ms. Rita Dishabear Schuster. Our condolences are extended to her family, and may she rest in peace. Our condolences are also extended to the family of Ms. Julia Pankey. Ms. Pankey was a public health educator and an active member of our community, the Women's Coalition, the JFL Board, and the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and many other organizations benefit from her work, wisdom, and experience, and we also wish her a peaceful rest in peace. As we receive testimony on this matter before the committee, I ask everyone to be respectful of our testifiers and the hearing process. Please remember, we are all navigating an evolving situation with the potable water system, which we'll learn more about today. At this time, I'll just like to remind my colleagues as well as those sitting in the audience, if you have your phone, please put it on silent or turn them off not to interrupt this session. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Here. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James.
Here.
Senator James, present. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Mr. Chair, we have 12 present, 3 absent.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. Madam Clerk, any correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
November 3rd, 2023, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee of the Whole. Dear Senate President Francis, please accept my apologies for my tardiness to today's Committee of the Whole meeting. I am currently attending the funeral services for Ms. Rita D. Schuster and kindly ask for your patience and understanding until I can join the meeting. I am looking forward to participating fully as soon as I arrive. Thank you in advance for your kind consideration and understanding. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Very well.
Is-
We'll strike that. The senator is present.
Yes, Mr.
Any
Chair.
other correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Very well. What's the tally at this time?
Mr. Chair, we have 13 present, 2 absent.
Very well. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please proceed with the reading of the agenda in today's record, please.
The 35th Legislature will convene in a committee of the whole hearing to receive testimony on the following zoning requests. Bill number 35-0189, an act granting a zoning variance from the R-1 residential low density zoning designation for plot number 9A and parcel number 10, Estate Grange, Company Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to allow for office and event rental, solar and wind energy development, research and testing technology, agriculture production and sales, and short-term rentals. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Steve Baker, Applicant. The committee will also receive testimony on the ongoing crisis of the Virgin Islands water and power potable water system, to include findings of elevated lead and copper levels in the St. Croix District's potable water system, the issue of discolored water, and active mitigation efforts to support St. Croix residents. Invited testifiers, Andrew Smith, Chief Executive Officer, VI Water and Power Authority, Kyle Fleming, Chairman, VI Water and Power Authority Governing Board, Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner, VI Department of Health, Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Daryl Jashin, Director, Virgin Islands Territorial Management Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA, Henry Charabi, Chief Executive Officer, Seven Seas Water Corporation, Lisa Garcia, Region to Regional Administrator, Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, Robert Graham, Executive Director, VI Housing Authority, Amy Griles Carino, Executive Director, Our Town Frederickstead, Maria Friday, Resident, Estate Calcajon, Craig Lloyd, Resident, Montbijou. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll certainly address the issue in block number 1, which is the bill number 35-0189, and we already have seated representative of a Department of Planning and Natural Resources, as well as the applicant. So we'll go to the testifiers table to recognize those as present this morning.
Good morning, Senate President Francis, members of the 35th Legislature. My name is Leah Laplace Matthew. I'll be here representing Commissioner Oriol for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. And with me is Ms. Jewel Polimes, Planning Technician.
Thank you very much, Ms. Polimes. If you just put your name on the record and just test your mic.
Good morning, Senate President and other members of the 35th Legislature. I am Jewel Polimes, Planning Technician.
Thank you. And the applicant, Steve Baker, you're recognized.
Yes, good morning. This is Steve Baker. I'm attending via Zoom.
Very well. Let's try that again one more time. Mr. Baker?
My name is Steve Baker. I am attending the session via Zoom.
Okay, very well. You'll need to turn your camera on at this time. And the other applicant, Ms. Young Baker.
Good evening. Good morning. Sorry, I got a little bit nervous. My name is Young Baker.
Very well. Applicant, correct. At this time, we'll go to you, DPNR, to do your presentation.
Good morning again.
Oh, before we proceed with that, well, we had a point of personal privilege. Senator Bulkers, you recognized for your point of personal privilege. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of personal privilege is to wish former Senator at Large, Cleone Creaky, a very happy 84th birthday for her dedicated years of service to our society. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. We all join in wishing former Senator Cleone Creaky a happy 84th birthday. At this time, also, Madam Clerk, if you could record Senator Diane T. Caput as being present. You may proceed at this time, Ms. Leah LaPaz Matthew.
Good morning again. The report on petition to amend official zone map number SCZ-7, I'll ask Ms. Joe Polimis to read that into the record.
Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-7, application number ZAC-23-7. Petition of Steve and/or Young Baker, Salt River Equity LLC, DBA Sericor VI, member managers, to amend the official zoning map number SCZ-7 from R1 residential low density to R3 residential medium density for plot number 9A and parcel number 10, Estate Grange, Company Quarter, St. Croix. Owner applicant, Salt River Equity LLC, as per warranty deed dated March 30th, 2021, document number 2021-001530, and quitclaim deed dated April 20th, 2021, document number 2021-001544. Steve and Young Baker are the managers and members of Salt River Equity LLC. Acreage. Plot number 9A Estate Grange consists of 26.085 acres as shown on drawing number A9-80-C012. Parcel number 10 Estate Grange consists of 0.490 acres as shown on drawing number 318. Current use. Applicant is a sole employee at residence developing and managing software infrastructure for customers. Proposed use. Office, event rental, solar and wind energy development, research and testing of technology, agricultural production and sales, and short-term rentals for employees and guests. Surrounding uses and zones. Surrounding the property is a mix of uses including the Youth Rehabilitation Center, Tennis Club of St. Croix, undeveloped land and residences. The immediate area is zoned R1, R2, residential density 1 and 2 family, B3, business scattered, and P, public. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cisterns and wells. Wastewater will be handled by septic tank. Public response. There has been no opposition to the proposed rezoning. 4 emails and letters of support were received prior to and after DPNR's public hearing held on Monday, August 21st, 2023. Analysis. Mr. Steve Baker and Mrs. Young Baker testified during the department's public hearing that the site is currently used for developing and managing software infrastructure, but with the home occupation limitation that not more than 1 outside employee is allowed. A multifaceted proposal for the property will be developed over at least 2 phases and several years. Phase 1 is proposed to allow expansion of the office use with the hiring of more employees and the opening of the Great House as an event rental space. Phase 2 is proposed for development, research, and testing of solar and wind technologies, as well as agricultural production and sales. Accessory to the above uses will be long and short-term rentals for use by both employees and guests. The site is located south of the Queen Mary Highway in between the entrances of the Youth Rehabilitation Center and Tennis Club of St. Croix. The immediate surrounding land is undeveloped, but Estate Anna's Hope residences are within 850 feet of the site's entrance. The office and event rental use would not be allowed in either zone as a matter of right. Development and research of solar wind technology would be authorized in all zones by Act numbers 7075 and 7533. However, the assembly, manufacturing, retail, and/or wholesale of alternative and renewable energy systems and components is allowed in the business, commercial, industrial, and W1 zones. The current R1 zoning would allow for agricultural production, both outdoor and accessory climate-controlled operation, i.e. greenhouse. However, the requested R3 zoning would not. Neither would both zones allow for agricultural sales. A group dwelling permit under the R1 zoning would allow for the development of up to 106 dwelling units, however, only for long-term housing and rentals. A group dwelling is a group of 2 or more detached or semi-detached one-family, two-family, or multiple dwellings, occupying a parcel of land in common ownership and having yards or courts in common. They are permitted in the R1 and R2 zones with conditions. An R1 zone property's allowed density is a maximum of 2 units for every half acre or 4 units per acre, whichever is greater. The below table summarizes the preceding paragraph. The department analyzed the requested R3 zoning and found it would not allow all the uses the applicant wishes to undertake. Also, the surrounding area has only had 2 zoning map amendment requests. One was granted for B3 zoning in 2009 by Act 7138. However, the property remains undeveloped. The R3 zoning is not found in the area. Nearest R3 zoning is in Estate Herman Hill, and the area is predominantly low-density residential with R1 and R2 zoning. The department determined it would be more appropriate to recommend use variances for those uses that could not be allowed under the current R1 zoning, as there is no indication the area is changing, and the R3 zone would not be compatible with the area's predominant character of low-density residential activity under R1 and R2 zoning. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that use variances be granted to the R1 residential low-density zoned plot number 9A and parcel number 10 Estate Grange, Company Quarter, St. Croix, to allow for office, event rental, rental of commercial space, retail, assembly, manufacturing, retail, wholesale of alternative and renewable energy systems and components, and short-term rentals. Signed by Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol, dated September 7th, 2023. And this concludes the report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Polimis. At this time, we'll go to Mr. Baker for his testimony.
Yes, thank you. We purchased Grange in 2021, and we lived in the property, and the more we lived there, the more we realized we wanted to open up the property for, open it up to the island. It had been in the Armstrong Trust for almost 100 years, and with that ownership, there was very little access granted to the property, to the great house, and the various historical artifacts that are on that. So we purchased another house and had hoped to open up the great house for events. I'm also a developer and a engineer. I own a company. We manufacture devices for emergency response, both federal, military, state, and local governments. And we have a very large following. And I would like to move much of the assembly to St. Croix as possible, so we can create good paying jobs and have more manufacturing base there on island. With that being said, the current zoning does not allow that. And the more we thought about how best to approach it, we put together this multi-year plan, and that's what's presented.
Very well. That is it. That's it for you at this time?
That's it.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any photos, media, public affairs?
Good morning again. This is Leah Laplace Matthews. So this is an aerial photo of the property showing the surrounding area, and you can see there's a lot of undeveloped land. There's some residential activity to the left, upper left. Next picture. So this is a closer aerial showing the Great House and other historical structures on the property. Next picture. This is a conceptual of the multifaceted proposal the applicant is, proposing. Also, it would take several years to develop. Next picture. A closer up view of the conceptual showing the Great House where there's a garden and they would like to have that area used for event rentals. Next picture. Some photos of the property itself, the Great House, some steps leading up to it. Next picture. The surrounding area, the gardens, that's there. Next picture. More photos of the garden. Next picture. More photos of the garden. Next picture. And a proposal for the research and development component of their multifaceted proposal. He mentioned that he's an engineer and a researcher, so he wants to do some of that work on the site. Next picture. Here's proposed buildings that would be used for the agricultural component. Next picture. That's the conceptual for where retail activity could occur, which would be along the Queen Mary Highway. Next picture. That is the entrance to the property. Next picture. Some photos of the type of agricultural production that could occur, indoor climate-controlled production. Next picture. Some more conceptuals for the retail that would be along Queen Mary Highway. Next picture. Some more conceptuals for the mixed use that could occur on the property. Next picture. And that's the zoning map for the area. Next picture. A survey of the property. The middle section, where there's like a backward L, that's the property. The backward L, that's the plot, parcel 10, and then the larger property around it is 9A. Next picture. That ends the pictures.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthew, for that. At this time, colleagues, I'll open up the floor for a 2-minute round. And the chair will recognize Senator Alma Francis Heidegger for her 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues and the people of the territory. I hope everyone is doing well. I would like to extend my condolences to the Schuster family. A loss of a loved one is always something that affects us, but I always tell people the beautiful thing is you've had an opportunity to meet someone and be a part of their lives in your lifetime, and just hold on to the positive memories. As it relates to this piece of legislation in regards to this variance, the first set of questions I would like to ask have to do with the lot size, 26.085. What percentage of this 26 acres do you plan on utilizing, or do you intend to scatter these various types of developments throughout the entire acreage?
The plan is to scatter the various elements throughout the acreage, and there's no attempt or no inclination to build anything in mass. The agriculture area would have some agriculture buildings, but it wouldn't be a high density build. The research and development area
30 seconds.
House some buildings for equipment, for tools and such, measurement tools, and that.
All righty. The other question I want to ask, I see it speaks here to solar and wind energy development. Are we discussing more on the manufacturing side of development of type of items, or are we trying to go more into the energy side? What is your thought process with that?
So I'm a computer engineer and a data scientist.
Time.
As my approach is to have wind collect the data and then assemble inexpensive source builds that would allow people to put up wind energy.
Okay. I heard my time has been called. I guess I will continue to listen to my colleagues and make a decision accordingly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Johnson, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Baker, in respect to green space, do you intend to reserve some of the property for green space? And can you speak to what percentage of the property will be left for green space?
I would suspect 90% of the property would be green space. We don't intend to build mass buildings anywhere.
Very well. Thank you for that. Senator Johnson, Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My first line of question is to Ms. LaPlace. I hear you saying Salt River. I hear you saying Great House, and then I hear you saying adjacent to the Queen Mary Highway. So help me out, because you throw me for a big loop with that one there.
The name of the corporation is Salt River Equity LLC. That's the name the applicants chose for their corporation.
Okay, because you throw me for a loop with that there. Now, the Great House being historical, they have to abide by the historic preservation and all guidelines when it comes to that Great House. Am I correct?
Correct, Senator. And we've had meetings with the State Historic Preservation Office regarding their proposal. They understand that any earthwork will require surveys, and they are in the process of having some students from University of Tulsa, I believe, to come down next year to do surveys of the property.
And Mr. and Mrs. Baker, you guys are aware the in-depth work is going to take once it comes to keeping up with the historic preservation with that property out there?
Hi, yes. So what we know is that Historical Society, Mr. Buller, yes, he referred to us to the University of Tulsa Archaeology Department. And then archaeology students are coming in May. They are going to survey 26 acres, entire property for the archaeological survey.
Okay, it's important that you guys understand that, because
Definitely.
diving in and then you run into these type of problems completely kill your project to an extent or for a big delay.
Yeah, we are very aware of that. And also the reason of the whole thing is this because one of the famous statues that we have it in a property, which we wanting to open this one to the St. Croix Virgin Island people to absorb more or to bring the students to see it, is the Alexander Hamilton mother's grave are in our backyard.
Okay, and Mr. Baker, you spoke about manufacturing equipment for the U.S. government. Can you be a little more specific? What type of equipment you intend to, if manufacture? Can you be a little more detailed with that?
We build handheld electronics that look like this.
What are they used for?
They're used for emergency response, and they're communication devices.
And since you have some of those devices with you, I see you have that. Have you ever tested the range of those equipments with our landscaping, if that would be of any use to us or any help to us in the territory?
I have tested, and in fact, that's one of the great purposes of that building. These are used for incident responses where they have a controlled detonation that they need to do. So it's an airport bomb initiator. If there's a backpack and they need to open that backpack, they'll use our devices to facilitate the destruction of that device or that backpack.
What is your timeline, and what is your, if you have the funding capability to complete this project that you're endeavoring on? What is the timeline with this project that you have in mind, and what's the backing or funding capability to complete your task that you're about to embark on?
30 seconds.
We would self-fund it. We don't look for outside investment or ownership, but at the same time, because it's self-funded, it will take 5 to 8 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. You know, when I think on this, I think on Oppenheimer, the guy who invented the A-bomb. It sounds scary to me because, you know, when I see research and testing of technology, and then he talking about backpack blowing up thing, it sounds scary. That's one. So what is it? What technology are we researching and testing? And in agricultural production, I could see you producing cannabis, so you getting the kick-off, jumpstart, and growing ganja for the territory. I could see that. And sales of short-term rentals, I got that. But what type of environmental impact does the research and testing have on the territory in regards to whatever you're going to be researching and testing?
May I?
Sure. Anyone could answer. Environmental impact based on what he is researching and testing.
The first question that you are kind of wondering about the devices, we are not testing in the St. Croix. We are partially producing in here and sending off to the state to refinalize because they have to go through different tests. So I don't think you need to worry about that nadir that will be in here, which
So 30 seconds.
What type of components?
The components that he can explain that
what
to
type of
you.
exposure would the Virgin Islands be exposed to?
No.
Materials used? Yeah, what type?
Yeah, the manufacturing is electronic printed circuit boards and aluminum chassis, and we're assembling those devices together. That's it.
Okay, so it's just assembly, or we actually going to be putting the components together to create them? Because anything electronic has certain things that it give off, you know, as residues or anything. I just want to make sure the environmental, so none needed at this time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We're not manufacturing printed circuit boards. That manufacturing process does generate caustic chemicals,
right?
But we're not manufacturing those.
Okay, that's what I was thinking of. Okay, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Next up is Senator Carrion. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And good morning, still right? Good morning to everyone in the Virgin Islands and all testifiers. Mr. Baker, how long have you owned the property?
2 years.
2 years, 2 years. What was your original intent with the purchase of the property? Was this your original intent from the beginning, or this is something that you're just now exploring?
The original intent was to have my office there, and we lived in the home, but as we lived in that home, we realized that it really needs to be shared. So the event kind of grew out of our realization that we need to share the home, but there are buildings on site that I use for office, and that was always the intent.
So you're currently using the facility to hold events and functions?
We don't currently hold events, but I currently work out of the buildings on site there.
So is it incorrect to say that you rent the facility for events like weddings or birthdays or stuff like that? No, you haven't?
We will, yes.
Okay. Ms. Laplace, What would you say is the total estimate cost for a request such as this by the petitioner?
30 seconds.
What type of cost would they inquire in having these changes?
A minimum of 1,000. They have to produce maps and other documents, the application fee, the publishing of the newspaper ad, the letters out to the adjacent owners. So I would say probably from 1,000 up.
And do you have any knowledge as to the value of the property once the petitioner requests, if it's approved, what increase or how that value would change?
No, Senator, we don't have access to property value.
No estimation of what the value would be.
Time.
Very well. Well, my time has been called. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll continue to listen into other questions and their answers.
Thank you very much. Senator Carrion. Next, we'll have Senator Balquez, Angel Balquez Jr. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the sake of time, good morning, one and all. Based on this conversation and the lease before us, the request seemingly supports economic growth and manufacturing, wholesale alternative energy, renewable energy systems, and various forms of rental, and also helps with making our carbon footprint here in the Virgin Islands a little bit smaller, right? These are all good things. And somehow, in the discussion, Mr. Baker, it seems like we want to have a little mini Silicon Valley here, is what I'm hearing.
That would be great.
Yes.
Well, let's see what we can do with that. I like what I'm hearing, and I wanted to ask, what considerations or what factors really led for you to decide to go in this direction? Like, what is the overarching goal here for you once this is established?
The overarching goal is to generate an economic ecosystem where we're building stuff with island labor. We can export it. We can use that labor to build or grow goods that benefit the island. Every time I go to the supermarket and get greens, they last half a day, and the greens are bad. So we would like to bring much of that much closer.
Yes, thank you for that. And that sounds like an industrial zone to me. And I also wanted to ask, what specific type of clients are you going to be targeting once this gets off the ground?
From the event center, it's people that would like to host events or to have an event. From my business, I've been in business 15 years. I have an extensive government clientele, and so that business is strong.
Time.
It will help fund any of the development further.
Okay, and do you foresee any impact for affordability for housing, perhaps? Because I know you just want to do short-term rentals, but do you see any impact there on the long-term side?
Yeah, potentially. There are places where we could create that kind of housing, but I've got to pick my battles.
Noted. Keep it in the back of your mind, consideration-wise. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Balquez. Senator Donna Gregory, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. I have to kind of rush because I want to get it in. I have to commend the owners of this property because I see this as a major economic development opportunity for the Island District of St. Croix. But of course, I do have questions, and I have to also commend you on your virtual agriculture. It's very, very visionary. Yes, but I have to ask, this is of DPNR. So I note that the acreage is about 26.5 acres in total. And I am wondering why is it that DPNR is recommending a use variance for the entire property and not just for the portion of the property that's being developed?
Senator, we do not do zoning map amendments to portions of properties. It has to be a parcel of record.
So that's the entire parcel?
Right.
All right. So let me ask the question of the owners. How many jobs do you foresee that you'll be creating as a result of this opportunity?
From a manufacturing perspective, it's 5 to 10. And then as we get into some of the research and development with wind and solar, another 5 and 10, and then agriculture could be at least that.
Did you give me a number? I missed that.
The agriculture will be, depends on the production that we're gonna make.
30 seconds.
The productions that we are gonna involve the community of the St. Croix.
So what are you foreseeing as your production?
Seeing as production is at least, I'm not sure, all the vegetations, and then later you can see that on a retail store that we're also proposing side of it, and that's where we're gonna try to sell it, and in that way we will have more people will need it to involve.
So what's important for me is to ensure that this project, I see that you will have some construction.
Yes.
So that'll be some economic development, and then after the construction, you noted that you are developing some temporary housing opportunities for whom?
Time.
So I host training events, and right now I have to travel to the States where customers meet with me and I do training. The short-term intent is to have our customers come to St. Croix and host training events there on site.
Okay, so I really think that the question needs to be answered as it relates to how many jobs that you foresee that will be created in this district as a result of this overall project. And I know my time has been called, so you can answer on the chair's time.
I'm guessing about a 50 plus.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Yes, it's still morning. Good morning to everyone, testifiers, and those present here and in the legislature. I want to follow up on my colleague's question about the employees. What type of jobs are we talking about, and will you be able to find those persons here on the island who have that skill set?
I can tell you about my side where it's agricultural and then event center part, and Steve can tell you the rest of the technical part. What I know with my side with, yes, there's plenty of people who wants to work in marketing, they want to plan eventing and hosting of parties, and musicians and caterers and all these people that we can, there are a lot of people in St. Croix, as well as the short event, the rental places, and the agricultural, which is we have to hire some certain numbers to be consistently come in and work. And those people also that I spoke with the Wednesday, the agriculture fair of the people who wanting to, those ladies who sell the vegetable, they wanting to come and do it as well. So there's a lot of people involved, but I do not have, since we don't have any business running this way, I do not have an exact number.
30 seconds.
Oh man. I'm going to stick with you.
Okay.
Have you been in communication with the farmers on St. Croix?
Yes, I did.
And what was their response to your project?
I also talked with the USDA, and they're ready to funding us if we did any equipment to start, and they're ready. And then yet we have not really, can't not starting until archaeology surveys are done in the property. So I told them to wait until next year to start it all this.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, I hope we have a second round. I have a few more questions.
Senator, we don't have a second round.
We don't?
So
Okay.
if you have a follow-up question, feel free to ask it at this time.
Okay, my question is, which is putting me in an uncomfortable situation here as to whether to vote for you or not, quite frankly. But the question is, there are residential spaces on behind the agriculture portion And then there are also mixed home office residential. What's the difference between those two? The residential spaces are for whom, and the other section that says home office resident, mixed use, home office residential.
So the residential space would be for the guests coming to stay for either events or for the training, bringing people to the island to experience the property. The mixed use would be long-term residents that would stay, and the mixed use concept would be artisans, metal workers, woodworkers that could actually work and live in the same space. That would be a separate area of the property, and that's it's a neat concept. It brings kind of an entrepreneurial nature to the island, and there really isn't any space like that now. That's a conceptual idea that would probably be the last thing that's developed.
The last one. Okay, I looking at it and reading, everything, I have a lot of questions, but it just sounds like a wonderful opportunity, economic opportunity for St. Croix. It's just that.
Thank you.
I have a lot of questions, but I can always follow up later on. Okay.
Thank you very much, Senator James. A point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, just based on the discussion from my colleague that previously spoke, as it relates to the R&D, do you intend to hire locals?
The intent very much is to hire locals. I work with the RT Park and the University of Virgin Islands, and I've had interns. We have an intern program, and I have openings right now for university interns.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Senator Potter. I apologize, I went over you. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 2 minutes at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No apologies necessary at all. I am inclined to be supportive of this initiative, this rezoning initiative. I wanted to know, I know that the applicant initially requested an R3 zoning, and DPNR has compromised and made a recommendation for a use variance, and I just wanted to know from the applicant whether or not this would have any impact whatsoever on what he is planning on doing with the property. Are you comfortable with the variance?
I believe DPNR is in sync with our intent and our plans, and we've worked closely with them to figure out how best to create this environment where we can do the things we want to. So I'm satisfied with the variance. It seems like it's the best way forward.
Okay. The research that you're going to be doing, you said solar and energy resource. I was just curious as to the nature of that research. How was that research going to actually look?
So, for example, we have some solar panels, and we would like to assemble these panels in such a means and optimize it with batteries to fit a typical household energy model, and then figure out from that how from a cost-effective kit, how we could provide this kit to pretty much anyone that wanted to put energy efficient development into their home or their business or whatever. We do the same with wind power.
Okay. Is that part of the business going to take up a large percentage of the acreage of the 26?
No, it's small. We would do it for
Time.
a typical house, which is, maybe 5 or 6 panels at most. And on other parts of the property, we would want to use the same energy efficiency to be net zero, basically have a net zero property in whole.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Good luck with your venture at the appropriate time. I will vote in the affirmative for this rezoning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Diane T. Capehart. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to say good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, colleagues and testifiers. I wanted to ask, this project is in phase 1 and phase 2. Can you give a timeline as to your phase 1 and phase 2 projects?
Phase 1 would be over the course of 2 to 3 years. We would like to get the agriculture and some of the agricultural containment building, because of the climate controlled nature that requires energy, and we want to be net zero. So all of that investigation, tailoring, tuning, and getting a self-sustainable agriculture building is a 2 to 3 year project. Outside of that, then I would imagine at least another 3 to 4 years for the phase 2.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. LaPlace, with this 26.5 acres, would they be requesting any stormwater permits? Would they be requesting any TMDL, total maximum daily load implementation plans? Give me an idea of the permits that they're requesting at DPNR.
Well, it would depend on the buildings that they're doing. The first part of their project, which is expanding the office, the event
30
rentals,
seconds.
wouldn't involve any construction. So they wouldn't need any permits. But after they do the surveys and they know which part of the properties is basically safe for development, then based on the size of the buildings, then we'll know for sure if they'll need stormwater permits and all those other permits.
Okay. He did, the question was already answered, how many local individuals were being hired. I think my questions have already been asked. DPNR is in support of this project, correct?
Correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Point of information, Senator Maurice James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask and follow up on a question I was asked about the fact that you zoned the entire parcel. But does anything in your zoning law, prevent you from requesting that applicants subdivide portions so that they can be rezoned specifically for what they want?
There's no prohibitions, but it's up to the applicant for them to decide, which portion they would want to subdivide out and have applied for that particular use and that particular rezoning. Their property, the 26.5 acres, is part of their overall development proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. A quick question to Mr. Baker before we go to Senator Gittins next. In respect to, I heard in your testimony, you talk about opening up the Great House for public events. Of course, we know that the Great House is a site where it's an enslaved plantation. What is the discussion in regards to how do we tell the story? I mean, there's a lot of untold atrocities that happen in that location. Who are you having a discussion with, and how do you intend to allow for that story to be told during the opening of the Great House?
I have asked a few of my island friends about the property, have them to come and see and what they think. And every single person said they needs to be open this one out to every people in St. Croix. They need to know this is their treasure. And I totally agree with that, because just great house and the slavery quarters and all the area it is. But you can tell the property layout of the Liberty Bells that we have, and the Alexander Hamilton mother's grave in the backyard. And that also the Danish government statues in the backyard. To this property, because once it was served as a hospital, but the St. Croix, because when the smallpox break, and then a lot of people were cared from that hospital, as well as that we are using for office right now, is the space there, or labor and delivery for the women. The birth was happen in that building. This is a historical property, and this must be open. I even talked to school principal at the good old day country school, and they even wanted to know more about this property too. And we have a genealogy of this book that explain of the property. This is a big treasure.
Very well, thank you. I think that the government may have missed an opportunity to actually acquire that property again and save it for the history of our people. But again, it is what it is at this point. A point of information, Senator Caput, you recognize.
Chair, I just wanted to ask a question regarding the historical property that you acquired. Do you plan to have any kiosks to explain the different things on the property? Yes, you do?
Yes, we do. We'd like to, but always, as we are saying, this is a private funding, so we have to do one at a time. Yes.
So would you be receptive to having certain times of the day for the public to come, and view the property? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Caput. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Majority Leader, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. With the history that we're hearing here this afternoon, it sounds like the people of the Virgin Islands should have already owned this land, but it's already sold. Were the surrounding neighbors adequately notified of your plans in this area?
Not that I know.
Yes, Senator. So part of the process is newspaper ad, signage on the property, and adjacent owners get notified by certified mail. What we do is we also open the file up prior to the public hearing so that neighbors can view the file before the public hearing, during the public hearing, and then there's a public comment period after the public hearing that's still open to the public.
Just tell me a period when when these notices went out.
It's a minimum of 15 days prior to the public hearing.
And what kind of size of events do you envision hosting at this site?
I'm envision of using entire property, the great house. We can host about 200 people easily inside and outside.
200?
Yes.
And do you have? Excuse me?
200 plus.
Do you have adequate parking in that area?
We are clearing some of the lots for the parking area. Yes.
30 seconds.
You're creating?
Yes, we could clean that area to the parking. Yes.
So you could?
Yes.
Do you plan to do that?
Yes.
We have parking right now for about 100 vehicles.
What kind of vegetables are you planning to grow there? And where will these produce be sold?
Produces will be local food, but more mainly like greenery stuff, like lettuce and the vegetables on your table that you can actually see.
Where do you intend to sell these?
We are intend to sell on the retail market, right on the side of the highway.
Time.
On the property?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. What's up?
Yes. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good morning to everyone. I bring warm greetings to all those providing testimony and blessings. Mr. President, you know, this morning when I got up, I couldn't iron my shirt, you know. We was suffering from that condition called this power gone again, yeah. I came over to St. Croix here and I had a nice breakfast and I went to wash my mouth, you know, and I hope I don't catch the brown water gontitis. So, but anyway, going to bill number 35-0189. I got a question for you, Mr. Baker, and it's a yes or no question. So with your high yield farming, is that a form of hydroponics?
Agroponics.
Okay, good. And see, I always advertise and I support those because there's no soil needed, it grows faster, there's no environmental pollution, you know, it's climate control, and you also use less water. So you mentioned you're self-funded and no outside investment. Explain to me how you plan to complete this project and the total construction development costs.
Well, we have our current business where we manufacture and sell devices, and that revenue funds some of these other projects that we would like to do. If we're looking at a climate-controlled agroponic tower in its entirety, it's probably $250,000 to $400,000.
Okay, that's good. And you know, I wanted to go back and just mention the historical value of this property, because you see, this property qualifies as historical. It's important, it has a history, something that is really significant to the community happened here. It's not just an old structure built in 1732. Something important happened, you know, and that's why I always encourage the Historical Commission to document and log such, you know, buildings and facilities so that our people can know our history. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The sentence about crops such as lettuce, greens, and other vegetables, I know when I was young, sometimes we called marijuana vegetables. So is marijuana going to be part of the vegetables that you're growing?
That's a definitive no. My work with the U.S. government prohibits any association with cannabis.
Thank you for putting that on the record, sir. I appreciate that.
I go to church.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator James. Next, we'll go to Senator Carla Joseph. Madam Secretary, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the people of the Virgin Islands. I bring you greetings. I'm in Puerto Rico at a Caribbean Racing and Regulatory Conference, which has been very informative. I do have some questions relative to this rezoning. I have not had the opportunity or the pleasure to visit the site. As usual, that is my modus of operandi. But I did want to ask the applicant, specifically, you're looking at aquaponics to be the method of your farming, correct?
That's correct.
Great. Now, what will be your source of water? Because if you've been following the news, and I'm sure you have, you know, we are having some challenges with our water, drinking water that is supplied by our Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, our local and government-owned power and water generating entity. What is your source?
So we have a very large aquifer that's part of the property and a well. On the property, we have 4 or 5 cisterns.
Excellent. Now, I also wanted to ask you relative to your renewable energy projects that you are looking to research, are you planning to be a power generating facility and sell power to WAPA?
That would be wonderful, but that's not our that's not our intent.
Okay, so when you say your research on your solar and wind energy, those renewables, what are you planning to do as far as your research?
So our intent is to take the typical island home, what the average energy need is, and then put together a kit that's the most cost-efficient solution that the average home would be able to utilize.
Okay. And let's just have a discussion about how many persons you would look to employ on that end of your multi-use proposed development.
I think initially it's the low single digits, 5 people, but if we were able to have a kit that could be utilized by the majority of people and it's priced appropriately, then there are installers, there are delivery, there are service technicians. All of these people then become part of the bigger ecosystem.
For DPNR, I don't know if my time has been called, Mr. Chairman. For DPNR, I just have a question relative to your decision to have a variance, which I really am in support of, just rather than having a blanket rezoning.
Time.
The decision came with some, Mr. Chairman, I heard my time. May I just wrap up?
You may wrap
kindly?
up, Senator. Sure.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. The decision for a variance was based on some mitigating factors, I gather. And what were those, Ms. Laplace?
So the first factor was the acreage of the property. The next factor was the zone that was requested, R3. It wouldn't have allowed all the uses, but another higher density zone, like say business, would not have been appropriate. The area doesn't have any other zones other than one property that was rezoned to B3 back in 2009, but it has not been developed since. So there's been no changes in the area. The area has mostly undeveloped land and low density residential and some government uses, and then the tennis club.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, DPNR and the testifiers. I would try my very best to meet with you before we have a vote, but if I don't, you have my support on this zoning variance. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Next, we will recognize Senator Marvin Blyden. Senate Vice President, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audience, staff, Central Staff. Good morning, testifiers, and thank you for your testimony. First, I must say, I want to thank the Bakers for the investment in the territory. They spoke to being self-funding, this being a self-funding investment. And I must say, though, that in terms of this investment is a long-term investment, based on what I've heard, I know that when the archaeological study is done, etc., I believe the plan might have to change a little based on what they find, because based on the testimony, this caught my attention. They say that we see this property as a perfect incubator to research and develop technologies that improve the local experience. But at the same time, I believe this property will add to our historical footprint based on what have occurred there in the past. And I just stated, many individuals actually to open it up to the public. So I see this as a very historical site. But nonetheless, in terms of the investment, you spoke to agriculture, you spoke to a tech side, etc., and you spoke to some up to 50 jobs in the future. Let me ask you, in respect to those jobs and local jobs, I know Mr. Baker spoke about meeting with UVI, and a tech park. During those talks, have you spoke in terms of what type of technologies that you plan to have done at this site and what is necessary for our students to embark in that area in order for them to have an opportunity to be part of this investment, and also at the same time to assure that they are afforded the opportunity to have a job here in the territory. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, that's a perfect example of how coordinating with the UVI is so important. We can't hire people that don't know anything about what we're trying to do, and if we do, the training process is long and arduous. So I see the need for botanists, for agriculture studies, for computer science, for computer hardware, and electronics. All of these are very important skills to have, and we're willing to train, but at the same time, it makes it easier if some of the people come with those skill sets.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much. And of course, we have a School of Agriculture that the Senate just provided some additional funding to support as well that could be considered. I also want to take this opportunity to advise you that, in fact, we have opportunity zones designation throughout both ends of the island, as well as a South Shore Enterprise Zone when you talk about light manufacturing and assemblies that will provide you some benefits if you seek to establish a business within the South Shore Enterprise Zone. So that should be on the table for consideration as well. Even though what I'm hearing is that you're probably perhaps trying to do this in a low scale at this point, but if there's any expansion, there's some true opportunities that may be available in the South Shore Enterprise Zone that should be considered moving forward. At this time, I think that we have completed the round, and time is of the essence, so I'd like to move on. We have some individuals that's anxiously awaiting the next block to have a discussion regarding the water crisis. So we want to move on to that, and I'll allow for both the DPNR as well as the applicant to give some closing remarks, and then we'll move forward. We don't take any votes in the committee of whole, and this will be considered during the next legislative session. So Mr. Baker, I'll give you 30 seconds for a closing remark.
I appreciate the opportunity we have to present, and for those that have listened to our plan for this property, we see the cultural significance. We honor that significance and want to enhance it by being able to sustain the property with commercial activity. And that's the plan that we presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Young. Baker, do you have any closing remarks?
I just want people to know this is a great place, and this is a very St. Croix history I'd like to share.
Thank you. DPNR?
Good morning again. I'd just like to put on record that next week we have our comprehensive land and water use plan town hall meetings. So the St. Croix ones will be at UVI Great Hall November 7th, St. Thomas November 9th at the Columbine Hall, and on St. John the 13th at the Sprung Structure in Coral Bay. So I'm telling the public, please come out. Let us know if the depictions that we have of popularly known areas on the islands, if the policies we've applied to them and the changes that could occur, if they're in line with what the public has thought of as a vision and a goal for the development of the Virgin Islands. Our zoning code is from 1972. We need to have a comprehensive plan to look at development comprehensively, not just zoning-wise, but also in terms of investments, in terms of housing, schools, hospitals. So please, the public, the DPNR initiative for the comprehensive plan, we have town hall meetings coming up. Come out and participate. It starts next week. Thank you.
You just did an excellent job in seeing your salary increase. So Commissioner J.P. Oria is here, and he heard that wonderful closing. Madam Clerk, I know that we have a correspondence to be read into the record before we close off this from Senator Javon James. Please do that, and then let's close this block.
November 3rd, 2023, the Honorable Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee of the Whole. Dear President Francis, I'm writing to express my sincere regret that due to unavoidable circumstances, I will miss the Committee of the Whole meeting scheduled for Friday, November 3rd, 2023 at 11 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. While I recognize that one of the most crucial items on the agenda pertaining to the ongoing crisis of the Virgin Islands water and power potable system, my staff and I have been keeping abreast of the updated reports received from WAPA, as well as attended the most recent EPA meeting on November 2nd, 2023. No doubt the elevated levels of lead and copper that have been detected in the water is of great concern, and I applaud your insightful action to call the hearing to receive detrimental updates from the respective government agencies. Please accept this letter as a formal notice of my absence, and I request to be marked as excused. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Respectfully, Javan E. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you
This
very much,
concludes the
Madam
reading.
Clerk. Please record Senator Javan E. James Sr. as excused. And at this time, the committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you very much to our first testifiers, and then we'll move into block 2. Good luck, Mr. and Mrs. Baker. And as I say, we'll consider this during our next legislative session. The Committee of the Whole of November 3rd, 2023 stands in recess for 5 minutes. Good afternoon. We are out of recess, and again, today we have the Committee of the Whole, November 3rd, 2023. And at this time, I'll ask the Madam Clerk to please call up the next items on today's agenda.
The committee will receive testimony on the ongoing crisis of the Virgin Islands water and power potable water system, to include findings of elevated lead and copper levels in the St. Croix district's potable water system, the issue of discolored water, and active mitigation efforts to support St. Croix residents. Invited testifier, Andrew Smith, Chief Executive Officer, VI Water and Power Authority; Kyle Fleming, Chairman, VI Water and Power Authority Governing Board; Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner, VI Department of Health; Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Daryl Jashin, Director, Virgin Islands Territorial Management Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA; Henry Sharabi, Chief Executive Officer, Seven Seas Water Corporation; Lisa Garcia, Region to Regional Administrator, Environmental Protection Agency, EPA; Robert Graham, Executive Director, VI Housing Authority; Amy Griles Carino, Executive Director, Our Town, Frederiksted; Maria Friday, Resident, Estate Calcajon; Craig Lloyd, Resident, Mombiju. This concludes the reading of this portion of the agenda.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll do a mic check with all of our testifiers, and we'll start from Ms. Pell. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer of Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Mr. Gregoire.
Good afternoon. Don Gregoire, Director of Water Distribution, Water and Power Authority.
Good afternoon. Noel Hodge, Chief Operating Officer, WAPA.
Good afternoon. Andrew Smith, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Good afternoon. Kyle Fleming, Chairman, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, Governing Board.
Good afternoon. Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Our Town, Frederiksted.
Good afternoon. Amy Griles Carino, Our Town, Frederiksted.
Good afternoon. Maria Friday, Estate Calcajon.
Dr. Sims.
Good afternoon. Dr. Nicole Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
Good afternoon. Dr. Esther Ellis, Territorial Epidemiologist, U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Health.
In St. Thomas, I see we have two testifiers in St. Thomas. VITEMA.
Good afternoon. Stephen M. de Blasio, Assistant Director, Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency.
Good afternoon. Deputy Commissioner Myrna George, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Very well. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, we'll start off with the community representative, and then we'll go into the governmental officials. Our Town Frederiksted, you recognize Ms. Carino.
Good day, Honorable Senator, Senate President Francis.
Feel free to take out the mic if it's okay, so we can hear you better, or whatever makes you comfortable.
Good day, Honorable Senate President Francis, honorable members of the committee and other honorable senators present and the listening and viewing audiences. My name is Amy Griles Carino, and I'm the Executive Director of Our Town Frederiksted. On behalf of Our Town Frederiksted, a community advocacy organization that has been passionately serving the historic district of Frederiksted since 1988, we are gravely concerned about the recent discovery of lead contamination in the potable water supply of St. Croix. This is underscored by the FEMA advisory on October 14th and further deliberated upon at the Community Environmental Dialogue facilitated by the EPA on October 24th. The persistent challenges regarding our water quality, often manifested as brown water, have been an ongoing concern for the residents of St. Croix. To our collective dismay, these concerns were frequently dismissed, and notably on September 12th, WAPA CEO, Mr. Andrew Smith, reassured the public that this brown water was of no concern. Given the new findings about lead contamination, our community's trust is deeply shaken. We hereby request the following urgent actions from WAPA. Number 1, clean water supply and water filters for affected residents. WAPA should promptly facilitate the distribution of safe water for residents to consume and provide certified lead removal filters to impacted customers. Number 2, clear communication on distribution. A comprehensive timeline for the distribution of these water filters and safe drinking water should be communicated to affected households. This transparency is pivotal in restoring our community's trust. Number 3, waive charges for contaminated water. We strongly advocate for the suspension of utility bills for the customers who received water tainted with lead during the period of contamination. It is unacceptable for the impacted customers to be burdened with utility bills for water that has been compromised by lead contamination. WAPA should ensure that these customers are not charged for the period during which their water was unsafe. Number 4, we would like to see regular updates on data. Within a fortnight, WAPA should set up a dedicated website offering regular updates through interactive maps, details of testing locations, results, the states of water lines, and the replacement timelines. To cater to residents who rely on traditional media, weekly press releases are imperative. Number 5, expanded pediatric lead testing. We urge the Department of Health to extend pediatric lead testing for children from the current age range of 0 to 6 to encompass all children ages 0 to 18 across St. Croix. The water quality issues plaguing our community span well before this recent revelation, with numerous complaints registered over the past 15 years. Research highlights the alarming fact that babies and toddlers experience higher exposure to metals compared to adults. Their intake of food and water relative to body weight is higher, and they absorb metals at a rate between 40 to 90% more than adults. Furthermore, children's ability to metabolize and eliminate heavy metals is underdeveloped compared to adults due to their weakened detoxification mechanisms and less robust immune systems. Taking into account the rising diagnoses of neurodevelopmental disabilities and the increasing number of children undergoing treatment island-wide, it is imperative to test all school-age children for heavy metal exposure. Furthermore, we call for a public apology from WAPA CEO, Mr. Andrew Smith, for previously downplaying the concerns of our community. Accountability, transparency, and a genuine commitment to remediation are what our community deserves. In conclusion, our town Frederiksted stands ready to collaborate with WAPA and all relevant stakeholders to prioritize the well-being of our residents. By addressing this matter with sincerity and urgency, we hope to embark on the journey of restoring faith in our public utility provider. We appreciate the opportunity that the committee has given us to express our concerns in regards to this matter affecting our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carino. And at this time, we'll recognize Maria Friday for her testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., President of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Maria Friday, and I appear before you as a proud Virgin Islander who loves her home and is hurt by the water crises the residents of St. Croix are currently experiencing. Do you remember the Flint, Michigan water crisis? The haunting images and despair, the outages. Alarmingly, we in St. Croix are grappling with a similar grim reality. The parallels are not just striking, but deeply unsettling. Today, I represent the community of Calhoun, represent the residents there who are suffering tremendously by this brown chocolate, mobby looking water. You today We're going to peel back the layers of the water crisis that is affecting our health, our economy, and the cherished way of life here on this island. To the residents, our residents in Calhoun are ensnared in a web of anxiety. Every time they turn on the tap, they are faced with potential harm. Harm in drinking, harm in cooking, harm in washing, harm in bathing and cleaning. Such rudimentary activities now carry the risk of lead, induced cognitivity impairment in children, and severe health implication in adults. Not just the human beings, our livestock. Our livestock is suffering silently with lead hampering their neurological functions and excessive copper causing deliberately gastrointestinal issues, the potential fallout on our island food chain and self-sustainability is real and concerning. You might not have think about that when you saw all this brown water, that it also affects the livestock, it affects gardening, and it affects everybody in this community. Let me ask the question, who will take the responsibility of having these animals tested? Who is going to take the brunt of the payments that more than likely have to be done to the vet and the people involved? If any of these animals is tested positive, you know what's going to happen. That person cannot kill that animal and take that meat to the market. And a lot of these individuals, this is their income. So you think about the severity that this water crisis is happening in our community. Let's look at the homes inside. The bathrooms, they are bearing the brunt with visible stain, corrosion, and wear and tear. Furthermore, the lead is creeping up on us silently. Some of us are on medication due to the high level of lead copper, because individuals in this community are so afraid, they don't know where to go, that they're taking it upon themselves to go and get tested. But perhaps most concerning is the plight for our entire Virgin Islands, for our beautiful St. Croix. Have you thought about the restaurants? These establishments integral to St. Croix identity and economy are feeling the strain. The use of contaminated water for cooking, making ice, or serving drinks poses not only significant health risks to patrons, but also impact the quality of their offerings. The implications are multidimensional. Skyrocketing operational costs as restaurants restore to purchasing bottled water, a shaky trust bond with patrons, invaluable for business survival, unforeseen health hazard if any trace of contaminated water infiltrates the food and beverages. A genuine threat of closure and subsequent job losses will occur, which would drastically affect our local economy. Do I have a plea to you, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, I do, because I take this serious, and when you go to these homes and you see what is happening, and you hear the community talk, who has children, my community is made up, I will say my own generalization, 80% or more of seniors, elderly people already in the 90s and their 80s. Our plea for mitigation are clear and critical. Uninterrupted clean water access for every individual and establishment. Immediate distribution of water and the filters to address pressing health risk. When I say immediate water distribution, I would like for vouchers to be issued to the members in the community where they can go and get a water, and don't bring any water buffaloes in the community because it will get worse. We demand transparency to root out the cause of this contamination must be unveiled. We need to get to where and deal with it. Financial cover for treatment for those adversely affected. Consistent testing of water supply and provide testing to the residents who desire and are in despair. Despite living in the information age that we are, it's shocking and unacceptable that many remain uninformed. Every resident deserves timely updates. St. Croix stands at a pivotal juncture. We urge rapid, comprehensive action to stave off a crisis echoing the tragedy of Flint, Michigan. The urgency is palpable, and you know what? We must act now. Not tomorrow, not a year from now, not when the money is there. This is a true crisis in our entire Virgin Islands. There isn't a community that is not seeing brown water. We want to cover a state, Calhoun, Mambiju, Trailer Park, but it's entirely this entire community. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to think seriously. And let me show you some of the good mabi that I brought for you today. Do you think this is reality? Do you think that this is fair for the people to bathe with this, to cook, to wash? The clothing is terrible. People have to get rid of their clothing constantly, because when this go through a washing machine and the clothes come out, it is brown, just as you see that water. I had a resident that told me she have had to buy 15 shirts already for her son who goes to the educational complex. And when I talk about filters and despair in the community, those that have gone out already to get filters, look at what comes out. This filter was in place for 3 days.
Wow.
It was removed this morning for me to bring before you. And the one that was replaced in less than an hour is just about the same. This is how serious this matter is. I just want to say in closing that I thank you, Senate President, and the other senators of the 35th Legislature for granting me the opportunity to come before you today. And I stand ready for any questions that you may have. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This Friday, residents of Calhoun. Next, we'll go to the CEO of Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, Andrew Smith.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Francis. Good morning. I'm Andrew L. Smith, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, or the Authority. I would like to thank the Honorable Chair, Senator Francis, as well as the other members of the Senate present for the opportunity to appear before you today. Good afternoon to you, my fellow testifiers, the listening and viewing audience, and the WAPA family. I'm here to provide an update on the active steps we are taking at the Authority to address the critical issue of elevated levels of lead and copper recently found in water at several locations on St. Croix. We apologize for the impact this emergency has caused the community, and we are intently focused on working with our local and federal partners to remedy this emergency as quickly as possible. As I will discuss further in my testimony, WAPA regularly tests its water to ensure regulatory compliance with EPA safe drinking water standards. So it was a surprise to all involved when results from some of the water tested for the purposes of investigating brown water on St. Croix were received and showed elevated levels of copper and lead. My testimony is presented in two sections: background and facts around the sampling program and its results, and then next steps. Turning to background and facts around the sampling program and its results.
So Smith, just slow down a little bit, please. The
Sure,
recorder is having a
absolutely.
little difficulty keeping track.
The Authority is committed to delivering safe and clean water to the community. To ensure this, we work closely with the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, to adhere to their safe drinking water standards. WAPA, in coordination with DPNR, routinely performs required compliance testing to ensure that its water meets required compliance standards. WAPA tests its water daily for EPA safe drinking water standards. This frequent compliance testing focuses primarily on bacteriological agents such as E. coli and coliforms, which can cause illnesses similar to the flu or the stomach flu. Lead and copper rule testing is required every 3 years. WAPA is also required to test once every 3 years for lead and copper to ensure compliance with EPA safe drinking water standards. WAPA originally was required to perform lead and copper compliance testing annually, but based on WAPA's track record of compliance, the required testing cycle was extended to once every 3 years. To comply with the EPA's lead and copper rule, the EPA requires that 90% or more of the samples tested must meet safe drinking water standards. In each of WAPA's annual tests conducted going back to 2016, when WAPA was still required to test annually, over 90% of samples tested met safe drinking water standards. So WAPA was in compliance with the EPA's lead and copper rule. This critical aspect of our water quality monitoring program was for EPA compliance, currently on a 3-year testing cycle, was conducted in September of just this year. The EPA standards for metal testing require testing of 60 locations, 30 in the St. Thomas St. John district and 30 in the St. Croix district. 2 customers were identified whose water test results showed elevated levels. So 58 out of 60 samples, or 97% of the samples collected, met safe drinking water standards. So WAPA remains in compliance with EPA's lead and copper rule. EPA compliance testing requires sampling at the customer's tap, which adds significantly more variables that could be the source of lead and copper in the sample. For example, the customer's plumbing or faucets in their own home. This is important because prior to 1986, plumbing fixtures were deemed lead-free when they contained less than 8% lead, and solder used in plumbing was deemed lead-free when they contained 50% or less lead. Accordingly, sampling for compliance with the EPA's lead and copper rule includes the customer's plumbing and fixtures, so there are many more potential sources of lead and copper in the water that could come from places other than the WAPA system. Thus, a higher potential that lead or copper could be in that water. The Safe Drinking Water Act requires EPA to determine the level of contaminants in drinking water in which no adverse health effects are likely to occur. These non-enforceable health goals, based solely on possible health risks, are called maximum containment level goals, MCLGs. The MCLG, or goal, for lead is 0. For most contaminants, EPA sets an enforceable regulation called a maximum containment level, or MCL, MCLs, or the levels, are set as close to the MCLG, or the goal, as possible, considering costs versus benefits and the ability of public water systems to detect and remove contaminants using suitable treatment technologies. However, because lead contamination of drinking water often results from corrosion of the plumbing materials belonging to water system customers, EPA established a treatment technique rather than an MCL, or maximum containment level, for lead. A treatment technique is an enforceable procedure or level of technological performance which water systems must follow to ensure control of a contaminant. In the case of lead, the performance of the water system focuses on the chemistry of the water. Lead in water is a known nationwide problem in aging infrastructure. The Biden administration recognizes lead in drinking water as a known problem that plagues aging water infrastructure, as is overall water quality. The Biden administration appropriated $50 billion in the infrastructure bill to address water quality and lead in drinking water. As I have described in previous testimony, brown water on St. Croix increased this past summer. The increase in instances of brown water was due to very low WAPA water inventories that occurred earlier this year, primarily due to the severe drought that contributed to a low water flow. Low inventories contribute to low water flow, and when the water flow slows down, the clarity of the water gets worse. When the instances of brown water increased over the summer, WAPA, DPNR, and the EPA coordinated a testing program to evaluate the brown water. The sampling and associated testing to investigate brown water was concentrated in areas that experience elevated levels of brown water, which are in parts of WAPA's water system that have low water flow. 66 locations were sampled. Key steps in that sampling include, number one, water lines were not flushed prior to taking samples. Number two, samples were collected at the WAPA meter or at other points of WAPA's infrastructure. Number three, 2 samples were collected, one after a short period of flushing for approximately 1 minute, and a second sample after a longer period of flushing for approximately 5 minutes. Samples were collected in 250 milliliter bottles. There are some key points to note about 2 of the sampling steps. Step 1, water lines were not flushed prior to taking samples. Low water flow impacts water quality. In this case, lead and copper being absorbed by water. Stagnant water in lines for long periods keeps that water in contact with materials that may contain copper and lead. Some fittings in the plumbing system may contain copper and lead because regulatory requirements do not mandate zero lead content in fittings and fixtures. The areas sampled had low water flow located at the sample sites. For example, one sample site had not registered any water flow since 2021. In another example, the meter registered only approximately 3 gallons of water flow per day over the previous 90 days, which is likely indicative of a small leak. Step 4, samples were collected in 250 milliliter bottles. Protocol for sampling for compliance with the EPA's copper and lead rule stipulates that samples are to be collected in 1,000 milliliter or 1 liter sample bottles. WAPA does not keep an inventory of 1 liter sample bottles because its lead and copper rule compliance is only required to be performed once every 3 years. However, because the supplemental sampling was not for compliance, but rather to investigate the source of brown water, WAPA, in coordination with DPNR and EPA, used 250 milliliter bottles that were available on hand to collect the supplemental samples. The size of the sample bottles can impact concentrations of metal and other materials in the sample. Think about a packet of Kool-Aid, along with a 16-ounce bottle of water and a 1-gallon jug of water. Pouring a packet of Kool-Aid into a 16-ounce bottle of water is going to result in a stronger, more concentrated mixture of Kool-Aid versus pouring that same packet of Kool-Aid into a 1-gallon jug of water. Outlining the facts behind the first round of sampling is important, but those facts do not change the test results. 31 of the 66 samples collected contained levels of lead and copper that were below EPA's action levels, but 35 samples contained levels of lead and copper that were above EPA action levels. The 35 samples with exceedances were samples that were drawn first at each site. After the water had been run for approximately 5 minutes, 64 of the 66 samples contained levels of lead and or copper that were below EPA action levels. As I discussed, WAPA meets its EPA compliance requirements for safe drinking water standards, including the copper and lead rule. So WAPA and DPNR were surprised by the unexpected test results and the supplemental sampling, especially after having just completed the required sampling and testing to comply with the copper and lead rule less than 2 months ago. The testing performed was not compliance testing. However, receipt of the test results triggered an obligation under the Water Infrastructure Improvements for the Nation, or WIN Act, that requires public notification within 24 hours of receiving the test results. Test results were received on October 13th. WAPA, DPNR, and EPA coordinated a press release that was released to the public the next day. The Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, or VITEMA, was notified of the test results, and the Unified Command and Joint Information Center were both activated. WAPA also began flushing its system in the affected area. WAPA, DPNR, and EPA and the Unified Command quickly agreed that additional testing needed to be performed, and WAPA ordered additional test kits because, as mentioned, limited inventory of copper and lead rule testing materials were available on island. In coordination with the Unified Command, it was decided to use the limited inventory of available test kits to sample schools and a housing community in the affected area, as well as the water at WAPA's source at the Richmond Power Plant, while awaiting delivery of the additional sampling kits. The facilities tested were Alfredo Andrews School, John Woodson School, Educational Complex, and Mount Pleasant Housing Community. The results of the 10 samples tested were all good, with no elevated levels of copper or lead. In a second round of broader sampling that commenced after additional sampling kits were received, samples were collected from the 35 locations that tested above EPA action levels in the first round of sampling. All 35 of the first draw samples in this repeat round of testing contained levels of lead above EPA's action level for lead, however, at lower concentration levels than the first round of testing, likely due to the flushing program that WAPA implemented after the first round of sample test results were received. However, when testing the second draw for each of the samples, the results were favorable because none of the second samples contained elevated levels of lead or copper. The important distinction between the two samples is that the second sample was collected after the water had been run. The source water contains lead and copper levels that are below EPA action levels. Potable water is produced for WAPA by Seven Seas Water at its reverse osmosis facility on St. Croix under a water-as-a-service contract. The results tell us that our source water contains level of leads and copper that are below EPA's action levels for lead and copper. This is supported by several data points. Number one, water was tested at entry at the Richmond pump station. This is where water produced by Seven Seas Water reverse osmosis plant is pumped into the community. It is also where water haulers load their trucks at the standpipe. The water sampled at the entry contained 80% less lead, and 98% less copper than the EPA action level stipulates. In the first round of samples collected, approximately 50% had levels of lead and copper that were below EPA action level. If the source water produced by Seven Seas contained levels of lead and copper that exceeded EPA's action level, then the samples would not return results that were below EPA's action level. Number three, in the first round of sampling, after letting the water run for several minutes, 97% of the second samples had levels of copper and lead that were below EPA action levels. Running the water before collecting the second sample runs stagnant water out of the service line that leads to the meter and draws water into the service line from the main line. Water in the main lines moves and does not sit stagnant. If the source water contained elevated levels of lead and copper, then water drawn from the second sample, i.e. water from the main line, would also contain elevated levels of lead and copper. Number four, water sampled at the schools and housing community contained levels of copper and lead that were below EPA action levels. This would not be the case if the source water contained elevated levels of lead and copper. Number five, in the second round of sampling, the sites with elevated levels of copper and lead, all samples contained levels of copper and lead that were below EPA action levels after the water was run for a period of time. As just described, running the water draws water from the main line. Again, If the source water contained elevated levels of lead and copper, then the second sample, i.e. water from the main line, would contain levels of copper and lead that were elevated. Stagnant water is likely contributing to elevated levels of lead and copper. These results tell us it's a likely factor contributing to the elevated levels. This is evidenced by the sharp drop in levels of lead and copper in the second draw samples versus the first draw samples. As described, the second draw sample pulls water from the main line, which has a good rate of water flow, and contains levels of lead and copper below EPA action levels. This indicates that the lead and copper is being picked up when water sits stagnant in customer service lines. Many customers connected to WAPA's municipal water rely on cisterns as a primary source of water and only rely on WAPA's water to supplement their cisterns when needed. For example, over the past 90 days, and this is prior to the announcement of the discovery of the elevated levels of lead and copper, 29% of WAPA's water meters on St. Croix had zero consumption. 38% of WAPA's water meters had zero consumption or daily consumption of 5 gallons per day or less, which I mentioned earlier is typically indicative of a small leak. The large number of zero or low consumption customers contributes to the instances of stagnant water. WAPA has identified 4 components of its system that potentially may be sources of the contamination. Number 1, service lines installed prior to 1994 are generally copper, which may contain copper and lead. As stated earlier, materials installed prior to 1984 were allowed to include higher levels of lead than materials installed after 1984, which may also be a source of lead. Older meters in WAPA's system contain parts that may contain copper and lead. Curb stops, also called shut-off valves, installed post-1994 are metal despite the pipes being plastic. And finally, the fitting that connects the service line to the main line, called a corporation valve, is also metal. At the end of my testimony, I'll ask Mr. Gregoire to display a graphic and we'll walk through what those pieces are. Now, critically, what are we doing? Let's turn to next steps. These test results have raised concerns, and rightfully so. We understand the importance of providing safe drinking water, and we take this matter very seriously. WAPA is taking several steps to address this emergency and continues to coordinate with EPA and DPNR on its action plan. Coordination with EPA is critical because other water systems throughout the country are aging and experience similar problems. So EPA has expertise with remediating these problems and will work to leverage EPA's expertise to address this emergency. WAPA's action steps are focused on protecting our customers and prioritizing their well-being. Our efforts are tracking on 2 parallel paths. 1, additional sampling to pinpoint the source of the contamination. And second, changes to operations and infrastructure to reduce the amount of lead and copper to below EPA action levels. WAPA and DPNR have a good foundation to address this emergency and are not starting from a standstill. It is known that the aging water infrastructure in the territory hurts service quality, for example, causing low water pressure and brown water. In response to the age of the system, DPNR has been supporting WAPA through federal grants with upgrading sections of the water system. Since 2017, that effort has been focused on St. Croix. $25.5 million has been invested in upgrading St. Croix infrastructure. Most recently, $11.7 million was invested in the Campo Rico and Clifton Hill projects, and an additional $3.3 million is planned to be invested in the Hannah's Rest upgrade. Materials are on order for Hannah's Rest, and that project is scheduled to start early next year. WAPA has received $30 million of funding to map its infrastructure, which is critical because records from prior to Hurricane Hugo, which impacted the territory in 1989, are incomplete or in many cases non-existent. This project will help WAPA further identify its infrastructure. The Governor of the Virgin Islands has also allocated additional funding to address this emergency. Recognizing the age and performance of the St. Croix water system, WAPA pursued and received a FEMA Prudent Replacement Grant that is expected to total about $1.2 billion that will replace the entire St. Croix water system and upgrade the system to best-in-class standards. The final engineering work on these projects is nearing completion. We want to express our sincere thanks to both our local and federal partners for this significant support. The additional sampling that WAPA is undertaking is in coordination with DPNR and EPA and is designed to collect multiple samples to isolate the source of the contamination. This is called sequential sampling and involves collecting multiple samples starting at the meter and working back to the main line. This program is expected to start next week. Sampling is also being expanded to additional sampling points on St. Croix as well as St. Thomas and St. John. Changes to operations and infrastructure. The actions WAPA is taking to remedy this emergency are focused on modifying our water treatment program as well as identifying portions of our infrastructure that are older and are constructed with copper lines and or materials installed before 1986. Because as described earlier, allowable levels of lead in water infrastructure materials were higher prior to 1986. The actions I will describe below may change because the operational response to address this emergency will likely evolve as more sampling is completed and more information is gathered. Modifying water treatment. WAPA currently treats its water with chemicals in a process called post-treatment. This treatment is applied to the water after it leaves the reverse osmosis production facility. I want to clarify one point regarding WAPA's current water post-treatment program. The water for both the St. Thomas, St. John district and the St. Croix district receives post-treatment. That post-treatment consists of treating the water for corrosion control and with chlorine and calcium carbonate. I have heard some misunderstanding in the public that St. Croix water was not being treated with post-treatment. That is not correct. What is correct is that the corrosion control post-treatment is being treated with different chemicals for the St. Thomas, St. John district versus the chemicals being used for the St. Croix district. Why this is the case stems back many years. Corrosion control treatment was introduced into the WAPA system around 2013 when WAPA transitioned to reverse osmosis for water production from desalination because the water quality from reverse osmosis is different than water produced by desalination. However, at that time, the two districts' water systems were being managed independently by two directors. Each director was applying post-treatment as they saw fit. The water utilities operations were consolidated territory-wide under unified leadership when WAPA created the role of Chief Operating Officer of Water in 2019. One might ask why, after territory-wide responsibilities were established, was the water post-treatment not modified to be uniform across the territory? Based on the compliance testing that has been described throughout this testimony, WAPA's water complies with EPA requirements, including for copper and lead. Accordingly, there was no indication that any change in post-treatment was warranted. Post-treatment is designed to achieve two things. One is to improve the taste and mineral profile of the water for consumers, and the second is to adjust the water chemistry. The chemistry profile of water can lead to corrosion and other impact on pipes, meters, etc. The chemistry of the water is modified. This can reduce the amount of lead and copper that can leach out of valves and fittings when stagnant water is in contact with the materials. Turning to infrastructure replacement. As discussed, WAPA has already been investing in upgrading its St. Croix water infrastructure. In response to this emergency, WAPA is currently identifying sections of its infrastructure installed prior to 1994 and 1986, the dates when WAPA switched to installing plastic pipes and the regulatory allowed amount of lead in pipes and fitting was lowered, respectively. Approximately 50% of the samples collected and tested contained levels of lead and copper that were below EPA action levels. So we were focusing on those areas of St. Croix that received test results that exceeded EPA action levels for lead and copper. WAPA will then develop a program to replace this infrastructure. As discussed, a program is already underway to replace the entire St. Croix water system under a prudent replacement grant from FEMA. So much of the engineering work for this effort is already complete. Key variables that will impact the timeline for this work are availability and amount of funding, available workforce, and lead time on materials. The lead time on materials may be able to be shortened by sourcing inventory on hand from other municipal water systems, because lead time on new materials can be running several months. Funding will also impact the timeline because the funding will determine the amounts of materials that can be ordered and thus the pace at which work can proceed. Funding will also impact the timeline because WAPA will need to engage third-party contractors to expedite the work. With more or less funding, WAPA will be able to engage more or less third-party contractor assistance. In-home water filtration to be provided to customers. DPNR is coordinating with WAPA on providing in-home filters to customers. Affected customers will receive one filter with replacement cartridges to cover 1 year of use. As I described earlier, changes to water treatment chemistry are expected to lower the levels of lead and copper in the water in affected areas, but filtration is being provided as an interim solution. Customer bill credits. WAPA is working with Government House to implement a program to provide a credit to affected customers on their water bills. Coordination with Government House is critical because WAPA is a 100% cost pass-through business and does not earn a profit like a conventional business. WAPA must pay Seven Seas for any water that Seven Seas produces that a customer uses, so financial support for the customer credits will be needed. WAPA is currently working with Government House on the logistics of implementing a bill credit and how that will be processed through WAPA's billing system. Credits will be retroactive to October, when the initial press release announcing the elevated levels of copper and lead in some of the water testing on St. Croix was released, so we'll be retroactive to October. The amount of the credit will also be refined based on the guidance for how long customers are directed to flush their systems. The intent is to design a program that can be implemented quickly to provide relief to the affected customers. In conclusion, our primary goal is to safeguard public health and ensure that our community does not drink water that could be harmful. We ask that customers continue to follow the guidance provided by public health authorities and adopt any changes to that guidance as that guidance may change over time. Rest assured, we are doing everything in our power to protect the public. We're committed to transparency, and as the situation evolves, we will continue to provide more information alongside DPNR, EPA, and the Joint Information Center. This concludes my testimony. Thank you to the Senate and the public for the opportunity to discuss the Water and Power Authority's water system on St. Croix. We are committed to resolving the challenges we face, and thank you for your trust and support as we work to deliver safe and clean water to all members of our community. Thank you as well to our local and federal partners, and I would also like to thank the hardworking WAPA family. I and other members of the authorities team are available for any questions. And Senator Francis, if you could put the display up, I think we'll have a graphic that'll help everybody understand the infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Media at this time, can you put up the graphics?
I'll ask Mr. Gregoire to speak to that if I can.
Good afternoon. Don Gregoire, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, Water Director. We just wanted to put up the graphic so, the body here and our customers understand that some of the target areas that WAPA is looking at. So to the right, where it has the letter I, where it's the corporation stop, that is, we consider the main line that feeds water to the different communities. We have the first brass item would be the curb stop, which is labeled I. Then we have the service line. Then we have the curb stop, which allows WAPA to shut off the water to the individual residents. From there, it goes to the meter box. If you notice, the meter box is to the bottom. We have F in the meter box, where if we have to shut off the water for any individual residents or non-pay, we could shut off the water. We have the actual meter, which is D, the outlet to the meter box, and then the customer side of the meter box that the customer is responsible for, B, which is their shut-off valve, and the check valve. So most recently, we picked one of the locations, which was Strawberry, which had one of the highest elevations of lead. We did an exploratory dig 2 days ago, and we unearthed all those components. And if you notice to the top, all the components, the newer components, are labeled NL, which is no lead. And that came about, I think, in 2014 when EPA reduced the lead limit in brass components, I think is 0.25. So thanks to Dr. Ellis and her team, we were able to carry those components to her location. And they have it's a machine called a XRF that, you point it at the particular components, and it tells you what's the composition of each component. And every single brass component that we removed from the system did contain levels of lead. And we also took a base sample. We took one of those non-lead components to compare as a baseline, and her machine did indicate that no lead was detectable. So I think, when we're looking at our WAPA infrastructure, and it goes several years back from the 50s and 60s, I think we could honestly say that anything that was not done in a recent rehab may contain these components. We have replaced a lot of service lines over the years to PVC, replaced it from copper. copper lines, but definitely I think we have an idea where the source of the lead is coming from. And once EPA does the sequential sampling, we could confirm our findings. And I think we're also going to share our results with EPA just to validate some of these components to make sure that they're in line based on our findings. I'm definitely open up to any questions.
Very well, we'll complete all of the testimony and then we'll open up the floor for
Thank
questions. Mr. Hodge, you had any additional testimony? Or that's it for you? Chairman Fleming, you're recognized for your testimony this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senate President Novelli Francis, and all distinguished members of the Committee of the Whole and 35th Legislature present here today. My name is Kyle Fleming. I'm the Director of the Virgin Islands Energy Office and the Chairman of the WAPA Governing Board. The Governing Board is focused on the drastic and holistic improvement of the utility. Our strategic purpose is leading WAPA towards a more sustainable, efficient, and customer-centric future while addressing the challenges of high rates, power outages, water quality, solvency issues, personnel concerns, and safety matters. The board's role plays a pivotal role in driving the company's transformation, while ensuring the entire leadership team is equipped to navigate the operational and financial challenges inherent to operating a remote island utility. Throughout my 4.5-year term, the construct of the board has changed dramatically relative to members and organizational structure. However, the current iteration of the governing board is well poised to amplify the strategic support we render to WAPA's leadership team. I'm grateful for the altruistic commitment of the board of directors. I would be remiss if I did not take this moment to commend the 35th Legislature for their favorable consideration of Director Lyon E. Selwood in August of this year. Director Selwood's expansive and successful track record of guiding leadership within the energy and engineering industry has already proven invaluable, especially as the authority has been forced to navigate multiple unexpected technical challenges over the course of the last 2 months. However, no challenge transcends the current priority the governing board has placed on bringing the water emergency on St. Croix to near, medium, and long-term resolution. The long-standing infrastructure challenges across the water system are not unknown to the governing board, and during my tenure, the governing board has systematically reviewed and approved millions of dollars worth of federally funded water projects. Most recently, in September of 2023, the governing board unanimously approved a $6.45 million contract to design the North Side Road Waterline Rehabilitation Project. This project will significantly improve the water quality for customers along the north side community of St. Croix and reduce line loss due to pre-existing ductile iron pipeline. The governing board continued support for water service improvement has been further bolstered in recent weeks as the WAPA family works tirelessly to resolve the recent water quality emergency on St. Croix. Earlier this week, an emergency board meeting was called, and the board of directors unanimously voted to increase CEO Andrew Smith's financial delegation of authority from $750,000 to $5 million to address the ongoing water quality emergency on St. Croix. The board recognizes the financial expediency and nimbleness required to address this emergency. As a result, the board found it prudent to proactively mitigate hindrances to the CEO's ability to make critical decisions in a timely manner. We have communicated to WAPA's leadership that it is imperative that these funds are expended. The funds expended under the specific delegation of authority continue to be managed transparently and reported weekly with a focus on delivering rapid and effective solutions to the water quality emergency. As board chairman, I am confident that the governing board's unwavering support of CEO Smith's leadership and his willingness to equip the WAPA team with the necessary tools to identify the root cause and leverage the technical resources required to materialize the immediate need for relief and resolution. This concludes my testimony today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm open to any questions the team might have.
Thank you very much, Chairman Kyle Fleming. Next, we'll go to the Commissioner of Planning and Natural Resources, Jean-Pierre Oriol. You're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you. Good day, Honorable Senate President Francis, other members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I'm here today to provide testimony as co-incident commander for the issues relating to the elevated levels of lead and copper found in the potable water system of the VI Water and Power Authority. Lead and copper enter drinking water primarily through plumbing materials. In 1986, the Safe Drinking Water Act banned the use of pipes, solder, or flux that were not lead-free in public water systems or plumbing in facilities providing water for human consumption. At the time, lead-free was defined as pipes with no more than 8% lead. In 2014, this rule was updated such that lead-free is defined as pipes with no more than 0.25% lead. In 1991, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency published a regulation to control lead and copper in drinking water. This regulation is known as the Lead and Copper Rule. The rule requires systems to monitor drinking water at customer taps. If lead concentrations exceed an action level of 15 parts per billion, or copper concentrations exceed an action level of 1.3 parts per million in more than 10% of customer taps sampled, the system must undertake a number of additional actions to control corrosion of the plumbing material. For example, as a visual representation of 15 parts per billion, this is synonymous with you having 15 billion grains of sand and 15 individual grains were lead. So with that background, it is important to note how we have arrived where we are today. DPNR, in collaboration with WAPA and the University in the Virgin Islands, along with support and technical assistance from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, conducted a micro-project to sample red-brown water in specific areas of the WAPA water distribution system on St. Croix from September 28th through September 30th. The goal of the project was to establish the current state of WAPA's potable water distribution system in the principal areas of complaints regarding red-brown water and to identify those conditions that will need more in-depth investigation to ensure the safety of drinking water in and around St. Croix. The plan included collecting samples from approximately 66 locations where red-brown water had been detected and or reported by residents of the St. Croix district. More than 101 samples were collected. WAPA and UVI conducted bacteriological testing. The third set of samples drawn were sent to the EPA Region 2 lab in New Jersey to be evaluated for metals. None of the samples analyzed by UVI contained the presence of E. coli bacteria. Similarly, all but 5 of the samples analyzed showed no signs of coliform bacteria, with the remaining 5 samples contained too much color interference for a determination to be made. The samples analyzed by WAPA showed similar results. 5 samples positive for total coliform bacteria and all samples negative for the presence of E. coli. The samples analyzed by the EPA for metals did test positive for the presence of lead and copper, which took many aback given that WAPA's history for lead and copper tested had resulted in less than 5% of samples returning positive for lead. The positive results now set a chain of events in motion. On Friday, October 13th, 2023, in a meeting set by the EPA, DPNR and WAPA were advised that of the samples collected between September 28th and 30th on St. Croix, 35 or 66 locations, or 53%, had lead concentrations over the action level of 15 parts per billion in the first draw samples collected, and that 2 of the 66 locations had lead concentrations over the action level after a flush sample was drawn. This is where water is run for 5 to 10 minutes before samples are taken. Pursuant to the Water Infrastructure Improvements for the Nation, or WIN Act, WAPA was required to notify the public in the affected area that the presence of lead and copper was detected in the potable water supply. Within 24 hours of the meeting and following consultation with DPNR and the EPA, WAPA released a statement on Saturday, October 14th, notifying the public that recent sampling had revealed the presence of lead and copper in the public water system. In particular, the communities of Diamond, Castleberg, Calcahoun, and Montbijou. Residents were urged to let the water from the tap run for 2 to 3 minutes to remove stagnant water. They were also urged not to cook with the water. On October 16th, the Unified Command was stood up with DPNR and the Department of Health as serving as co-incident command and VITEMA serving as the coordinating entity. Numerous agencies then began to participate in the Unified Command, tactics, planning, and communications meetings. On October 17th, Governor Bryan held a press conference and issued a resounding do not consume order to the public, reiterating that water should be flushed before use, that it should not be used for cooking, and also encourage residents to invest in home filtration options. Governor Bryan also asked the business community not to increase prices on drinking water while we continued to investigate this issue. Upon receiving the news of the high lead and copper levels, DPNR devised a first sampling plan that prioritized the most vulnerable populations, our children and our elderly, within the vicinity of the areas that sampled highest for lead and copper. Samples were collected from the John H. Woodson School Kitchen, the Alfredo Andrews School Kitchen, the St. Croix Educational Complex School, and the Mount Pleasant Housing Community. A sample was also taken from the Richmond Plant Standpipe location. All of these samples taken showed lead and copper levels below the action level, and in most cases, the lead levels were nearly undetectable. Again, I want to emphasize that the lead levels were nearly undetectable. After completing the targeted sampling effort, DPNR devised a sampling protocol to re-examine the 35 locations that previously tested above action level. It is important to note here that taking 2 samples, one first draw sample and one after flushing, meets the EPA's 3 T's for reducing lead protocol for lead and copper sampling. All first draw samples collected showed concentrations of lead and copper over the action level. However, all of the samples taken after flushing were below the action levels and nearly undetectable. This information, along with the sample at the standpipe, the targeted samples at the schools and the housing community, and the original sampling where 31 of 66 locations, or 47%, all tested negative for lead and copper, tell us something definitive, that the contamination is not system-wide, and that the source water coming from the plant, meets all EPA safe drinking water standards. The contamination is likely occurring somewhere in the lines of the distribution system. It also confirms that flushing as an immediate mitigation response is effective in lowering the susceptibility to using contaminated water for lead and copper. DPNR, in conjunction with the EPA, will be conducting future sampling across the distribution system. We will begin with some additional targeted sampling in the towns, then expand to the different points along the system. The EPA will also be mobilizing a team to do sequential sampling, which is sampling at multiple points along the same line, from the tap, then out to the service line, then out to the main. As we have inferred that the lines are the source of contamination, we have mandated that WAPA confirm this theory by conducting visual inspections of the lines and the components at the sampling locations. Excavation of the lines and locations with the highest concentration amounts is underway. For example, excavation at 498 Estate Strawberry has been completed. While it was observed that the service line had been replaced with PVC, the connection components were observed to be older brass materials, and earlier you heard that those materials were tested for higher than the 0.25% lead. These brass components can react with water, leading to lead and copper contamination of the water. So we will continue to have WAPA excavate the lines to assess potential contamination points within the distribution system. In addition to the visual inspection of the lines and components, DPNR has ordered WAPA to update its corrosion inhibitor and increase injection sites throughout the system. A corrosion inhibitor is an additive that binds to the pipes and creates a coating along the walls of metal piping, lessening the contact between the water and the pipe. DPNR, in conjunction with the EPA, will provide more technical guidance on the corrosion inhibitor following results of the sequential sampling. Lastly, while the investigation continues on the distribution system, we are also asking WAPA to initiate public education campaign on the effects of lead in water and to continue to encourage the public to flush their lines for 2 to 3 minutes before use. To assist WAPA with these remedial actions, DPNR is making funding provided to us from the EVA available. Drinking Water State Revolving Funds and Bipartisan Infrastructure Law combined funding in the amount of $50 million is currently within the department and can be subawarded to WAPA to deal with the mitigation efforts. Eligible costs include line and component replacement, purchase of point-of-use filters, corrosion control optimization, lead education and training, just to name a few. In closing, we acknowledge that it will be a process to isolate the locations of contamination in the distribution system and have them replaced. However, I would be remiss if I did not reiterate that A, the source of water from the distribution system has been found to meet all safe drinking water standards. B, that almost 50% of the system sampled did not contain any lead. We will continue to work with our partners to determine the source of the issue, and there are actions that can be taken or are underway to lessen or eliminate the contamination, flushing, use of filters, and corrosion treatment in the system. Ultimately, the interim solution to this problem, as demonstrated by water systems in similar predicaments across the nation, is to apply a corrosion control additive to the water distribution system that prevents further leaching of heavy metals into the drinking water. The permanent solution is the replacement of the remaining metal lines with new PVC piping and the replacement of the valves and fittings with components that meet current lead-free standards. I will stop here and allow my colleagues to present to make their presentations, and I am prepared to answer any questions that you may have to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Oriol. At this time, we'll go to Mr. Sharabi from the Seven Seas Water Group for his testimony.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. We can, yes. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Good day, Honorable Senator Novell Francis Jr., Chairperson of the committee to the whole hearing of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, honorable members of the committee, honorable senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Henry Sharabi, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Seven Seas Water Corporation. I'm providing this testimony on behalf of Seven Seas concerning the subjects in your letter dated October 26, 2023, including findings of elevated lead and copper levels in St. Croix District's potable water system and discolored water. Thank you very much for providing Seven Seas with the opportunity to submit testimony on these critical issues. I have been Chief Executive Officer of Seven Seas since September 2021. Before joining Seven Seas, I served as the Managing Director and CEO of Fluence Corporation until November 2020. Prior to the establishment of Fluence, I was the founding President and CEO of RWL Water from 2010 to 2017, until RWL Water merged with MFC to form Fluence Corporation in July 2017. During my 10 years at RWL Water and Fluence Corporation, I led the creation of one of the leading companies in the world focusing on the decentralized water and wastewater treatment industries. I have 2 decades of experience in developing water treatment solutions, including desalination technologies, wastewater management solutions, and investment solutions. I hold a bachelor's degree from the Freie Universität in Berlin, Germany, a master's degree in political science from Brandeis University, and a master's degree in international economics and finance from Brandeis, as well as a master's of arts in public administration from the John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. Seven Seas is a leading provider of water as a service treatment solutions to various governmental, municipal, industrial, and hospitality clients throughout the Western Hemisphere, with particular focus on countries in the Caribbean. Our overarching priority is to provide safe, reliable, and cost-effective water and wastewater treatment solutions to our partners and customers by addressing water management challenges, by providing water through engineering experience, operational excellence, and financial resources. To further this goal, we design, build, acquire, refurbish, and operate our plants to perform at maximum efficiency in order to guarantee reasonable price, exceptional water quality, and adequate quantity. Seven Seas operates 2 water treatment facilities on the U.S. Virgin Islands: the Randolph-Harley Generation Plant on the island of St. Thomas and the Richmond Generation Plant on the island of St. Croix, that apply our engineering know-how to salt water to produce desalinated water that is safe to drink. Seven Seas sells that water to the USVI's Water and Power Authority, WAPA, a USVI-based water utility company that is a semi-autonomous agency of the USVI government responsible for taking Seven Seas safe, desalinated water and preparing it for distribution to residential and commercial customers in the USVI throughout local distribution system that is owned, operated, and controlled by WAPA. The sale of desalinated water by Seven Seas to WAPA is governed by 2 water purchase agreements for the Harley plant and the Richmond plant, respectively, together called WPAs. Pursuant to the WPAs, Seven Seas operates the Harley plant and Richmond plant on land leased from WAPA, produces desalinated water, and then sells that desalinated water for local distribution. Seven Seas desalinated water that is sold to WAPA meets the quality standards set forth in the Safe Water Drinking Act. Seven Seas has always met its obligations set forth in these WPAs, most importantly, with respect to the water quality we deliver to WAPA. WAPA's Chief Executive Officer, Andrew Smith, who is currently with you, confirmed during a press conference last week on October 24th, 2023, that in respect of the leaching of copper and lead in certain test samples of potable water on St. Croix, that the desalinated water produced by Seven Seas continues to meet all standards under the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act, and that there's no history of any lead or copper leaching in the desalinated water produced by Seven Seas, as he confirmed in a statement earlier today. During that same press briefing last week, Mr. Smith also put forth WAPA's and the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources assessment that the source of the elevated water, elevated copper and lead levels recently detected in samples of drinking water in St. Croix by the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, supplemental water quality testing likely stems from WAPA's aging infrastructure combined with water that has sat unused in that infrastructure for extended period of time, confirming that any issues with the water produced are not caused by the delivery of desalinated water by Seven Seas to WAPA, as confirmed in earlier statements. Seven Seas concurs with WAPA's and via DPNR's assessment, and their conclusion is supported by our water quality tests as well. Seven Seas is a leading international water and wastewater treatment solutions company and treats its obligations under its contracts with the utmost importance. Accordingly, Seven Seas is focused on maintaining the availability and continuous supply of safe and clean water to the USVI and all our customers wherever we may operate. Consistent with that, we have cooperated and continue cooperating with WAPA and any other parties during the pendency of the ongoing potable water investigation on St. Croix. To that end, we have provided the relevant authorities with information and technical data as to our operations at our plants, including water quality test data. Seven Seas remains committed to assisting the authorities with their investigation going forward because public health is of paramount importance in our industry, and we take the findings of the EPA's quality testing extremely seriously. We greatly value the opportunity that the committee has created for discussion of these very important issues, and I thank you once again, and I'm available to address any questions you may have during this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharabi. At this time, we'll go to Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Lydia Pell, you recognize, CEO Lydia Pell, you recognize for your testimony at this time.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senate President Novell Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee of the Whole, and other committee members in attendance. I am Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I will be giving testimony on behalf of Mr. Robert Graham, our Executive Director, who could not be here today. This testimony is in regard to the ongoing crisis of the Water and Power Authority's portable water system of discolored water and the recent findings of elevated lead and copper levels as it affects the public housing communities in St. Croix. The Virgin Islands Housing Authority began participating in VITEMA's WAPA Water Quality Unified Command meeting on Tuesday, October 17, 2023. At that meeting, the Housing Authority was informed of the water testing results conducted by EPA regarding elevated lead and copper levels. Of the areas affected by this testing, and out of caution, because it was on the borderline of the area of concern, the Mount Pleasant housing community was included as one of the testing sites. Our Mount Pleasant housing community is a site that includes 2 buildings, 44 residential units, and approximately 63 residents. On October 27, 2023, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority received official notification from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources stating the following. The Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, in conjunction with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, conducted surveillance, lead and copper sampling at the Mount Pleasant Housing Complex on St. Croix on Thursday, October 19, 2023, in response to the preliminary sampling that took place between October 2nd through the 5th, 2023, where samples showed elevated levels of lead and copper. As per DPNR's official notification to the Housing Authority, the results indicate that the samples taken at the Mount Pleasant Housing Complex for lead and copper are significantly below the EPA's action levels. The lead and copper monitoring requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act establish the action levels of 0.15 milligram per liter for lead and 1.3 milligrams per liter for copper. The results for the Mount Pleasant Housing Complex were 0.0010 milligrams per liter, less than 1 parts per billion, and 0.002 milligrams per liter, 2 parts per billion for copper. Therefore, the samples collected at Mount Pleasant demonstrates that the water meets EPA's safe drinking water standards and is safe for cooking/consumption. We continue to recommend that the water be run, flushed for at least 1 minute as a precautionary measure. As such, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority issued notification to its residents of the Mount Pleasant housing community on Tuesday, October 31st, which informed them that the lead and copper test results met the EPA's safe drinking water standards and is safe for cooking and consumption and other household uses. But they should continue to run the water for 1 minute before using as a precautionary measure. To this end, the Housing Authority continues to participate in VITEMA's command and staff meeting, St. Croix water quality calls on a daily basis, but at this time sees no need to implement any additional mitigation measures to protect the residents of Mount Pleasant Housing Complex. Accordingly, the Housing Authority will defer to VITEMA's WAPA, Water Quality Unified Command, for updates and direction as we collectively address this water crisis. On a broader note, the authority expects to receive additional testing results for all of its public housing communities on the island of St. Croix as a part of the overall island testing and analysis being conducted by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Water and Power Authority in light of this local state of emergency. Once test results are received and the recommendations from these regulatory agencies are made, the Housing Authority stands ready to ensure the health and safety of the residents of all its public housing communities is addressed immediately and in any way necessary. I am available for any questions regarding this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. COO Lydia Pell. Next, we'll go to the Department of Health. Dr. Sims, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon. Honorable Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr., Chair of the Committee of the Whole, esteemed members of the 35th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience. I'm Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Acting Health Commissioner of the Virgin Islands of the United States, appearing on behalf of Health Commissioner Justa E. Encarnacion. Accompanying me today includes Dr. Esther Ellis, Territorial Epidemiologist, Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health and Safety, Dr. Brett Ellis, Director of Laboratories, Christine Lett, Director of Communications, and Obed Williams, Director of Preparedness. The purpose of our appearance today is to provide essential testimony addressing the ongoing emergency affecting the Water and Power Authority's potable water system, to include findings of elevated lead and copper levels in the St. Croix district, on the issue of brown and red water and acting mitigation efforts to support St. Croix. The team acknowledges the challenges facing the U.S. Virgin Islands considering the water infrastructure crises nationwide, including those in Flint, Michigan, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Newark, New Jersey, Benton Harbor, and Detroit, underscoring the urgent need and immediate action. In anticipation of potential public health consequences, President Biden signed the bipartisan infrastructure bill late 2021, allocating $50 million to address national water infrastructure concerns. The allocation reflects the gravity of the situation and the pressing need for comprehensive remediation. The Virgin Islands Department of Health responded promptly to water quality concerns within this community, ensuring a state of readiness. Recognizing the inherent risk associated with lead contamination, the VIDOH initiated a comprehensive blood level testing program targeted at children aged 0 to 6 and pregnant women who are at most risk. The primary aim of this program is to detect any traces of lead in their bloodstream. VIDOH's intention is to provide free blood level testing to all children within this age group, beginning with approximately 1,000 children on the island of St. Croix. While the immediate focus remains on childhood lead exposure, it is vital to emphasize that lead is a toxic heavy metal with far-reaching adverse effects on human health, even at low levels of exposure. On October 30th, 2023, VIDOH initiated a Safe Haven, a lead-free family initiative to raise awareness of lead exposure and conduct blood lead level testing in children. This move was critical for a number of reasons. For neurological perspectives, lead exposure, particularly in children, has been associated with cognitive impairment, leading to reduced IQ scores, learning difficulties, and impaired academic performance. Additionally, lead exposure within this age group may manifest as behavioral issues, including heightened hyperactivity, impulsiveness, and attention difficulties. Lead disrupts hemoglobin production within the human body, potentially leading to anemia, characterized by symptoms such as fatigue, weakness, and noticeable skin paleness. Chronic lead exposure has also been linked to elevated blood pressure, increasing the risk of heart disease and stroke in adults, as well as the risk of kidney damage or failure due to the accumulation of lead in the kidney stream. It is critical to recognize that lead exposure poses a heightened threat to pregnant women and young children due to their increased vulnerability given their developing bodies and brains. Various healthcare organizations, including the Centers for Disease Control, or CDC, have developed guidelines with a primary focus on minimizing lead exposure and closely monitoring lead levels, particularly in children, to mitigate the detrimental neurological, psychosocial, and psychological consequences. In cases where lead exposure is suspected, seeking medical guidance and implementing appropriate measures to reduce exposure and address associated concerns is imperative. Dr. Taihan Caesar, our medical director, has already engaged with the healthcare providers in the territory to provide awareness and to guide a campaign for a complete healthcare response to include public and private sectors. The priority will be to respond to children ages 0 to 6 and pregnant women. However, adults will need access to blood level testing with the development of any acute and chronic symptoms at the appropriate time. Blood level testing for pregnant women and adults will be facilitated by their healthcare provider. Primary and prenatal care providers will be educated and the need to provide access will be enforced. The department's Division of Environmental Health has been actively engaged in assessing and mitigating this emergency, collaborating with technical experts, including water quality engineers from National Environmental Health Association, or NEHA, environmental epidemiologists and toxicologists to ensure a well-informed and scientifically robust response. The team meticulously adheres to federal and state regulations and strongly encourages residents to assess their homes for lead exposure, consider the installation of filters or water filtration systems to safeguard against lead ingestion or inhalation from water or paint, and utilize the blood lead level testing available for children 0 to 6. It is important to also note that blood lead levels are routinely tested in children aged 9 months to 1 year by pediatricians in the territory as a way of screening for those who may be exposed to lead in the environment, such as older homes or contaminated soil. Their comprehensive monitoring and blood lead level program utilizes state-of-the-art instruments for continuous monitoring and rigorous sampling protocols, allows for close monitoring of the effectiveness of their remediation efforts. The division also advocates for technical policies prioritizing water quality improvements, infrastructure investments, and advanced monitoring technologies to preempt future lead and copper contamination. The Department of Health is actively engaged in securing technical and financial resources. That tripped me. Financial resources from NEHA to enhance advanced water treatment technologies, acquire analytical equipment, and employ skilled personnel from the CDC, thereby strengthening their response capability. From a technical standpoint, their commitment centers on establishing a preventative framework encompassing routine water system assessments, corrosion and control strategies, infrastructure assessment management, supporting blood lead testing and public education programs addressing lead and copper risk mitigation. We anticipate boots on the ground support from the CDC by next week. This week, the Department of Health's Epidemiology Division, in collaboration with the Department of Education, launched a pilot blood lead level testing program at the Alfredo Andrews Elementary School for students in pre-K to first grade. This pilot is now completed, and 64 children were tested for the presence of lead in their blood, and all 64 children tested negative, and no confirmatory blood level testing was needed in that population. Commencing on November 6, 2023, the Virgin Islands Department of Health will extend the program to provide complimentary blood lead level testing for children ages 0 to 6 on St. Croix. Parents or guardians are required to register their children on the VIDOH online portal to provide consent. Blood lead level testing will be conducted by the Department of Health epidemiologist team, 8:30 to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Friday at the Community Health Van located near the department's modulars in Estate Richmond. Registration details are available at the following link: health.usvi.care/pediatric-lead-blood level testing.html. That will be provided. I know that went quickly. And will be disseminated through local news outlets and the Virgin Islands Department of Health website, www.doh.vi.gov, and the Department of Health's Facebook page at Virgin Islands DOH. In the event any positives are found, the Department of Health will deploy its normal lead protocol, which starts with a home assessment as well as referring to individuals to the appropriate providers. We also have an XRF machine, which allows for the in-field blood level testing of lead. Household XRF screening will be offered to families with children who receive a positive blood lead level capillary test, a 3.3 units of measure, in confirming by a venous blood draw. The primary application of a household XRF screening is to detect lead-based paint and other materials that may contain harmful levels of lead. This equipment has already been used to assist WAPA and DPNR to show that remediation efforts are being successful, as components that contain lead and copper have been removed and replaced with components that are lead and copper free, as verified by the XRF machine. The outreach initiatives, performed as a unified effort, will begin next Wednesday and will serve as an integral component to addressing the issue of elevated lead levels within our communities. Upon the detection of elevated lead levels, it becomes imperative to actively engage with the primary objectives of enhancing awareness, disseminating essential information, and extending support. These outreach endeavors are manifested and commencing with the implementation of education, campaign materials, and the dissemination of informative graphics, the organization of town hall meetings, and the administration of resident surveys for the purpose of data collection. These activities are meticulously designed to educate residents about the specific risk linked to lead exposure and to explain the preventative measures that individuals and families can adopt. Furthermore, the outreach endeavors seek to debunk prevalent myths and miscommunication by fostering a comprehensive sense of community solidarity and mobilizing community members. These outreach efforts effectively contribute to the prevention of lead exposure, the mitigation of its adverse health repercussions, and the initiation of suitable long-term solutions, including enhanced infrastructure and comprehensive environmental remediation methods. The Virgin Islands Department of Health expresses gratitude to local laboratories, Croix Clinic Laboratory, and FUHC Frederiksted Healthcare for their support in providing additional blood lead level supplies and equipment and expediting blood lead level testing. In addition, the Public Health Laboratory has advanced equipment, the ICP-MS, and is committed to getting this new equipment set up in order to increase online water testing capability. For inquiries related to lead blood level testing, residents may contact the Department of Health hotline at 340-712-6299 or 340-776-1519 during business hours. In the event of a positive capillary blood level test, the Department of Health will recommend follow-up blood testing, including a venous blood draw for confirmation, with results expected within a few days. In cases of confirmation and lead poisoning, follow-up services will be recommended. Residents are strongly encouraged to assess their home environment for potential lead exposure. In conclusion, the Department of Health is committed to reducing health risk, increasing access to quality health care, and enforcing health standards. We are committed to health and safety of our community. I would like to thank the members of the Department of Health team who have been actively engaged in this response. Again, thank you for the opportunity. We stand ready for any questions.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Dr. Nicole Sims. Colleagues, I think that rounds out the testifiers for today. I know that VITEMA and DLCA they are present here today, and they'll be available to answer any questions that you may have, as well as the Department of Agriculture. Commissioner Peterson was invited to be here because, of course, we have concern about livestock and farmers. However, something came up and he was unable to attend today. We have one more photograph that we need to put up, a brief video that I'd like for the Water Power Authority to quickly address, and then we'll take a 3-minute recess, and then we'll come back and I'll open up the floor to questions from my colleagues. Media? Just real quickly, either Noel Hodge or Mr. Gregoire, if you could acknowledge whether or not this is in fact a WAPA pipe, and what is happening in this space.
Noel Hodge, Chief Operating Officer, Water Systems. So we saw the video. I don't know where it came from. It could be a WAPA pipe. We can't confirm it. However, you know, this is not uncommon as we do, pipe replacements and cut-out pipes. We've seen this before. This is also, common on the mainland as the water, the pipe breaks down and corrodes. And so this really underscores the need to replace the pipes. I mean, that's what we have to do. Many of these pipes here in St. Croix were even installed in the 1950s and 60s. They're well past their useful life. So the prudent replacement award that we got from FEMA will replace these with PVC pipes.
Thank you very much. And this could be a contributing factor as well to the brown and reddish water, correct?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Very well. Thank you. I thought it was important for us to, again, just make it as round in the public eyes and for us to explain what's happening in that space. At this time, we'll take a 3-minute recess, and then I'll come back and open the floor for questions. The Committee of the Whole stands at recess for 3 minutes. And we're out of recess. And again, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the testifiers for their testimony this afternoon. I could see that there is a lot of thought that went into the preparation of this testimony. And I guess before I open up the question, I wanted to ask you, CEO Smith, I know that you talk about providing some filters, water filters. Can you expand a little bit in terms of you know, what are you looking at, timelines or you know, any other accessories that may be available, be it water or cartridges or whatever? Can you speak to that?
No, absolutely. So in terms of providing filters, that process is underway. There are funds available from DPNR for the purchase of those filters. Mr. Gregoire, in fact, this morning was on looking to source some of the wholesale pricing on those filters. What we'll look to do is provide not only the piece of equipment, but enough cartridges for a year's worth of use for lead and copper. The timeline of that, we're looking to roll those out as quickly as we can. It's really a function of, like I say, as we talk to wholesalers, availability of materials and getting them down to the territory. So I would think that's days, not weeks, certainly.
Very well. Any further information you want to provide on Mr. Gregoire, or are you good with what the CEO had indicated?
He's correct. Don Gregoire, Director of Water. We reached out to Brita. We looked at some of the other in the states that utilities that having the same issues as us, and they did issue the water pitchers and actual filters for the tap. So we did reach out to Brita, and I think there's two other vendors just to get a comparison in terms of pricing, availability. I think the last conversation we had in terms of unified command, we're looking to purchase probably 10,000 of each for distribution.
And also, I would imagine that data collection is critical at this juncture as well. What is the mechanism that's being deployed or employed, if you want to call it that, in regards to data collection and being able to make sure that we're you know, harnessing as much information that we can get at this point?
So I'll speak to one if you want to add to that. So there are two really parallel efforts that are underway. One is expanded sampling program, and I'll maybe let Mr. Gregoire speak to that. He's closer to that. The other piece is that through the unified command, the Bureau of Information Technology has been engaged, because when we think about the WAPA billing system, we know a meter number, right? We know general customer information, but when it gets to things like how many people are in the household, we just don't track that kind of information. So BIT is going through a process to go out effectively door to door in the affected areas and gather that more detailed information. That will help as this emergency evolves and gets resolved. That will help target the relief efforts and the responses to the community. And so I don't know if Mr. Gregoire wants to speak about the testing a little further and the data that's being gathered there.
Sure, Don Gregoire again. Data goes a long way for us. I think one of our challenges in WAPA when this started was having customer contact information. We are working with BIT to start putting up a portal where we could have customers registered. And I think it's important to know in terms of, we could tell you from the WAPA perspective how much accounts we have, but we can't tell you in terms of how much people are actually impacted. I can't tell you if we have 2 people per household, 3 people per household. For instance, if you have a cistern, if it's active. So on the data portion of it, I think we have a lot of work to do. And in regards to the service line replacements, we are trying to strategically, eliminate those areas that we know that we have approximately, I think, about 6,000 residential customers. Subtract all the ones that have been rehabbed in the last couple of years that have the new fit-ins that are labeled NL and PVC lines. And then we've been engaged with contractors to get some costing from them, their availability, how much crews they could actually, get boots on the ground. So we are working through the incident command system to make sure that all of these logistical stuff there's there. We're looking at funding opportunities as well through EPA, through DPNR, and everything else like that.
Very well. Thank you. Colleagues, everybody will have a turn. A point of Senator Gittins had acknowledged he wanted a point of information first, and then I'll come to you, Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to all again. The video that was shown just before we broke for 5 minutes, I'm here to have a candid conversation today. So you're saying, Mr. COO, that you're not aware of where that pipe is or whatever. So if that was supposed to be a WAPA pipe, which the information we got is that that is a WAPA pipe here on St. Croix, wouldn't something like that be forwarded up the chain and to your attention to know that this is a condition of our pipelines and that it would require replacement?
Yes, Senator. I mean, and I did say that I've seen that before and in both districts. And so we are aware that this is what's happening in the pipes in some locations. And so we recognize that, hey, we have to replace those pipes as fast as we can. Yeah, so it is reported to me. It's just that I'm saying that that particular video, as I looked at it, I don't want to say it's our pipe if I don't have definitive information to say, yeah, that's our guys there in the trench or whatever. So
hence my question that if something to that magnitude, it would be brought to your attention.
Oh yes, and our crews, they send me information like that, and they show me pictures of pipes like that. And this is not the first time that I've seen pipes like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of information is in response to the chair, Mr. Gregoire, in response to what you stated with the filters. And you stated that you're trying to procure filters off island, about 10,000 filters. Did you look into getting filters locally, district-wide? See what's in stock here first before you procured filters from off island in order to assure what type of stock we have here first?
So I did. I think we wanted to stay based on what industry has done in the past, but also what I think we're going to do as well. If we do select the Brit Up, I'm going to have an opportunity where we vet that information with DPNR, so we all agree that this works based on what's going on. And hopefully we could get with some of the local distributors and say, hey, we're going to be bringing in 10,000 of these. Can you support like Home Depot and some of the other local agencies so we could also get replacement filters on island?
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Balkes. You have a point of information. Then Senator Johnson, then we'll come to you, Senator Capehart, and then hopefully we'll be able to open up so that everybody can get their turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The position that was made, the statement that was made about the portal that you're going to establish, I believe that you should also have customer service representatives go out into those affected areas because not everyone has internet access or is able to utilize technology. So I believe you should augment that effort by having individuals go out to those communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And you are correct. The portal that we're working with, BIT, does have the mobile aspect. So we can go out and grab information for those customers that don't register. Right now, we're going to focus on I will call them the red zones that we highlighted. But we're going to go ahead, whoever does not go in the portal, we could go house to house with a mobile iPad and collect that information as well.
Thank you very much, Senator Balkes. Dr. Sims?
Thank you so much. If I may add, we actually have a boots on the ground effort that was put together for that very purpose. So aside from the door-to-door interaction for a more community-based gathering of information, we have a survey that's going to be given that dovetails the support of the lead agencies to compile that information, but also provide the empathetic side of what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sims. Senator Johnson, you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm on the line with filters. And just making a broad statement don't impress me. Because there are various type of filters. That's number one. When you look at the filters Ms. Friday brought here, and you're saying in your statement, each customer will receive one filter with replacement cartridge for 1 year. Who determines how often these filters must be changed? Because when you put the filter in a cartridge, some cartridges are see-through cartridge, some are not. So how do we plan to do this? And what type of filter you're purchasing, and are you purchasing cartridge for the filter to go into? Because if you're going to buy me a filter and it doesn't fit my cartridge, what good is it to me? So please expand a little bit on that, because just talking these language here don't impress me. It don't. I change my filter every 3 months, and I don't use your water. The filter in the cartridges, every 3 months, I don't use your water. So help me to understand what these folks gonna be going through with the filter that you plan to purchase, and please go in depth with it. Thank you very much.
Don Gregoire, Virgin Islands Water and Power. So the first initial round of the pitchers and the filters, it's funded through the Clean Water Drinking Act through DPNR. I think that, there's definitely going to be some need as we get together to find out, in terms of continuing that internally, have those discussions so we can make sure that the community has what they need. But the first round of filters is funded under the Clean Water Drinking Act. Well, when we're ordering the pitcher, it comes as a particular unit. And this is why I say we're going to order the pitcher and the filter that fits on your faucet. Those are two separate items, so each customer is going to get one of each. And we're going to make sure locally that some of our local vendors will have them on the shelf, so if they need to purchase additional filters. But in terms of the funding, I think JP could definitely expound on that. That is only the funding covers the first round.
All right, we'll go to Senator Capehart now for her point of information, then we'll go over to Senator Alma Francis Heidegger for her round.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask a question also about the filters. So some filters remove lead from drinking water, right? You got also filters that remove for bacteria. I am hoping and I'm praying that we get the best kind of filters that would minimize this lead, because if you're going to get all these filters, I am saying please get the right kind of filters. Don't shortchange the people with the cheapest filters you can find and just saying, hey, we giving you some filters. I just wanted to say that as we were talking about filters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. I wasn't going to start with this line of questioning initially because the video I submitted, that media told me that I could ask them to play because they had it queued up for me. Apparently the Senate president had them play it. But my question to that particular video is the whole thing wasn't played through because there was an additional part where you could actually see the entire pipe. And one of the reasons why I submitted that video to be played here today is because I got a lot of calls from my constituents in St. Croix specifically, and they were very concerned. And I heard the explanation of the young man as to the potential of it could be one of our pipes. And these are the types of things that happen that we definitely need to replace them. But my question is, could you educate me a little bit more and the public as to what kind of solution are you saying that we would have to replace the entire system? Because I know we are getting funding from so many sources to potentially revamp the entire water line system here in the territory.
I'll answer that first, and if the water team wants to expand, this is Andy Smith, Executive Director. So you're exactly right. The condition of those pipes is old, they're deteriorating. As we've talked about here today and in previous hearings, we've already replaced several sections of St. Croix. We continue to do so. I mentioned we have the Hannah's Rest project that's coming up in the spring, as well as the Prudent Placement Program. And we'll continue to replace those pipes. And so that is certainly underway because those pipes are old. They're past their useful life in a lot of instances and do need to be replaced. So I think as COO Hodge said, we weren't sure that was our pipe. We kind of assumed it was, given that it showed up on Facebook what it did, but it wouldn't surprise if it was our pipe.
Okay. Do you guys or have you collected any quantitative data as it relates to what pipes might be more damaged so you could know numerically what section you need to work on first? Because as I listened to the testimony, I heard some of the responses speaking to you realizing that some areas were not utilized for an extended period of time, so their water might have been a little bit more brown, et cetera. Have you done that type of looking at the system while you're trying to fix this problem that we have?
Yes, Senator. So as a part of the prudent replacement process that we're going through now with our consultants, we do look at the age of the pipes as well as the routine daily water sampling data to make certain and identify those areas where the pipes must be replaced and to prioritize it. So this is a part of the prudent replacement process, and then normally we do the same process in terms of utilizing the EPA fund through the state revolving fund to identify the most problem areas to do the rehab with that funding.
Okay. One of the things desalination was being utilized to provide water previously. Now it's being done through reverse osmosis. Was there a specific reason years ago? Because we didn't have a lot of these types of problems. And when I heard from the young man from Seven Seas, from what I understand from him, he's basically saying, we produce it, it's fine on our end. This happens when it goes to the distribution system. Was there a rationale to switch over to reverse osmosis versus the desalination? Because some of the research I've done with some of the corrosion inside of the pipe and the buildup inside of the pipes, I was getting information that sometimes it's a type of process that's being utilized. Is that something that's accurate, or it would not have mattered whether it was desalination versus reverse osmosis as to the type of water that's running through the pipes that could help them age or cause more issues?
30 seconds.
So the switch from desalinization to reverse osmosis, which both remove salt from seawater, they do it through a little bit different process. The previous IDE or Israeli desal that we had relied on steam is the energy source to desalinate the water. That steam was a byproduct of producing electricity. So you basically have what's called a heat recovery steam generator. It's kind of like a tea kettle that sits on top of the power plant and produces steam. That steam is then used to drive the desalinization of water. With reverse osmosis, it uses electricity to force water through filters effectively to take the salt out. When we decommissioned all of our steam generation, right, or our heat steam recovery, we had to move away from IDE. In terms of post-treatment of water, there's some level of treatment, and the water experts can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's some level of treatment that almost all water goes through, depending on its source. Even water that's taken out of a river or a lake receives some treatment. So it's a function of getting that treatment right.
Okay. Mr. Chair, may I wrap up?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you. I'm looking at this holistically from the standpoint of how do we help the people in this territory? This is not a situation for me where, I had requested that the governor call a state of emergency back in September. Several other members in the minority sent in letters. That doesn't bother me at this point. At least we're doing something now. What I have a problem with is I think as a community, we wait forever until everything hits the fan to try to start cleaning things up. We have money from several funding sources. We got $52 million from one funding source, $43 million from another. I think the last set was over $1 billion to revamp the pipes and all of these things. And even with the ARPA funds could have been utilized to even assist with some of this, but we're finding creative ways to put it in bank accounts to collect interest as opposed to making sure it's floated around the community like it was supposed to. As I wrap up, I am just hoping that when we are dealing with this situation where I'm getting phone calls from residents that are upset, some of them are scared, some of them don't know if they're contaminated, they're worried about their children. There's 15 of us in here that were elected to represent them. And I hope in the future, when it comes to this entity, we do a much better job in protecting the people of this territory. Because WAPA for me at this point is a gaping wound that we keep putting Band-Aids on, and we have to fix it. It is no longer an option. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Next, we'll go to Senator DeGraff. I just want to say that the video that was played was at my request as well. I think all of us receive that video. It's been circulating throughout the community, so I guess many of us may have submitted it, but it was played, so we're free to ask any question and respond to that. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, it has 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 7 days in a week, 52 weeks in a year. I just am not seeing the urgency for this water crisis. And I'll tell you why. Based on just reading the testimony, and I'm going to read specifically why I said it. DPNR Commissioner said September 28th to 30th testing found the lead, produced the lead and copper in the lines, which prior to that, what prompted the testing? Complaints. We've been getting complaints on brown water in this territory for years. So we got complaints that led to a testing that produced the situation. We're now in November. EPA from abroad just coming in to start the whole process over again to go through. While the people living in the houses, 60 seconds a day, 60 minutes an hour, 24 hours a day, going through this. And the urgency is what I'm missing. And I'm saying, if it was me, I'd be buying bottled water every day. I don't care how much you take. Oh, the water safe. I can buy bottled water and drink, Coke. Because I don't have the surety that is being there. And why I culminated the whole sentence is to say, Mr. Fleming, the chairman of the governing board of Virginia Water and Power Authority, your testimony dated November 3rd, 2023, today. And it says, earlier this week, an emergency board meeting was called and the board of directors unanimously voted to increase CEO Andrew Smith's financial delegation of authority from $750,000 to $5 million to address the ongoing water quality emergency on St. Croix. So if I'm seeing your letter dated November 3rd, and you say earlier this week I had an emergency meeting, this thing going on for a while, this thing going out September 28th to the 30th testing, proved lead and copper in the water. The urgency isn't there. That's what I'm not getting. And again, it's to, I'm just going out for the facts. I ain't causing no aspersion, I ain't making up no, but the people have to live in this 60 seconds a minute, 60 minutes an hour, 24 hours a day, and so forth and so on. They live in this every day. We're going to leave from here and go about our business. They're going home to it. That's what I want to see. The governing board should have never put in a statement to read earlier this week and date your letter November 3rd. It really that's throwing salt in a wound to me. And like I said, I came over here to show my support for my brothers and sisters in our sister island. But again, it makes me wonder again now too, should this state of emergency be for the entire territory water system? Because on St. Thomas we get brown water too. St. John, I'm sure we do. So should it be that we put the whole territory into a state of emergency and address this situation even greater. And before you answer, CEO Smith, is WAPA still charging for the water that the people are getting, or have you put a reprieve and charging them for the water on a monthly basis?
So let me speak to the billing question in two parts. One is, I mentioned in my testimony, we're working with Government House to structure a credit for customers, and that credit will be based on how much water is flushed. In terms of what customers are billed for, customers are only billed for quantity. Right? There's no base charge, there's no other charge in the bill. So to the extent that a customer is using water to flush a toilet, to wash a car, whatever it may be, they're being directed not to drink it, fair enough. But if you're not drinking it, you're not using the water, so the meter is not turning. And so, but yes, we are going to implement a bill credit. Like I say, we're working with Government House to structure that, to get it to residents that are affected and get it to them quickly. We look to implement that here quickly, and it will be retroactive, right? Okay. So we'll catch up back to October.
Retroactive to when? To when individuals made complaints regarding the brown water or regarding the lead and copper being found?
So the results of the October 13th, we received the lead and copper results about an hour ago. So it's 3 weeks to an hour ago today that we received the lead and copper results. In working with Government House, they've identified going back to October the 1st for the bill credit period.
Time.
Okay, and if you, Mr. Fleming, CEO Fleming, no, Chairman Fleming, I apologize, could just answer on the time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you. So just for the record, Chairman Fleming for the governing board. The governing board has been well in the loop, but the leadership team has kept us appraised of as the situation has been evolving in terms of the discovery of not just the results, but also the scope of work that would be necessary to begin any of the corrective actions or the resolution. And so as we've been going through the process of understanding where the board could be assistive, as we've been getting a better visibility on the scope of the issue, the decision to increase the delegation of authority came from that information, from that transparency, from the leadership team, as we're understanding that decisions are going to have to be made quickly, and not wanting the red tape that is the administrative process of the board to get in the way of any immediate action, any immediate procurement engagement that the team would have to make, not having to convene additional board meetings, putting the trust and confidence in the leadership team to identify the problems and be able to act swiftly and accordingly as the needs persist.
Thank you very much. Before we go on to the next, Senator, CEO Smith, in regards to the conversation with Government House on that credit, there is an expectation then that central government will pick up that tab. Is that what we're hearing here?
That's correct. In order to provide relief to the community, Government House is looking to support that. As I mentioned in my prepared remarks, WAPA is a pass-through entity, right? And so if there's a gallon of water that flows out of a customer's faucet for whatever purpose, right, or goes down and flushes a toilet, we pay Seven Seas to produce that water, right? And so that's what we'd be looking to shield WAPA from is, the fact that we would have to pay to make that water, even though it may be used to flush a sink or something.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. I just wanted the public to be clear then.
Yes.
Of course, your conversation with Government House is that they'll have to pick up that tab for whatever that cost is.
That's correct, Senator.
Very well. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Again, I know that you have a flight to catch.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for allowing your good friend, Senator Fonseca, to go first.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. And I bring warm greetings to all the testifiers and pleasant good afternoon to all the viewing, listening audience. Blessings. I got so much questions. First of all, I was looking at the EPA and the CDC guidelines with the Safe Drinking Water Act. And even though some of the water tests doesn't meet the 15 billion parts per liter standard to implement action level, they're also saying that no lead level is safe. So anytime they have lead in the water is not safe. I wanted to ask a quick question because do we have an estimate of what this is going to cost, CEO Mr. Smith?
So there are a couple of answers to your question about cost. Ultimately, the system needs to be replaced, and that's why we've talked about the prudent replacement of the $1.2 billion FEMA grant. As we think about replacement on the system, We've already invested $52.2 million in past replacement. We have another $35.6 million that's pending in projects that will be executed over the coming months and few years. In terms of the immediate response, right? So, the filters, bill credit, and then ultimately the very near-term pipe replacement, we're actually refining that now. And the reason we don't have a specific number for that is, in fact, again, or Director Gregoire has been canvassing suppliers for materials costs, for third-party, contract costs, because we could do some of this work ourselves, but we only have so many men and women. Right? The more people we bring in, the faster we can do this work. And so we're scoping that now because we want to make sure we get a good estimate of it. So I don't have a number to provide today, but I can assure you the work is already underway to identify that number.
Okay, good. So that 1.2 billion, that's for St. Croix or that's for the territory?
That's for St. Croix, but we are pursuing the same for St. Thomas. We focused on St. Croix because it was critical. It was the worst.
1.2 billion on St. Croix and 1.2 billion on St. Thomas?
St. Thomas amount is to be determined, but we're looking to do the same system-wide replacement on St. Thomas.
To be determined. Let me follow up on that. The water lines were installed by Public Works going way back, right? They installed the lines on St. Thomas on newer lines than St. Croix, or they're the same age?
Let me answer one quick question before you answer that, Mr. Hodge. The reason that I don't know a number for St. Thomas, and it will likely be different, St. Thomas is a smaller island, so it has a lot less miles of pipe. So that's going to result in a different cost.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Hodge.
Okay, but the age of the pipes on St. Thomas, are they newer or the same age like St. Croix?
Yeah, there's some older pipes in St. Thomas that were installed, a few that were installed in the 60s and a lot more in the 70s, so still well beyond their service life.
Okay, so have tests been done on St. Thomas too? Because if they're the same age, it's the same desalination plant on St. Croix and St. Thomas, the same way the pipes are installed. So I figure that it might be the same lead and copper and all them kind of thing.
Yeah, so the process with FEMA is that we have to provide all the data, and then they make the decisions from the data. So when we did St. Croix, it was just clear, hey, let's replace the whole thing. Because the data was so compelling.
The whole thing on St. Croix?
The whole thing. But St. Thomas...
No, the whole thing on St. Croix or the whole thing in the Virgin Islands?
St. Croix.
1 minute? Okay.
St. Croix. And so that was approved. St. Thomas, the data was not as compelling, but we're still optimistic that we're going to get a sizable investment also for St. Thomas.
Well, I don't want to cut you off, but I want to ask a question. You're treating the water, you say you're putting chlorine and calcium carbonate, and you're putting different chemicals in the water in St. Thomas. What kind of chemicals are you putting in the water, Papa?
30 seconds.
So in terms of the corrosion control?
Yeah, the chemicals you're putting in the water.
It's called Avalia 751. It's by American Water Chemicals.
Okay, you put in fluorine in the water?
No. Chlorine.
No, I know about chlorine, but fluorine helps with your teeth. Are you putting fluorine in the water?
No, Senator.
You don't put it. So, okay, I wanted to real quickly with the time, right? Because I was looking at it, Mr. Chair, can I just finish up? So, any level of lead can result, like the health department commissioner, acting commissioner was saying, can result in behavior in the children, slowed growth, hearing, anemia, pregnant woman could be affected. So I want WAPA to get this assessment done on St. Thomas and find out what it's going to cost. And this here has to be a territorial effort. Even though St. Croix is the emergency, St. Thomas, you're telling me, is the same pipe, the same age. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much. Gregory, 1 second. Senator Blyden also has a point of information that will come to you next. Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Hodge, in respect to the last colleague line of questioning, in respect to the St. Thomas St. John district, and he asked you specifically in terms of the age of the pipes in that district, and they are approximately around the same age. And as you stated, they have lived out their life already. So in that respect, forget FEMA, forget EPA. You know what is going on in that district because based on your testimony, you stated you have seen those type of pipe before in both districts. I have also. When we did the 2-2 high-rise community, we changed all the pipes. We had to. So the point is, they need to be tested in both districts because our life is priceless. Forget FEMA. So I recommend that you guys do a territory-wide assessment. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Gregory, recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on my colleague from St. Thomas's question with regards to the EP and the available resources, Mr. Hodge, I believe that when I look at the table, you are probably the most senior person here from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Do you recall somewhere about 2015 that the EPA granted some federal funds to the Virgin Islands for water replacement lines? Water line replacement?
Yes, the EPA, through the State Revolving Fund, provides that funding regularly.
And what's the status of those contracts?
So we have used those contracts to do pipe rehabilitation, both in St. Croix and in St. Thomas.
Could you explain what pipe rehabilitation is?
Pipe rehabilitation is replacing the pipes like what you saw in the video with new PVC non-metallic pipes, and then also replacing, that's for the water main, and then also replacing the service lines as well as, and then we also add like fire hydrants and other, it's just a complete system. We go into an area and do a complete replacement.
And you have spent down the $800 million?
In terms of 800 million,
how much have you spent?
We have spent 25 million since 2017 on St. Croix, and then on St. Thomas we did spend considerably less. It's like around like 4.5 million in terms of pipe replacement, but the greater need was in St. Croix.
I reserve till it's my line of questioning.
Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
I want I want to follow up on that question by my colleague. So what determines the use of the money and how much is going to be used and where it's going to be used?
And DPNR could assist us with this, but in terms of the state revolving fund, it's approximately like 5 million, and then of that 5 million, you have administrative costs. So by the time they get through with everything, it might be around 3.5 that's provided. And then there is an application that we do with the EPA, and then they prioritize the projects in a, as needs basis in terms of population affected and some other measures that they have in that action plan. And that's what determines where on the funding line projects fall.
So, Senator, I think I can assist with some of that. So first and foremost, $800 million has not been allocated to the Virgin Islands to date over the last 5 or 6 years, or going back to 2017 for the Drinking State Water Revolving Fund. We average about $9 million a year or so, and those are primarily there for both WAPA and the Waste Management Authority because they're there to service both your sewer system lines as well as your drinking water lines. On average, we give WAPA about $5 million a year. So for the first time, though, and again, this goes back to the investment from the Biden administration. So for the first time, we're receiving $30 million in 1 year. We're currently going to get another $30 million this year. Our application is pending. In addition to our normal $9 million that we would get And so the way that the department, we serve as the pass-through for that, and we then collect the project list from the utilities. Those projects must meet the base requirements for the programs, which are primarily line replacement and component replacement, and then we issue those out as grants to those entities.
Thank you very much. That answer your question, Senator? We keep talking about these millions of dollars that's available, and I just wanted to clarify. I know that in the press release I saw where WAPA had committed $30 million to this crisis situation, and then there was a match that was made by the central government. The governor spoke about $36 million, and today we hear you, DPNR, talk about $50 million. Are these three different pots of money, or are any of this the same, or what's happening there?
So they're actually, Senator, they're kind of, it's stacking. It's the same fund, which is the state revolving fund, which is what we get the money, the allocation from Congress. But now the total of 50 million is because we have monies from 17 or 18, 19, and 20 that have not been used, that we have access or available to reprogram. And then we have an additional $30 million from last year that was awarded to us. And then we have another 30 million that's pending. So we have older money that's there. And remember, when we talk about these projects, they're usually on average like $7 to $10 million, which is why you'll see the utilities will say, hey, we're going to be able to do Frederickstead Phase 1, Christianstead Phase 1, because we don't get enough right away to be able to do everything at once. And so we have to wait until the second year to then provide Phase 2 funding that fills in and completes that project.
So Commissioner, I think my question is, what is the realistic number that's available to WAPA at this time? I mean, we talk about 30, we talk about 36, and now we talk about 50. So, what is that number that's currently available to WAPA to put and to work on this very water crisis that we're experiencing?
So I'll be very specific. In funds that we have already received previously through our state drinking water allocation, there's $16,746,415 that has not yet been encumbered. In addition to that, this year, we just received $30,791,200 this year. That award was made available to us on our September 24th. And so 16 plus the 30, so right now we have 46 million, plus we have 4,841,940 that has already been applied for, and we are awaiting our response for the application that was submitted. That brings the total amount of funding up to 52,379,555.
And that will be made available to WAPA on this.
Right. So again, it's supposed to be for both utilities, because right now, again, we're trying to address this.
And both utilities is WAPA and waste management. Okay.
What we can do right now is state that we're going to make the bulk of this available right now for this, and then when we get our FY24 award issued, then we can dedicate the majority of that to the Waste Management Authority. We know they have challenges as well.
Absolutely. Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's Andrew Smith. Some time back, you was inside of this chambers, and we were discussing this same water. We were discussing the coloration of the water. You recall saying to us that this water was safe to drink?
I do.
You want to try mine and taste it with me?
I'm not sure where you got that, Senator.
This is your water.
Okay.
That's your water. That's WAPA water. What about Miss Maria? Just flip your zone up for me, please. Would you be willing to taste this water? Because we keep telling our people that this water is safe, right? Because it doesn't have the lead or the copper. would you cook with this water?
I would not.
Why tell my people that it is then? Why tell them that it's safe for drinking? Why?
So the discoloration in the water is from iron, right? That's one of the things at EPA, we've not talked about that at all today, but brown water is different than lead and copper in water, right? Lead and copper is actually clearer in
Why
water.
tell them that it's safe for drinking and you won't drink it? That's my question. I'm not no doctor, no scientist, and don't get me through that lab line. If you won't drink it, why tell my people they should drink it? Why tell them that it is safe?
When we look at the EPA, copper is not a harmful contaminant in water, right? That was my only statement, Senator. I did not say people should drink it. I said that the water was safe.
And is it safe for you to drink it? Would you drink it?
I would drink it. I would choose not to drink it, but I understand it's safe to drink.
You would choose not to drink it.
That's correct.
Take a look back at these folks' face back here. These are the people that are suffering in Glen.
Understood, sir.
These are the people that cannot use the water. You will choose not to drink it. Some of them don't have a choice. They don't have cistern in some of those places. I mean, I just don't know how to be calm with this here because it's not a situation to be calm because folks can't do better. You talk about flushing the line. Are you going to just take the whole bill? Or are you trying to credit them for certain amount of the bill?
We are working with Government House on that. It will be a portion of the bill.
I want to ask a question to Vaitima. Vaitima, I want to ask you this question. Do you know if the state of emergency package that should have been sent to D.C., have it been sent off to declare a state of emergency for WAPA?
I'm sorry, sir. Steve de Blasio, Assistant Director from Vaitima. Would you please repeat that question?
I'm asking you if you are aware if the package for the state of emergency that the governor just claimed, has it been sent off to Washington so that a state of emergency can be declared for WAPA and for the people of this territory to get relief for drinking water in these communities?
Yes, the state of emergency that was signed by the governor on the 30th of October was shared with our federal partners, FEMA in particular. So I know they have awareness of that. In terms of what they can take action on, it's not actionable for them at this point until we continue to identify where our gaps are and whether or not they will be able to provide.
My question was not if they are aware. The whole world is aware of what's going on right now. My question was, do you know if this package was sent off to Washington so that that state of emergency?
Yes, sir. It was sent off to our federal partners, including those in Washington, our state of emergency. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. But I you know, Mr. Fleming just said that they awarded WAPA some more funding. And I want Mr. Smith to understand this clear. Don't go bringing in a bunch of companies here. I have enough information about companies that you're continuously bringing here that don't even have a business license to work here. I'm going to take those documents and take them to someone else to investigate WAPA more thoroughly. You talk about the culture when you came here. You haven't changed the culture. The culture might have changed to even worse right now from the information I've been receiving. And every time you guys come in here, I'm not a happy camper because the kind of information that I receive, and not just word, documents about those companies that you brought in that doesn't have a license to do business here in the Virgin Islands. I'm sick and tired of people coming here just playing games with us all the time. But I know the right people to carry that document to, and I will deliver it because this is a shame what these people in this territory got to go through. We're speaking about this brown water all the time and everybody's saying it's safe. But you won't drink it.
Time.
But my people have to drink it. Don't come in here and tell me these things and think I'm going to be nice. I will never be nice knowing what you guys are saying to my people, but then you won't do it. If I cook a pot of soup, I'm going to eat it too. Me going to just give it for somebody to eat. So when you come in here, be very careful with your words. If you can't consume it, don't ever tell people around here that it's safe to drink. And that goes for you and the governor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll recognize Senator Carrion. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Point of information.
One second, Senator Carrion. Point of information, Senator Francis Heidegger.
Lord, I've been fighting for this for the last hour. Okay, how are you guys? I wanted to ask a quick question to Commissioner Oriol in regards to the 50 million. Well, you explained it's about $52 million. Is any, even though it's for the utilities, is there any part of this monies that could be directly utilized for, saying, distributing water directly to the people? Because I know we have to go through a long process in order to try to fix the pipes. You know, filters is one thing. I'm going to be very uneasy as an individual, you know, brown water coming out my faucet and you're telling me use a filter. So I want to know, can any of these monies, whether it's through your funding source or maybe some of the others, can any of the funding be utilized to give the public directly clean water until we get this resolved?
Senator, I do not believe so. So we've had some discussions about what the allowable expenditures under emergency provisions using the drinking water funds are. And so what came back was the purchase of single point of use, the filters themselves, would be an eligible purchase, but not the water for then distribution.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Clearly, today's hearing is much needed given the circumstances that we're in, and I thank the Chair for holding this committee of the whole after the request of many of my colleagues. I, as many of my colleagues, requested the governor to make a declaration of state emergency locally, given the fact that compared to other jurisdictions, we're limited. We're limited by resources. We're limited by having just one water generating plant. We can't switch from one to another. And given the cry of the people in our territory due to the red-brown water and the effects that it can cause. So I'm glad that we're having this meeting today. What I'm not happy about is the length of time it took this administration to really move forward with the declaration of state of emergency and the way have we been addressing this issue. In our meeting yesterday with EPA Region 2 Administrator Lisa Garcia, there was something that really resounded that she mentioned, and it was that there is no safe level of lead. I think we need to emphasize that because the people before us here testifying this afternoon, in a way, in their testimony, they're saying, you know, well, we found some that, you know, are below the 15 ppb, or 50% of what we tested is non-detectable before the 15 ppb. But the 15 ppb really is an action measure. Not that it's a safe threshold measure of lead in water. It's a requirement by the organizations to alert and start implementing a plan to mitigate and to change. That doesn't mean it's safe. And I think we need to make that clear this afternoon and make a clear narrative that because it's at 15 or below 15, that doesn't mean it's safe. No, there is no safe level of lead. And that point has to be made clear this afternoon. Now, I do have a few questions, especially with regards to VITEMA and DPNR. What are the plans for alternate source of drinking water?
So, Senator, what we know right now is that the actual source of water coming from the plant is good. And so that's our source of water.
And what is the plan to provide alternate source of water to members in our community that are at high risk where high levels of concentration of leads were found? That's what I'm trying to find out.
So the immediate actions that are in play right now are first and foremost to identify whether or not where the sources of contamination are so that we can effectively, let's say, swap them out. For example, this morning when we showed the component parts that were found to have levels of lead above what is considered lead-free right now. And so those parts were removed and swapped out, and those areas are then sampled to see if that now addressed the issue. The second portion of this is, again, we want to make sure that we analyze the water chemistry directly, because with the corrosion inhibitor that will make the pipe, at least it becomes a stopgap measure for that, in that you're still able to use that.
Sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner. I heard out of that, and it's in your testimony. But in the meantime, what are we doing to the people that need water? Not everyone can afford to purchase water. Not everyone has a cistern. So what is the immediate relief to the members of our community that are being asked to flush and allow 1, 3, 2, 5 minutes, 10 of flushing the water while still being charged for water that is undrinkable?
30 seconds.
So that's what I want to know from the representatives from the government, VITEMA, WAPA. What is the alternative solution? What are we providing to members of our community? It's been practically almost a month now. What are we doing? Anyone? VITEMA? DPNR, WAPA? They're being charged.
So I'll speak to
Director
I'll speak to
Blasio.
the. Oh, go ahead. Then go ahead. I'll speak to the charge.
Time.
Who's responding? De Blasio, you responding?
Assistant Director de Blasio, VITEMA. I will say that, we have begun looking at potential courses of action. We are working with our local government partners to derive a potential plan if necessary. At this time, we do not have anything firm or planned immediately in terms of water distribution. But right now, there's additional information we're going to have to get in the way of testing before we would probably execute that plan, and then we'd also would have to acquire or encumber the funding necessary to do that. So our intention is to continue with course of action planning, at least contingency planning. But right now, there is no intent of distributing water at this point.
This is really sad. This is really, really sad, because my question is, are we in a crisis? Are we in a state of emergency? It doesn't seem so by the way how we're acting, if necessary. I know my time has been called, and I want to be respectful of that, Mr. Chair, but clearly we need a second round to continue in indulging in making questions regarding to the status of a lot of things. But this is unacceptable, what I'm hearing today by the officials of this government that are representing and are there to look after the people of this territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do agree with a former colleague. It is unacceptable. Here it is. On the testimony stated that we are still waiting on a federal declaration, state of emergency, but the governor have a local one. And of course, they're speaking of bottled water, but I recommend having truckers in terms of water delivery services go to those neighborhoods and give the people the water, because you said the standpipe coming directly from WAPA is safe. Am I correct, Director Smith?
That's correct.
Exactly. So what's the problem? That's a no-brainer for me. That needs to be done instantaneously, because I know back in the day when we had our issue of water, that's what we did. We brought in truckers, and it works well. So I recommend please do that immediately. It makes sense, and it works. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Next, we'll go to Senator Bulkes. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. this crisis has to be handled very carefully. If we don't handle this carefully, it can cause a lot of exponential damage to our society in the sense of, yes, public health, but it can also cause mental distress to those residents being affected. Now, a number of months ago, WAPA instituted an increase on the LEAC for water. I was not in favor of it. It jumped to about 22%, 782 per kilogallon, up to 953 per kilogallon. I want to know, for those who are affected, are you still going to charge them at that rate?
So let me speak to the billing. As I mentioned earlier in my testimony and to some answers to questions, we are structuring a credit program right now. We're looking to finalize that. I want to be clear that, one, the cost of producing water in WAPA's operations is 100% pass-through. We make no profit. The increase in the LEAC was driven principally by an increase contractually in the rate that we pay Seven Seas. That contract has a link to the consumer price index, so the inflation index. Obviously, inflation was very high last year, and that's rolled through to the cost that it costs us to make water. That increase in water LEAC does nothing for WAPA.
Okay, CEO Smith, I'm going to stop you right there. Suggesting, I believe that those individuals affected should not have to pay that rate.
And that's why we're going to get
There are
credit.
millions of dollars that are available on the federal level for such issues such as this, and we should at least temporarily stop that rate from being charged to those individuals. That's my suggestion.
Understood.
Now, you're asking individuals to flush water as well, as you mentioned. Matter of fact, let me go back. The action levels. I heard mention of 15 ppb, and for copper it's 1.3 ppm. But in your testimonies, you never disclosed what the actual levels are currently. Could you share that number with us?
Yes, Senator. We actually in a release, I believe it was last week, Friday, we published the actual results that came from the labs themselves. So we, of the 35 locations after the first flush, after the initial draw sample, they all came up over the 15 ppb for lead.
What is the exact number, Commissioner? Yes, the highest number. Could you share that?
I believe.
And while you're looking for that,
Yes,
I'm going to shift gears over here. We mentioned that we want to use brass, but brass is an alloy. Brass contains copper and it contains zinc. It's 66% copper and 34% zinc. My question is to Seven Seas. If those fittings are changed to brass, will they still have after X amount of years, will it still leach into the system the same way that the copper pipes are leaching? For the representative from Seven Seas.
Hi, Senator, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Senator. Once you exchange the system, then I would assume there's no more leaching of copper and lead. But just to confirm,
well, we can't assume. I apologize. I'm going to have to cut in right there. Sir, I apologize, but I'm going to have to cut in. I need to know with a surety. We're saying we want to change over to brass, but brass is 66% copper. Okay? Will it, with the chemicals that you're utilizing in the water, will it eventually leach?
Senator, you were asking me for the WAPA distribution system. That is not Seven Seas. You have to ask WAPA.
Okay, very well.
1 minute.
Senator Blokus, I'll speak to that and maybe defer to my water team here. Fair point from Seven Seas. As we mentioned, the water that they produce is certainly well below any EPA levels of copper and lead. The key to the system and the lead and copper content is the water treatment, right? And as we mentioned, we've actually, DPNR is working with us on modifying the water treatment, and that's how you address the leaching of copper and lead out into the water. I don't know if
I understand what you're saying, but my question is, will it eventually leach similarly to the copper lines?
Let me try to put a little explanation. Don Gregoire, Director of Water. So the existing components that we did take out of the system were brass. The difference within the EPA approved materials that we're using now has no lead in terms of when we use the XRF machine, it said non-detectable. So everything that we pull out the ground showed levels of lead from 2%, I think, up to 3 or 4%. And the new components, basically, it could not register any lead. Now, again, let me just give a little brief outline in regards to the chemical. Now, water is the delivery system for the chemical. And as you know, we are a little different from the main line.
My time is going, and I still haven't quite heard the answer to the question.
Time.
Mr. Chair, may I?
You may wrap up, Senator.
I appreciate it. It's a yes or no question, and I haven't heard it yet. Lastly, is there a distribution blueprint for the water lines? Does WAPA have one? And can we have a copy?
I could take that question. So majority of the WAPA, the old system, we do not have a blueprint. All the new infrastructure that we've been installing, we've been building our inventory, our asset inventory. We also putting that into our GIS system. So we don't have an accurate inventory. When we received the system back when we turned over from Public Works, that information was limited.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President, I just wanted to answer.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkus.
The question that Senator Bolkus had asked.
Go ahead.
So again, the highest recorded reading was at Strawberry, and it was 1,600 ppb on the first draw sample. When we did the flush sample, it came in at 710 ppb. That line was excavated. The component parts were identified to contain lead, and so they were swapped out. And then now we've resampled that site, and we're waiting for the result of the sampling to see if there will be any lead content in there.
Thank you very much for that. And Mr. CEO, I know several times today you have mentioned that the water that's produced by Seven Seas is at an acceptable level of lead by EPA. What is the level of lead contained in the water coming out of Seven Seas?
Give me 1 second, I can find those numbers for you.
So I have that.
I had them in an old testimony.
It's right now, it's at the standpipe itself, it's 2.1 ppb.
2.1 ppb?
Yes.
And that's coming out of Seven Seas at the standpipe?
At the standpipe.
Thank you. Senator Donald Gregory, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am here to say that no lead could be good lead. I just don't understand how we are casually having this lead conversation and saying that, there's this low level of lead so we could still drink the water. That concerns me tremendously. My first question is for the Commissioner of DPNR. So you shared with us today that there is some $50 million that's available currently within the department and can be sub-awarded to WAPA. And my question is, can be sub-awarded to WAPA to deal with mitigation efforts to include point-of-use filters? And it's been many, many years since we've been talking about brown water. This is not a new issue. The new issue for us is now that we're learning about lead contamination. And my question is, we have communities in both districts, but our focus today is in the St. Croix district. What prevented us from moving forward with the filters for our communities, with all of this federal funding coming into the territory from EPA? Or is it EPA?
Yes, it is.
From EPA to support safe drinking water.
So nothing has prevented us, Senator. What we will need to do, particularly because some of this funding that has already been awarded to us, it was already in certain projects. And
okay, so it was for certain projects, fine.
Okay.
And my concern is what we do here, and this is not unique to this particular situation. What we do in the Virgin Islands is everything has to become a crisis in order for it to be addressed. And we have to, as Virgin Islands leaders, move away from that norm, because it is the norm for us. And we must move away from that norm. But I'm going to ask WAPA a question, or I actually have a question for Housing. Housing, Ms. Pell, you spoke specifically about the fact that it seems like you're not concerned with, I don't recall what the neighborhood was. Mount Pleasant community. Do they see brown water coming through their pipes?
Senator, all our public housing communities on St. Croix see brown water.
Okay, good. And we're not concerned. So why hasn't the housing, because this is a big issue, why hasn't housing said, you know what, we're going to give our tenants filters? Why not? Why are we still saying that it's okay for our people to drink that water? Why? We need filters, and we have federal dollars that come into this territory, and it's time for us to put our collective heads together to address that. Why is housing saying that? Housing is Virgin Islands Housing Authority is a federal program. Why is it that we cannot get filters for our community?
Senator, the filters that the WAPA and DPNR are talking about, we have added our count to that list.
But I'm talking about before this brown water issue is not a new issue. What's elevating this conversation
1 minute
is the lead. We are failing our people. And this is extremely concerning. And I have 1 minute, so let me ask our WAPA leader here. Mr. Smith, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
You can be good. And I'm not, you've met this issue, and we have to figure out how to resolve this issue, right? So you noted that WAPA has received $30 million to fund the mapping of the infrastructure. And what's the status of that?
30 seconds.
So that's in, and the team can correct me, that's in process of being put out for RFP, is that correct?
How long did you receive that $30 million?
Yeah, Senator,
How long?
we
Just
say
tell me.
receive, but we haven't seen that money.
How do you see it? It's an award from the federal government, correct? No?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't, WAPA has not seen the money. I mean, we have to.
What does that mean? What does it mean that WAPA ain't see the money? Did you get a grant award?
We applied for one, and then it was approved.
Time.
But in terms of the
You're
funding,
using up my time. You know, we have to be more decisive in our responses, because in the testimony, it says WAPA has received $30 million of funding to map its infrastructure. And you didn't allow me to ask my other question because you're dancing around the issue. The other question that I was going to follow up and ask, if Mr. Chair would allow me, is, okay, so what is the long-term plan? We have to get to a long-term plan. Okay. We can't continue to talk around ourselves with regards to these critical issues that's affecting Virgin Islanders. That's my concern here.
All right, so we have a survey, a lead survey RFP that we've drafted up, and we've submitted it over to DPNR to get some final input review on it. So that is ready to go out. That'll be ready to go out any day now.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for the time. I feel like my time has been wasted based on the responses. I just have one last thing to say or ask. Since this situation has bubbled up to where it is, have all of you met in a room to discuss how we are going to resolve this issue as leaders?
Every single day.
We meet every single day, Senator. We've been meeting every single day.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. I just feel that we don't have enough time to really drill down on this, and I believe that at some point we need to have a behind-the-scenes conversation so we could get a clear understanding of exactly what's happening here with regards to this situation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, may I make a comment, please?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Gregory. Mr. Gregoire.
You know, I'm hearing what everybody's saying, and I'm feeling that people are saying that we haven't been proactive. I've been in water 3 years. We basically have done 5 projects through COVID, through lack of materials, lack of manpower. And it's very disheartening to me to sit here and hear that, that we are not doing what we're supposed to do. We went out and did the lead and copper RFP long before we even know we had a lead and copper problem. We've been channeling all the monies to St. Croix because we know our infrastructure in St. Croix is worse off than St. Thomas. When FEMA came to us and we talked about prudent replacement, FEMA was talking about replacing a certain section of the piping. We fought hand and nail to make sure that we were able to include our pump stations, our lines, our tanks, everything that had to do with the water system. So for me to hear that today, that's totally incorrect. Lead and copper was something that happened, arbitrarily trying to find out what the brown water is. And, when EPA did the testing, it wasn't for lead and copper. And the thing about it again, EPA did the testing in September. We got the results in October. And we didn't even get a copy of the results till the meeting with EPA. So that put us at a real disadvantage because we were not prepared at that Friday to act on something that we weren't prepared for.
You finished, Mr. Gregoire? Yeah. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't believe that when I spoke, I said that WAPA wasn't doing their jobs. I never said that. So I'm not sure how you received that, but I did not say that. What I'm saying is it is time for us to put our collective heads together to address this particular issue once and for all. That's what I said. So I want to make sure that we're clear that that's what I said. It's time to put our collective heads together and stop waiting for a crisis to occur in order for us to all sit in a room together to begin to have the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. I wanted to go back to the $30 million on the unavailability of it. How do you access that money? Because I think it's critical. We have in this committee as a whole, and there's certain expectation by the community. What is the bottleneck that's occurring with this funding at this point?
So as I'm understanding on the 30 million, and we may have to get back to you specifically on where it is in the process, but as I understand it, we have been granted the funds, and when he says we don't have the funds, what happens is we have to go out and run the RFP, procure what we're going to procure, and then that gets funded as we go through that process. So I may not have all of those steps exactly.
So it's a reimbursement? Right? It's a reimbursement?
That's typically how most of those will work, is that we would go out and identify a vendor, whatever that ends up costing, and then that gets paid for.
What about the $36 million? The governor in the press release, he spoke about matching or giving an additional $36 million to support and assist WAPA in this water crisis.
So at least the 30 million from DPNR funding, Senator, again, we received that funding in an award, I believe it was September 24th. We've already worked to put it on the system. Earlier this year, in February, WAPA, so what we do is we have to put out a call for proposals based on the program requirements for an intended use plan. WAPA put in their projects list for those, and that's how that was submitted. However, because we now are in trying to address this situation, we're now going to seek an amendment from our federal grantor agencies. And so we have to put together explicitly what that plan is, and it's going to carve out some of that 30 million for this emergency response. But the primary usage of those funds will still be the line replacement. The projects and locations and the estates, I'm sure now will be updated based on priority from this.
And one follow-up question, in respect to the declaration of the local state of emergency, how then is this funding becoming expedited? How do we go around to make sure that we're getting our hands on that funding?
Sure. So thank you for asking that question, because I think that there's some things that we have to really clear up on the declaration for the state of emergency. So the state of emergency for us is in fact necessary to pursue a federal declaration. We can't do one without the other. But because most of this purchasing that would need to take place, particularly for the use of DPNR's funding, we must, as part of the program requirements, give the money to the utility. And so the utility now, for the use of those funds, it's the board action that increased the buying powers directly at the CEO level is where that increases. But we could not use our funding, like DPNR, through a state of emergency, can't purchase supplies, materials, equipment, and use the exemptions under the state of emergency purchasing powers because, again, we're not the ones that are allowed to do that. But a little bit on the state of emergency and folks asking a couple of things. So we have to meet a certain threshold to be able to have the federal state of emergency granted. So the first thing that happened was, remember, we were sampling for this pilot study and not specifically for lead. So when we went back and looked, 50% of our samples were in fact compliant, or 47% of theirs. So now the second thing that we had to do was we had to resample specifically for the lead and copper protocols to make sure now that we were in fact going to look at an emergency for lead and copper. So we did that. That was the second thing. Third thing is that the state of emergency, we did not need to declare a state of emergency in order for us to stand up the incident command the way that we did. There's been no additional authorities that have been granted thus far through the state of emergency, with the exception of the price freeze that has happened. But all of the other authorities that has taken place from the different departments, health, DPNR, DLCA, human services, all of those authorities still lied within our departments without a state of emergency. And so we know that this is a necessary step towards the federal declaration, but we have been operating through the incident command, working with even National Guard and all of those, operating in that posture, even though there wasn't a declaration made. And we do not have, right now, just based on our initial conversations with FEMA, we do not yet meet the thresholds to have a federal state of emergency declared. And so I think that that's something that needs to be put on the record as well, that we are operating in that posture, but we may not have that picked up by the federal government.
So obviously there's some criteria that need to be met, and all the dominoes are now falling in place to get to that level, hopefully at some point.
Correct. And
so you spoke about the National Guard. I mean, obviously they have a water purification unit. What is that conversation with the TAG in respect to how can they support and assist WAPA in this endeavor?
So again, Senator, we know that the National Guard can produce water, but we know that the production of the water at the plant is fine. So we don't need to stand up the National Guard to produce water for us. So we're looking at all the different avenues. Like we were asked about trucking water. Well, we're talking about communities where some of them don't have cisterns, right? So trucking them water to then what? Or for those that do have cisterns, they have not now been using them, and that's why that water was stagnant. That's why those meters had not moved in 3 months, 6 months in certain areas. One of them that we went back and looked since 2021. So all of those things are being evaluated as for what's the best way to move forward. But for us to meet a federal state of emergency, we're going to have to show where, particularly now, the fact that the BIL funding that's available to the Virgin Islands in $50 million, like it's going to now be difficult. We have to show them, we have to be very explicit in what we cannot do, in order for them to say, okay, you meet the threshold for a federal emergency.
And I guess that's where the criticality of having the data and being able to analyze that data, and you work with BIT then to try to expedite getting that data in place, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
At this time, we'll recognize Senator Potter. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. It's a follow-up to anything that was said.
Afternoon. Colleagues,
One second, Senator Potter. One second, Senator Potter, please. I'm sorry.
The water away to...
Please recognize the mic of Senator Bolkes. You recognize for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Concerning the comment that was made about sending the water away for testing, the National Guard has a water purification unit that also can test water levels that can be done here locally.
So no, we've checked to see whether or not we had the laboratory facilities and equipment for lead and copper specifically. So it is the Department of Health who now has the capability to test for lead and copper.
Right.
So we have been sending our samples away, first to the EPA laboratories in Edison, then personally delivering them for expedited service in Puerto Rico and also Pace Laboratories in Florida. But up until, up until Dr. Ellis and her team were able to actually get the filters, the proper filters for us to then be able to run our samples, we can now do analysis on site. It does not meet EPA's certification. We're not worried about that right now. We want to be able to do analysis on site. That's how Dr. Ellis and her team were able to analyze the components in the strawberry that was just, the strawberry components that were just excavated earlier this week.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Special good afternoon to Ms. Carino and Ms. Friday. Thank you, ladies, for your engagement and your advocacy. I mean, community engagement empowers citizens to have a say over decisions that affect their lives on a day-to-day basis. So I appreciate your passion that you brought with you this afternoon. My first question, really, I believe it's either for WAPA or a DPNR concerning the elevated copper and lead. Does elevated copper and lead in the water system typically manifest itself in the form of red and brown water?
No, Senator. You can have water that has lead in it, and it is not red or brown.
Okay, so you can turn on a faucet and it can have the appearance of clear, pure water and still have an elevated, unacceptable levels of copper and lead.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know that prudent replacement, we all know, we've heard for the last several, months now, the plan for the prudent replacement of the potable water lines on St. Croix to the tune of billions of dollars potentially. I know that's a long-term fix for this problem. In the short run, I've heard the talk about water filter distribution. I know Senator Blyden and I have been actively discussing that with WAPA a long time ago. We're talking about door-to-door water delivery as a possibility, flushing the lines, etc. Now, what realistically is the fix? We know that the prudent replacement is the big fix that's going to take some time. But what is the short-term strategy that we can implement to allay the fears and concerns of citizens who are dealing with this issue on a daily basis? What would the short-term fix? I know that you're doing this special testing beginning next week that's going to give us a more definitive read of the cause of what we're experiencing. But what would the short-term remedy be for us? That interim fix between total prudent replacement and the situation that we're experiencing right now.
So, Senator, the interim solution, the best one, because it's going to take a while to even get to prudent replacement, the best interim fix really is to A, look at the components on the lines, but B, there's going to be finding the right corrosion inhibitor that will provide the coating on the interior of the piping lessening the water's stripping of the metal components that we see getting into the system.
Okay. Thank you for your response. And that is something that we should be able to do within, I know I don't want to put you in an unfair position, Commissioner, but is that something that can be addressed in a matter of weeks?
So
a matter of weeks?
The installation of it may be able to be in a matter of weeks. However, it will take approximately 6 months for corrosion inhibitor to actually bind to the interior of the pipes and begin to create that coating on the interior that lessens the stripping away from the water. So it's going to be about 6 months, and that's why part of the mitigation strategy is to provide a year's worth of filtration as well.
Okay. Thank you for that. Blood testing, I know that's Dr. Sims. I know you mentioned that we were proceeding with this blood testing of children who are affected. Has it started as yet? Has this process started? And do we have, well, let me ask you that question first. Has that process actually started?
Nicole Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health. Yes, sir. Phase 1 has begun.
Okay. What are you seeing?
We've tested 64 children at the Alfredo Andrews Elementary School. All 64 were negative.
Were negative. Okay. I was curious about if you found some positive test results or blood level results, would we be able to determine the source of the potential lead exposure, whether it's from the water, whether it's from lead paint, whether it's from, I don't know, soil?
Time.
Is the test sophisticated enough to glean the source of that lead exposure?
So I'll respond and I'll pass it over to Dr. Ellis. We actually have several phases to testing, and if our test were to come back positive, there is a second phase that includes a venous blood draw. And I'll pass it over to Dr. Ellis for the other information that can be detected.
Please recognize the mic of Dr. Ellis.
And save my time, please, Mr. Chair.
Time has expired, but I'll allow you to conclude.
Good afternoon. Dr. Esther Ellis, territorial epidemiologist. And the answer to your question is yes, we can help determine the source of the lead when we find positives. This is something we do routinely. There's already been testing that goes on for Head Start, and every year there are a few positives, and every time there's a positive, we do an investigation in that individual's home. We can test the walls, toys, water, and determine if we find it, determine the source. If we don't find it, then sometimes we can't always determine the source, but in past cases, it has sometimes even resulted in a family needing to move because there is lead in the paint and various remediation needs to be done in the home before that home can be safe.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up with one final question.
You may, Senator. Go ahead.
Okay. Considering the aging water pipes that we have, and we all know this, throughout the territory, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, could we be witnessing, could what we're seeing on St. Croix, what we're witnessing on St. Croix, could it really be a bellwether of a more comprehensive, complex problem that is territory-wide and not necessarily, isolated to St. Croix? And would having a more comprehensive testing throughout the territory be a prudent move for us to make at this time? And I'll let you answer on the chair's time. Thank you very much for your leeway, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator. So it is our goal, actually, because of what has taken place as well here, we want to make sure that we include St. Thomas in future testing that we do. Again, we do lead and copper line testing. We were doing it, or my apologies. WAPA was doing lead and copper line testing annually from 2016 to 2020. When those results were coming back at less than 10%, which is the requirement, I think they were coming in actually at 3%, 3.5%, of less than 10% were being found to have any lead or copper. And this is testing that is being done in the older parts of the system and at the tap inside people's homes. And these were coming back less, almost negligible. Non-detect is the key that the terminology that the laboratories use. So that is how they've gone now from testing from annually to once every 3 years, because there has been consistency in the water meeting what the standards are. We want to ensure that, again, it may not show up because we do have red water in the St. Thomas district, but it's not as prevalent. And so we want to ensure that we're fully understanding of the entire system, and that if this helps us prioritize locations for replacement and the use of the BIL funding that we have, then this would be a way for us to prioritize those locations by having the testing done and then using that information to set priority.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Before we go to the point of inquiry, I wanted Dr. Ellis to speak to what's the next step if in fact there's a positive. I know that you spoke about instances where individuals may be removed from the home, but what is the next step in the process once a student may be positive for lead and copper?
Well, the first step, if there's a capillary blood lead positive, is confirmatory testing. The test is only about 97% accurate. So there can be false positives, there can sometimes be false negatives. It's not a perfect test. So that has to be confirmed via a venous blood draw. A capillary blood draw only collects about a drop of blood, whereas a venous blood draw will collect a couple of mils of blood, and it's a more accurate test that's done. That testing actually has to be sent off island, so it takes a couple days for turnaround time to get that back. If that child is confirmed to be positive for lead in their blood via the venous blood draw, then there's two things. One is the child is referred to a provider, and second, there's an environmental assessment that is done at their home in collaboration, EPI in collaboration with environmental health.
Thank you very much for that. Senator Johnson, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Oreo, you were speaking about the line of testing, and you say it's once every 3 years?
Yes, that is currently what the requirement for lead and copper specifically.
No. My question to you is, now that we have discovered that there is in certain areas, are these testing will continue to remain to a higher level now, or are we still on that once every 3 years?
No, so for the compliance requirement, that once every 3 years is inside the 30 homes. Because of this right now, we've already had discussions with the EPA in terms of how we would now reprogram what our initial projects were to fully address continued testing on the system itself. So we will not wait, we will not do once every 3 years on the system, but we want to make sure that when we particularly identify what we believe are some of the leads in terms of the problems, components, those types of things, we're going to continue sampling those in order to maintain that we're lead-free unless some other leaching takes place, and then we can try and identify what that is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Maurice James Esquire, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern is health of my people, and this is the biggest concern. Number one, you said that the water can be clear and still have lead in it. You said that?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
Okay, which means that every year, 2016 to 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, there is no assurance to me right now if WAPA was in compliance September and October, you discovered lead. You understand what I'm saying? There is no, for example, let's just use January 2016. February 2016, there could have been lead in the water. Is that not true?
So yes, sir. There could have been lead in.
There could have been, which means that over years, our people may have been exposed, and especially our children, to lead. So I want to ask this: when you do the 30 sites on St. Croix, or even on St. Thomas, you did 30 on St. Thomas, you did 30 on St. Croix. Does this then, the sites that you choose, does this represent the entire distribution of each island, or, I mean, parts of the distribution system? So if I lived in Strawberry and everything was fine in Strawberry that year, things may not have been fine in Calcahoun. Am I?
So it is widely distributed. There is a geographic network. There are actually criteria that you have to do, and the idea is to get the locations are selected based on trying to identify locations where you have not yet changed lines. So you're trying to maintain the older parts of the system, and you're trying to see whether or not any contamination is happening there. So we would not select, let's say, a tap in, Queen Street, Frederickstead in 2019. WAPA did phase 2 rehabilitation of the lines inside of Frederickstead. So we're not going to choose a location when we know they just recently swapped out the line. We want to choose a location that would be out where they have not done any upgrades or work yet.
Okay, that then leads me to this. Mr. CEO Smith said, and I think you also said, he said it was a surprise. It was a surprise to all involved when the water was tested for lead. But yet, on the following page, you say lead in water is a known nationwide problem in aging infrastructure. But then you then point out that the customer's plumbing or faucet, it seems as if it's a surprise to you, but you know aging infrastructure, but somehow in my reading, it seemed as if the customer's plumbing and fixtures were where you were directing, maybe not all the blame, but a little bit of the blame. So if you change out these pipes, the PVC, but the customer's plumbing and fixtures, maybe you can help explain to me why you were focusing in that paragraph on the customer's plumbing or faucets in their home, and that it included. But then you said the sampling compliance with the EPA's lead and copper rule includes the customer's plumbing and fixtures. You understand where my concern is? Because then doesn't the customer have to change out the plumbing and fixtures too?
Right. So yeah, let me clarify my statement
thanks.
there. So no, the point about the customer's plumbing was not to suggest that the testing results that we got that were elevated were from the customer. It's our system. It's our pipes that are causing that, right? We're still kind of defining specifically what it is, but that's our infrastructure, right? So no, we want to be very clear about that. The point I was making about the customer fixtures, and you're exactly right. We could replace everything in the territory, all plastic, no lead, no copper, anywhere in our system. But if a home has a faucet that was put in 1980, for example, when the faucet could contain 8% lead, right? The plumbing in the home could have up to 50% lead in the solder that was used to put the pipes together, right? So you're absolutely right, is that there are things on the customer side of the meter, right, that may also need to be addressed. I think that comes to Dr. Ellis's point about if you happen to have a positive blood test for lead, then the next step is where's that coming from? One of the sources could be old fixtures in the customer's home, could be lead paint, could be a whole bunch of other things. But the only point I was making is that even if we replace everything in our system, there may still be fixtures in the territory, in customers' homes, and that sort of thing that may still have lead and contribute to that more.
And I think that's why my colleague talked about not doing things in silos, but in synergy, because in the Department of Health, and I'm going to focus on health more than anything else because of the children in our territory. When the Department of Health says residents are strongly encouraged to assess their home environments for potential lead exposure, and then you're talking about their fixtures, what are you two doing to make sure that the people understand that their fixtures, their plumbing, may cause them to go to the Department of Health? I mean, and I'm just wondering, you know, the Department of Health is saying, assess your home environment. We need to have, we need to have synergy here, yeah. So can somebody address that for me?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Okay. So one of the things that we do, especially on the Unified Command information, is that we begin to share a lot of that information. The Department of Health has really always tested. It's a requirement even for Head Start, et cetera. And if there are any red flags, then we would trickle in and go in for further information. What we've been doing, especially relative to this, is really ramping up education on the things. Because a lot of them have to do with the paint, the toys, et cetera, elevated. And we share that information as we get it with our co-leads.
Oh, Mr. Chair, may I don't know if I got the answer yet, but I do want to go back to health though, and that is the 64 children who. Okay, I have two questions on health. One is, can I have lead poisoning as an adult and not show any symptoms, have no sickness, appear not sick? And the second is, can a child be exposed in a mild, let's say mild exposure and have long-term effects? Those are the two questions.
Yeah, so you can be exposed to lead and have lead poisoning and later in life have neurological symptoms, but no longer have lead present in your blood. And what was the second question?
The adult doesn't show any sickness, so you're saying that it's not showing now, but it doesn't go away. It goes to your. Can you get high blood pressure from lead exposure?
You can get high blood pressure from lead exposure, yes. And I would just like to add to your water kind of questions that as we're talking about water, I think it's important to bring up cistern water. Cistern water is also very dangerous. I know you're aware of some of the studies that we've done at the Department of Health. One of the studies, we actually went to 399 people's homes. We tested the cistern water, and 80% of cisterns had E. coli. 58% of kitchen taps had E. coli at unsafe levels to drink. And at least one significant pathogen was detected in 66% of those cisterns. So it's really important to also take your own responsibility to see what water are you drinking in your home. Is it cistern water? Is it bottled water? And is it safe? Because cistern water is very dangerous as well.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I want to go back to lead though. Let's move away from cistern water. This is now WAPA, potable water we're talking about. Because we sometimes we digress like that. How many children are you going to test on St. Croix so that we know for sure? I don't know if we could know for sure, but I need a great sampling, and I would like to know what the Department of Health is doing to go to those parents, because that whole line about registering on an online portal. Hey, some of us don't do online portals.
Right.
I need an aggressive campaign out there. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, so thank you, Senator. We actually do have our boots on the ground, which will do the door-to-door and the information. That would also cover the psychology of the whole thing. The purpose, though, of the data collection is that we are establishing a baseline form of information and data for health. Because, like we know, lead, your behaviors are detected years on. So in the event something triggers with your behavior, I don't know, you come to see me as a client, I can then reference the database and factor in your possible exposures and reasons for your behavior today. So that is why it's really essential for us to establish that baseline in the department.
Thank you.
And then to add to that, our goal is to test 1,000 children. We're starting on St. Croix with 0 to 6, but hopefully we'll be able to expand that. We're also recommending pregnant women get tested at their provider because they may already be getting a blood draw, and that same blood draw can be tested. And then once the 0 to 6 population is completed, we'll determine at that point how we're going to expand it. There is some limitation to getting testing supplies, so that's why we're focusing on those that are most at risk first, which is 0 to 6 population.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gregoire wanted to respond real quickly, and then I'll come to you, Senator.
Yeah, Don Gregoire, Director of Water. I just want to share some information. So WAPA is regulated by EPA, and our limit is 15 parts per billion. Bottled water is regulated by the FDA, and their exceedance is 5 parts per billion. So I know we all agree that no lead is good lead, but even bottled water, there is a limit to what they can exceed.
Thank you, Mr. Gregoire. Point of information, Senator Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's amazing how we want to justify what's happening here. But my question is really to the Department of Health. Is there consideration to test all children in all of our schools in the territory? Because I believe that based on what my colleague shared earlier about the time lapse, et cetera, I think we should give consideration for all schools in this territory to include public, private, and parochial schools as it relates to lead and copper testing.
Yes, Senator, that is actually the plan. We're working hand in hand with the Department of Education, and so we're doing it in phases, which phase 1 would be the 0 to 6, and then we'll expand, and yes, education is the closest vessel to get into that population. So
Thank you. Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Can you get money from CDC to assist you, grants or federal funds, with the health component part of this? That's my quick question.
There currently aren't any health grants that are available specifically for this, but we can get assistance from the CDC in the form of direct assistance. So that means they're sending individuals here to assist us, and sometimes those individuals come with supplies. And they've also said they will partner with us on the confirmatory testing that's needed that we have to send off island.
Thank you. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Diane T. Capehart for her 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, all. You know, I think this is a major disaster. Major disaster. Emergency. Because this affects how many people, Mr. Hodge? 3,000 individuals?
It's about 3,800 homes.
3,800. So yesterday, the 35th Legislature, my colleagues and I, we had the opportunity to meet with EPA, and we heard the truth, and we're hearing today WAPA, DPNR, everything. But what I am not hearing is, like Department of Health, we have free testing for children. That's what I want to hear today. I want to hear we have water buffaloes we're going to be placing in these residential areas. I want to hear distribution water centers, because we are telling the individuals not to drink this water, but you got to incur the cost for this. So yesterday, we get to understand the difference of a state of emergency or declaration, and there is a presidential declaration. So Mr. de Blasio, Vitima, can you tell us who's responsible for requesting a presidential declaration of disaster? Tell me who's responsible.
Thank you for the question. This is Stephen de Blasio, Assistant Director of ITEMA. It is a collaborative effort, as JP Oriole, Commissioner Oriole mentioned earlier. We did have an initial meeting with our Federal Emergency Management Agency.
Mr. Bellagio,
partner.
you wasted my 5 minutes. Please, just tell me. Is it VITEMA? Is it the Senate? Is it the governor? That's what I want to hear.
VITEMA does the basic collaboration with FEMA, gathering all the information from our local partners to justify why it is we need, what it is we need, and how, if they do provide us this assistance, whether it be financial or technical assistance, how it will help us get our heads wrapped around this situation.
Bellagio, with all due respect, I understand it provides a wide range of federal assistance for programs, individual, public infrastructure, to include funding for emergency. I am just saying we need to get on the ball requesting a presidential declaration so we could get money ASAP to the people of St. Croix. We need immediate help. Watch Miss Friday bring dirty water. I saw nobody in here on this panel go home and have the water running in their pipes. Come on, guys. So I'm going to Ms. Pell. I'm going to go to Ms. Pell. Ms. Pell, I pulled up the the housing quality standards. And they are standards for having quality standards defines standard housing and establishes the minimum criteria necessary for health and safety of residents. So it has a section for lead-based paint, space and security, for garbage disposal, for electricity.
1 minute.
There's one for water supply. The water supply must be free of contamination. The accessibility of criteria is the dwelling units must be served by an approved public or private water supply that is sanitary and free of contamination. Please, I am asking the Virgin Islands Housing HUD that if you could please tell us how many properties you manage and if all of them have cisterns.
30 seconds.
Lydia Pell. Yes, so we have approximately 20 sites that we manage, and yes, all of them have cisterns.
All of them have cistern. Ms. Pell, what would it take for the cisterns to be to go from public water to convert into cisterns? Clean them cisterns, because I understand these cisterns have not been activated in years. What would it take for VI Housing to get these cisterns clean, converted for fresh, clean water to run to these individuals' home?
The short answer, money.
Time.
Money?
Money.
Okay.
We are currently, when we do the redevelopments like we're doing at Walter I.M. Hodge, we're bringing the cisterns back online. So that cistern basically is about 1.8 million gallons, and it's costing us approximately $700,000.
$700,000 to bring them back online?
Correct.
So that means you would have to clean all these
No,
cisterns?
that's just that. That's just that one.
Just that one?
Correct.
But you would have to clean all the cisterns, seal it, treat the water.
Correct.
How much money? So there would be a cost for testing of water, correct?
And then you have to maintain the requirements on the DPNR as a small water or possibly large water provider.
Is HUD having conversations, or are you having conversations? Because I know, Ms. Pell, I know.
HUD is very closely watching every day what is going on with this matter.
Because based on these housing standards, you are not providing clean water to these residents. So you guys are in violation.
be careful. I just want to make the WAPA water has no issues. When they test, as much as we have notified WAPA of the brown water, our residents have taken bottles like this young lady has. When they test it, it tests fine. But that's the discoloration. There is a filtration system that we've tested on one of our properties before that works, but we have to filter it at the main. So there is a means for us to do it, but it's just a cost.
And what is the cost that you pay WAPA every month for public water?
I don't have that information today, but I could share it.
Okay, if you could get that through the chair.
Sure.
Was my time called? Okay.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. In following up in the housing area, is there one particular inlet where the water comes into a housing community and then dispensed to the various buildings?
That is correct. So we have one main master water meter.
And is there an opportunity then for there to be a filtration device placed on that inlet to address issues so that you don't have to put in 100 filters?
That is correct. That is something we have tested it at the Louis E. Brown site when we were doing that construction. It was something that we had designed. I think what ended up happening is at that site, it ended up becoming a flushing point, if I'm not mistaken. So it can be done. We've had it designed with WAPA personnel.
Mr. Hodge, can you speak to something like that? I mean, obviously, I guess some of it will take away money from WAPA, right? But is there a mechanism by which you could put a filtration on the inlet and be able to control what's coming in to the housing community?
Don Gregoire, I think there's a lot of opportunities for a lot of different solutions to this problem. But pretty much WAPA designation is at the meter. Anything typically after the meter, the customer is responsible for. But I think in regards to this crisis, maybe there's some collaboration and there's funding available. I'm sure that there's a lot of stuff that we could do collaboratively together.
Very well, thank you. But the water that's coming in, meter water will be the same. However, at least there'll be some filtration occurring right there at the inlet, so it'll address some of the issues in terms of the various apartments that's been affected by the brown or red water. Point of inquiry, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Seven Seas have a filterization at your plant. Is it correct to say that?
That's correct. That's just filtered seawater and organic material coming in.
Have there been a time since all of this occurred that you found where Seven Seas was not using that filterization with the proper filters?
No, sir. That's incorrect.
Mr. Hodge, are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of any time they weren't filtering the water, because then it would continue to be seawater. I mean, it's...
No, after they treat it, there's some different filters that they have there. Runs about $3,000 a filter. Don't they have some filters at your plant?
That's probably in Seven Seas facility directly. We're not engaged with that, but as far I'm not, there's no
Seven Seas.
There's no filters after the water leaves Seven Seas that before it comes to us. No, there's post-treatment and our chemical injection system.
All right, thank you.
Just for the record, a constituent asked about what is the chemical name that you said that is applied in the St. Thomas district for the, I guess, the purification or cleaning of the water?
It's the corrosion control additive is Avalia 751.
Can you spell Avalia?
AVALYA.
751.
Yeah, let me make sure I'm saying the right number, but
you could always come back to it if necessary. I'll recognize. Go ahead and recognize Senator Gittins at this time for his 5 minutes.
Point of information.
Yes, Senator, I'll come back to you. Let me just finish off with Senator Gittins, and I'll come right back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. So I sat here patiently, and I'm just listening to everything. And I must say, and I've heard it earlier again, but there's no sense of urgency here that I'm seeing. Absolutely none. And if we're going to sit here and hear that all these waters ain't good to drink, then what are we to drink? Because cistern water ain't good, bottled water ain't good, no water, WAPA water ain't good, so what are we to do? Where's the hope? You know, Mr. President, I wanted to start off by thanking you for hosting this hearing today. Because the people of the Virgin Islands, and particularly St. Croix, deserve answers, and truthful answers as well. And if you want help, then we have to be upfront with the information. And obviously, this territory ain't hurting for a cent. We heard of all the millions of dollars coming into this territory. And yet still, what's even more frustrating, y'all think you're frustrated sitting down there? I saw some of you getting flustered and upset and whatnot. I don't know what the hell you're getting upset for, because we should be the ones upset. The people of the Virgin Islands is totally upset. These are the folks that have to continue to pay you for no service. No service or poor service. Why should our people be paying for the water that we see floating around here? Why? If I had it my way, the residents will not pay a dime until the entire infrastructure has been replaced. And the reason for that is the millions of dollars, again, that we continue to hear about. We heard $36 million one way, $52 million another way, another 11 point something million another way. I mean, come on. Even in the ARPA fund, there's upwards of $500 million right here in this territory. What are we doing? I have repeatedly asked WAPA and other agencies about investing in what is called a CAD system, the computer-aided design system, so that it can help you all, help protect all operators, help protect our people, help the huge investments that we're making, would even help to address the crisis situations that we're going through right now, so that you could have proper countermeasures. Why are we not doing this? I am pleading with you again, Mr. CEO Smith, to look into this. It will assist you and assist this government and the people of the Virgin Islands greatly. We continue to make these errors over and over. We're sitting here, we can't even get how much pipes we have where, how much pipes was laid. We don't know prior to 1994. We don't know prior to 1988. What do we really know? So let's plan going forward. 5 P's, prior planning prevents poor performance. And I dare to tell you all the 7 P's. But again, we're in public. But I need for you all to sitting there to come up with proper action plans going forward. I too attended the public hearing the other day
30 seconds.
with the EPA to hear WAPA saying that they have started to replace some of the pipelines. But, I mean, it doesn't appear that you have a proper plan with
repairing or replacing pipelines from in the middle or from on the far end and saying that you're still getting the backwash of it in Frederickstead because the problem is up in Christiansted. So then why not replace the entire system from the beginning, the distribution, and come right down? Because if you replace it at the end and the same filthy water coming down, by the time you finish, you're going to have to come back to Frederickstead again to replace those pipelines?
Time.
Please, if you notice, the only question I ask of you, Mr. CEO, is to look into this CAD system. It will assist. I have so many questions here, but I'm so frustrated that I haven't even asked the questions of Department of Health, DPNR, and even Vitima. But just to lay to rest, colleagues and people of the Virgin Islands, the buck rests on the governor of the Virgin Islands to send that request to the President of the United States, who as well visits St. Croix annually. We're in November. Let's get it fixed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. The chair will recognize Senator Alma Francis Heidegger for her point of information.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. I've been diligently here listening to the conversation and the questions by my colleagues between the testifiers. And I don't even know what direction we're going in because it almost sounds like we know that we're in a serious state, but everybody has excuses. It's either the plumbing or you could drink this amount of water. This is bad. That's bad. What's the big deal? I don't know what's happening, but I'm a very visual person and I just want someone to answer me directly. I keep hearing, I asked earlier about giving clean water directly to the consumers, but the conversation is keep going around making sure that they get filters. So I need to understand. So I am at home and I turn on my faucet and brown water is coming out. Are you saying we connect a filter to that faucet? What happens? Does the brown water turn clean? Does it turn clear? Does it turn... Explain that part to me because I need to visually understand what these filters are going to do. Are they going to take out the lead, the copper? Does it change the color of the water? Does it now become drinkable? What does that look like for the people of this territory? CEO, one can answer.
Yeah, so if the filter is certified to remove lead, as far as I understand it, that's what it will do. And then there are also like particle filters that could help with the brownness of the water and would make it clear. So, there's different types
so
of
it's a possibility the water might still be brown or maybe just a lighter color. Because you're saying help with it doesn't guarantee. So then are you still saying that what if we utilize these filters and the water doesn't become completely clear because it could only help with it? Are our people still supposed to consume this water? Because I'm visually looking at a brown cup gone through a filter and then now it looks light brown. What am I supposed to do with that?
No. Generally, most filters would deal with the color. So even if it's like a lead filter that takes out lead, it would address the turbidity or the color of the water as well. Most filters.
Okay. I need that to be on the record, that for people to understand what they are saying to us and everybody affected, that if we get these filters for the people of this territory, it will turn their brown water clear. I need that to be on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Hodge, I thought that would be a lot more forceful about that. I mean, obviously, if we're recommending that, in fact, filters is the answer in light of not replacing all of these pipes in the immediate, that we should be very firm and assertive that this is what we're moving towards, and this is the result that we expect as a result of the utilization of the filters. You know, I didn't expect for you to be a little bit timid or meek about something like that.
Can I answer the Senator's question? So yes, I mean, the filters will clean up the water and make it from brown to clear. And I do want to address concerning Senator Gittins' question about the CAD. So CAD, as I understand it, is the computer-aided design. It's a drafting program, which we've had for years. So at first I didn't, I wonder if he's talking about a different type of CAD. But yes, we do use the CAD for drafting, and it's used to do the mapping of the system in conjunction with the GIS, which is the Geographic Information System. So yes, we do have AutoCAD. But there are different types of CAD, but we've used AutoCAD.
Very well, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Joseph. Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I have been listening intently to today's discussion regarding the state of our water system, drinkable water system. I really want to thank one of my professors at the University of the Virgin Islands, my biology professor years ago, who indicated to us as a class that the easiest way to really harm people is through their water. And we, in the Virgin Islands, we've gone through a series of issues and disasters, some natural. This one is because of our neglect with the water. And of course, we went through a pandemic. So again, our people are being distressed. These are really tumultuous times for our people to endure. I want to focus my discussion and my questions relative to the Department of Health. Dr. Sims, I noted and I read with a little bit of concern, a lot of concern, that you focus most of your discussion regarding the lead testing. And we know, based on the reports that were received and released publicly, that there was lead and copper elevated levels. The conversation regarding the copper level and what that means to human consumption hasn't been indicated or discussed in your testimony. Are you doing any testing for copper among our people?
Thank you for the question, Senator Nicole Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health. We recognize that it's a lead and copper discussion. We have not started the copper testing as yet, but we do intend to do that just the same.
Okay. Now, and you did not discuss, in your testimony was absent, in your testimony, some of the health symptoms that human beings can see because of excessive copper levels in their body. Kindly indicate for us on the record some of those symptoms. And what are some of the causes? I mean, the symptoms of high levels of copper in your body. What can be your health diagnosis?
So I'm not going to respond as a medical doctor, as I'm a psychologist. So I'll kind of skate from that. However,
wait. But you have some medical doctors on your team who can.
Dr. Tyhan Caesar was on our team. Dr. Ellis is the epidemiologist. Dr. Tyhan Caesar has since dropped the call, so she is not here. But we do have some of the symptoms to answer your questions.
Okay, well.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the copper elements in the human body can vary, and yes, there are some distresses in the lining of humans. There are neurological symptoms, there's liver damage symptoms, kidney symptoms, also anemia, hemoglobin levels also will not be developed just as the same as lead. They're essentially cousins when it comes to the symptomology. And as we stated before, we understand that there may have been levels existing. And so our focus right now as the Department of Health is to establish a baseline that would help us to track these symptoms and other health-related concerns as we move forward. So we're using this opportunity to ramp that up.
Okay. Now, when do you anticipate to be testing for the copper in the human beings in the St. Croix district? And also because you can detect copper levels. Let me just save that other question for DPNR. When do you anticipate testing for that?
30 seconds.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please, Senator?
When do you, this is for the Department of Health, when do you anticipate testing for the copper levels in the human beings in St. Croix?
So just to preface my answer, copper tests, when you're exposed to copper, high levels of copper, the symptoms are usually quite severe, whereas lead might be a little bit more not noticeable. And so usually a clinician will be able to recommend that their patient be tested for copper. And the copper testing does have to be a venous blood draw, and it does also have to be sent off island. There is no local capacity to do copper testing. We anticipate starting that hopefully within the next couple of weeks. We're working to get the supplies needed to do the collections and also what the target population would be for that testing, because it won't be screening necessarily everyone. It will be more targeted.
Okay.
And actually,
Thank you,
I do
Mr.
see Dr. Hunt Caesar is on now, so she would be the best person from health to answer this question.
Dr. Hunt Caesar, Mr. Chairman, I want to respect you and your time. I know my time has been up, but I thought it was vital to our conversation that we don't drop off on the significance of copper appearance and those elevated levels in the water. So if I can wrap up.
You may wrap up, Senator. You may proceed.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Now, I wanted to ask DPNR, when do you anticipate doing the testing in the St. Thomas, St. John district for the lead and copper per household? Is that something on your radar as well? Because you can't detect it based on just being brown water. It can be clear.
Yes, Senator. So right now what we're trying to do is we need the supplies to be able to engage that. We've already have the sampling protocol since we've already run it here in the St. Croix district. So it's just really going to be a matter of ordering the supplies. Once they arrive, then we can take our sampling protocol and apply it in the St. Thomas district.
How is it you are always so arbitrary about your time frame? This is an issue, you know. Everybody is very vague with giving time frames. So you should have that as your target. You should have a date.
So our target, Senator, is to actually have the supplies arrive within a month. Right now, we have enough testing supplies to execute over the 48-hour period in the St. Croix district. We do not have the kits available to extend over to St. Thomas. If it takes us 2 weeks to actually get delivery of those, then it'll be the same people from my team who fly over from St. Croix to St. Thomas to run those, and it's going to take an additional 2 weeks to get the results back.
So your potential time frame will be in the ending of November or early December?
Depending on when supplies arrive.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And yes, I agree with my colleagues. We don't seem to have any urgency on this matter when our people's health are being affected. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. I just wanted to ask anyone on the panel, have there been any discussion in regards to farmers and livestock? I mean, is there any consideration given for or to the water that's provided to our farmers and livestock?
So, Senator, to answer that, yes, there has been some consideration. We actually recently brought the Department of Agriculture into the fold on this. So we're looking at exactly what kind of testing that would require, and that has not come back to me yet.
Very well. And like I mentioned, Commissioner Peterson was supposed to have been here today, but he got called to some other event. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to everyone. I must say it has been a very interesting conversation this afternoon, and I'm honestly hoping that out of this hearing we have some solutions moving forward. We have some more sense of urgency moving forward because this is a crisis after all. Let me basically start by saying I know I have been advocating for the water line distribution system in terms of expanding it, but based on these hearings, there can be no extension because right now what we have in the ground is obsolete. You know, it's at the end of its life. So with that being said, I'll focus on seeing how we can assist in terms of actually finding the funding and assuring that we move forward in terms of replacing those pipes in the ground. Let me ask, in respect to, number one, the team that meets every day pertaining to this crisis, because I know that a lot of planning, a lot of coordination, and a lot of logistics involved. So my question is, again, moving forward, well, my recommendation, because we don't have no questions, moving forward, because we have said a lot today, but I still haven't heard much solutions in terms of the immediate fix for these individuals in the St. Croix district when it comes to the water line system and the tragedy that had occurred. Again, my colleague spoke to water buffaloes, etc. I know for a fact, because I've been through, not a disaster like this, but I've been there before at the Housing Authority at one of our communities that I manage, and I had 300 residents, over 1,000, 300 residents, over 1,000 people live there. And the system was down, WAPA was down for like a week. And we did what we had to do to accommodate those individuals. That's what you have to do, that's your job. You don't have a choice. You all need to move expeditiously in assisting these individuals. Commissioner Jean-Pierre spoke to these people, everyone know have a cistern. Of course not. None of those individuals had a cistern, but we made a way where we provided them the water with the trucks, the water trucks, assured that they were they had buckets, etc., whatever they could find to bathe daily, to cook and do what they had to do. But my point is this is an emergency, and the commissioner stated that there is funding for stuff like these, and it should be a no-brainer in my opinion. I mean, it's not rocket scientists. You have to care, you have to want to make a difference. And in this case, the money is there for that reason. That's what it's there for. So let's see what we can do to help these individuals. Call all of those individuals who provide a service, get a schedule from them, and let them go in a different area and assist the people. I mean, it's nothing hard. It's nothing hard to do. You have to want to do it. And I know you guys are doing your best, but I think in terms of your output or outcome, in terms of what you're doing, you need to have those conversations. What can you do in the interim, you know, before you get to down the road? But for now, we need to assist these individuals because we are not walking in their shoes, and it's difficult for a lot of people. You know, it's not an easy thing. The drinking water, supply that, the water to carry on with the daily lives, find a way to get it done. It's not hard. We have a lot of truckers in St. Croix. I'm sure they will be happy to assist. You just need to call on them. Let's do it. I mean, I don't know what to say. I really don't. You know, in respect to the water line distribution system, Mr. Hodge, have you guys done an assessment in terms of the engineering, etc., what it's going to cost to do what's needed to replace these pipes? Have you done that as yet? Because I know the funding has been there. I know after the hurricane, I was very happy because they had mitigation fund, they had CDBGDR and other funds, the WAPA funds, and we try to use those different funds to identify a funding source. But now, with this crisis, I know you're
30
working on something
seconds.
before. Has that been done in terms of those studies and where are you at in that respect?
Yes, for St. Croix with the prudent replacement, that has been done, and we have submitted the information to FEMA for their final review and approval of the prudent replacement and get a final fixed cost offer for St. Croix.
Okay, very well. And in closing, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Oreo, let me ask you in respect to the funding that's readily available for this crisis. I know you spoke to some 16 plus million, you spoke to 30,791 and 4 million.
Time.
Of those funds, is all of those funds available for this crisis? And when do these funds expire? That's my last two questions.
So, Senator, all of the funds, I don't want to say no that not all of them are available for this crisis because, again, the bulk of the funding was actually there for line replacement, which is the ultimate goal towards rectifying the issue. The emergency type of funding, which would be the alternatives for point of use, like the filters and those types of things, those are actually a one-time purchase. So we have to make sure that we have that fully planned out to then send up to the EPA for approval. But it is not something that we can go back and say, we want to purchase this amount of filters this year. We want to come back with this amount of testing kits next year. That is not what they have informed us on. It has to be a one-time purchase.
Is water trucks included in those emergency funds?
We're still awaiting whether or not that can be part of our emergency. Because again, the use of the funds isn't specifically emergency. We are allowed to do things on an emergency basis to handle the discovery of lead and copper. So we're certainly having more and more conversations with them, and we want to have one comprehensive emergency request.
Are there extenuating circumstances within that scope? Because based on our terrain, based on the location, based on a lot of variables, are there extenuating circumstances in addition to what you need to get done in order to accomplish the goal?
So that's why we're saying we want to make sure that we have one comprehensive emergency request that takes into consideration
all of the above.
factors.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Spell, you had an alibi? You had something to add to?
Yes, in reference to the inquiry by Senator Capehart earlier, I received the information. The Housing Authority pays WAPA $500,000 to $600,000 a month, approximately $6 to $7 million a year.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Real quickly, Madam Timekeeper, if you could put 5 minutes on the clock for me. CEO Smith, as it stands right now, based on previous reports, Mumbiju, Calcahoon, Diamond, and Castleburg were the 4 identified lead and copper location. Is there any additional location identified since that announcement?
No. DPNR, correct?
Yeah, no, the four locations, even after the second flushing sample, so they were, let's see, we have the Strawberry, we have Diamond, Calcahoon, fourth one, it was actually in my test.
Castleburg? Yeah. So Strawberry is now in the mix because Strawberry wasn't identified before.
So again, the reason why we had the excavation and the visual inspection done is because Strawberry actually was the address itself is 498 Strawberry Hill. That had the highest point, which is why we went there first for the inspection on the parts.
Okay. And to be clear, obviously all communities don't look alike. For example, Castleburg don't have any cisterns. Is there any priority being given, or how are we addressing the issues of Castleberg versus any other location?
So again, there is as part of the Unified Command Senator, one of the meeting groups is planning, one of them is tactics. And so again, all of the logistics for what we would do have to take, like we're trying to map out what the logistics entail for different remedies for different locations.
Okay, so what have been the instructions given for residents of Castleberg?
I don't know that specifically offhand. I'll have to get back to you with that.
Anyone? WAPA, are you familiar with any specific direct instructions that's given to them?
I would have to defer back to there was direction given out very early on when the results were found that it was to flush your system, not drink, not cook with it. But I'd have to formalize what those were. I'd have to go back and look specifically at what the direction. So it was essentially that.
What's the expectation over the next 30 days, for example? Certainly the ordering of filters. And the filter that we're speaking of is the faucet filter or inline filter?
It's generally going to be faucet or pitchers, principally because inline filters would require installation, having potentially a plumber out. So we're looking to get something that can be deployed quickly.
Okay, so that's a faucet filter or a pitcher?
That's correct.
Very well. I think the committee needs to understand what is expected. What about providing water? This body is working on getting some funds together for the purpose of providing water to those communities that have been identified as the hot spot, the 4 locations. Is there any conversation by which you have concluded or contemplating how do we get water to those residents?
So that's been, we've mentioned the Unified Command meetings fairly extensively. That's been a fairly extensively discussed topic. And what the concern is, and I'm relaying this from the broader group, is that, so we mentioned 3,800 homes earlier in I think, response to a question. If we assume, based on census information, a little over two people per household, realistically, it's probably more like 4, right? If we take the FEMA guidance for 1 gallon per person per day, right? We work that math out, and let's assume we can buy a gallon of water wholesale for $1, right? We'd be talking about roughly almost $500,000 a month in purchased water cost. And so what the balancing act that the Unified Command is trying to address is that we could exhaust a lot of resources very quickly if we went down that path. So that's why we're looking at filters, trying to get those down expeditiously and rolled out to the community, because that obviously is much more sustainable, right? We can provide cartridges and all the things that go with that. And so that's really the balancing act that's being struck with that. That's not to say that won't be a path forward, but I just wanted to lay out the monetary sort of practical considerations that are being discussed at the Unified Command.
Very well. And in respect to the issue of insufficient water to flush the system, I think with the heavy rains that we have experienced over the last few days, how does that play into the issue of not having sufficient water for flushing of the system?
So, and I got a question about this the other day, so if I can for a minute explain. Somebody asked me, well, does WAPA use rainwater to provide its customers? And we don't. The point of the rain is that a lot of our customers rely on cisterns as primary water, and so when they have water in their cistern, they don't buy water from WAPA. And so what that does is free up production from Seven Seas for us to then flush our system. One of the things we didn't talk about in some details today, we mentioned stagnant water in the system. We're looking at installing some additional fire hydrants out in some of these far points in the system where we can actually go out and flush and get more water flow through some of these affected areas. So there's not just having more water, it's also putting some infrastructure in place to be able to really deploy that water.
And the issue of the anti-corrosion that's placed in the system, Avela 751, I think Mr. Hodge mentioned, is that now being deployed on St. Croix, and do you have sufficient of that chemical for deployment here in St. Croix?
So it's not currently being deployed. And St. Croix, we've made the request with DPNR to do the switch. So we're collecting the water samples to do the analysis necessary before you just go ahead and switch it. And so that's being done as we speak. And so but we do have access to the vendor. We get deliveries from them, so that would not be a problem. But we have to go through this process where we do the analysis, collect the samples, and test it before we implement it on St. Croix.
So what is the science that's being utilized now to determine, or what was used to determine what chemical will be used in the St. Croix district versus the St. Thomas district?
Senator, so I'm going to do my best here because I'm not a chemist, but it actually goes towards a function of the corrosivity of the water itself. So you need to, the additive that you use has to be able to bind to the pipe in order for it to be effective. And so we don't want to automatically assume that what we're using in St. Thomas can automatically be applied. The degradation in certain locations may be different over here in St. Croix. And so the samples, particularly when EPA is doing the sequential sampling starting on Tuesday next week, we'll be able to analyze that, understand the water chemistry a little bit better, and then pick the right corrosive inhibitor that will give the maximum amount of bonding on the interior of the pipe.
And also, my final question is, I know several years ago when there was some issues about some fallout with the piping, that there was some relining or ballooning of the pipe that was done before. Is there an opportunity to do this now with this type of situation, or that's no longer a part of the process? You know what I'm talking about in terms of the machine that goes into the pipe and realign or put in some type of a tubing that creates some protection for the pipe?
I know about the machine that does that, but we haven't done any projects utilizing that machine. We did do one project years ago.
Right here in Golden Rock, there was one done from I think from your location at WAPA up the Golden Rock towards the Beeston Hill area. Was that sewage or water?
No. That was a direct burial. That's a 24-inch. That was done a few years ago. That was a direct burial. That was not a slip line. Yeah.
So you say you're not familiar, or you have not done that on St. Croix?
No, not. I don't know of any slip line.
I just want to add something in regards to the chemical treatment. So water is the delivery for the chemical, and there are areas where you have low flow or stagnant water. So potentially, I'm thinking in my mind that if the water flow in those areas that consumption is low or low flow, sometimes targeting that water to those areas will be a challenge for us as well. So that's why flushing is also key to flushing out the stagnant water for those areas that have low volume, and again getting the new water in with the chemical treatment in it.
Well, Senator Bland, you recognize your point of information, and then we'll take 3 minutes.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me ask in respect to flushing. How much gallon do you flush on a daily basis in St. Croix district, and how much gallon do you flush on a daily basis in St. Thomas St. John district? Do you know?
So I could speak for St. Croix. Sometimes we flush sometimes between 60,000 gallons to over 120,000 gallons, depending on inventory.
And St. Thomas St. John?
Month.
Yeah, a day.
That's a month for us.
Yeah, it's a lot of water. St. Thomas St. John?
So, no, I'd have to research that and get that information for you, Senator, for St. Thomas.
The reason I wanted a comparison, because what reason do we have to believe that this situation that's similar is not festering in this district, because they have not, as you stated, you have not done an assessment. So what do we believe in terms of the St. Thomas St. John district where we're at? And that's why I asked that question, but nonetheless, I look forward to getting that information. I want to thank you for your responses today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on the Vice President's question and his the response given. You stated 50 to 60,000 gallons of water per day?
Per month. Depends.
Per month?
Per month.
Okay, and who's paying for this?
Nobody.
Nobody, or the consumer?
Well, I mean, it's not going through an individual meter. It's going to be at the cost of WAPA because it's unaccounted for. It's not metered.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Thank you. The Committee of the Whole will stand in recess for 3 minutes, and then we'll come back. I'll allow for a rapid round, and then we'll conclude for the evening. Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 2 minutes. 3 minutes. And we're out of recess, and good afternoon or good evening to the community. We're here in the Committee of the Whole in the Fitzy Lowitz conference room, and we're just wrapped up the first round as we've been having some discussion with the stakeholders in regards to water situation and water crisis here in St. Croix in the territory. At this time, we'll be going to a second round, a rapid fire, and I'll recognize Senator Alma Francis Heidegger for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory and staff. During this round, I want to specifically talk about what I heard earlier and what was discussed in regards to making sure that our residents get water. I am still kind of confused as to how quickly we're going to be able to get them the necessary clean water that they need. So from my understanding, and for the public's understanding, time frame wise, I understand for testing purposes, you do have items and things are going to be shipped in hopefully within a month. I got that part. Then there's another part where they spoke about distributing water and the potential cost of maybe $500,000 of giving them individual bottles. So they're going to go to the filters. I got that part. What is the time frame from ordering and getting it directly to our residents? Do you have an idea of that time frame? Anybody can answer.
1 minute.
WAPA.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Don Gregoire from WAPA. So once we engage with the vendors and find out the quantity and the availability, I think that will give us a better understanding of when we could make those filters available. And we're going to work with...
Have you started to engage as yet? Because from my perspective, this has been an emergency. So has those conversations already started?
Yes, we have had the conversation. We're just trying to find out availability and maybe get some bulk pricing.
Okay. Also, when it comes to those bulk pricing, have you looked at other vendors in case one might have X amount of supply? So you might be able to, because my goal is to try to get these filters as quickly to the people of the territory. So I'm trying to figure out how you're navigating that for time purposes.
Time.
So we are looking at approximately 3 different vendors. Brita being the main vendor. Based on the research I've done, they have other utilities with the same issue as us, have given out those particular pitchers and filters. But we are looking at availability on 3 different vendors. And based on the quantity, maybe a combination of 3 different vendors to make sure we get the quantities here on time.
Okay. Mr. Chair, could I just wrap up quickly?
Yeah.
I want to thank everyone here today for answering all of our questions, especially mine. I am very much still concerned as to how we are going to make sure the people of this territory that are gravely affected by this water issue are taken care of. I am going to trust, or I'm trying to trust, that's a better word. I'm trying to trust the individuals that have been put in charge to make sure that this is executed. But at the end of the day, I am hoping that it's executed in a timely manner with the urgency that I think that we need, because I'm not really hearing it here from certain aspects. And while some of us might come across very frustrated, you have to understand that we are the guardians of the people of this territory. And when it comes to their protection, a lot of us are going to take it very, very seriously. So even though this meeting is going to end today, rest assured, I am sure such individuals such as myself and my colleagues are still going to be reaching out for follow-ups to make sure that the people get what they need. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. At this time, we'll go to Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I thought it was 10. We continue talking about relief, and we speak about credit based on the contamination of the lead and copper. But the water been compromised before from the sargassum. What are we doing about that? What about credit for that? Because they still couldn't utilize that water when the sargassum contaminate your water. So what are we talking about? Just giving credit now that we found out about the lead and the copper? when it was already compromised with the sargassum? What's the status on that?
So as I mentioned, we're talking about bill credits for the copper and lead contamination. Again, customers are billed for the water that they use, right? So understandably, if they're not drinking it, they're not using it. Understand that if there's water they can't drink, obviously they have to get water from somewhere else. But when a customer gets a bill, it's literally the gallons that they use times the regulated rate that WAPA charges.
1 minute.
Right. So if customers are flushing toilets, for example, with it, that water use would be billed to them.
Mr. President, can you allow the media to play this video so people could see a little bit of what he talking about flushing? Because, if I take my washing machine and I try to load it up to wash my clothes, that's water being used.
30 seconds.
But yet I can't use it. I got to find a way to dump it. But you're saying that's water being used. Am I right to say that?
If water flows through your meter, that's correct.
Please.
Hold the senator's time and the video, the video that what the senator gave.
So if a customer fill his washing machine up, he's being charged for that.
That's correct.
When a customer washes clothes in that filthy, rusty water, he is being charged for that.
That's correct.
You got no heart, Mr. Smith. None. You guys seek relief every time these contamination come, especially with the sargassum. And you seek relief for WAPA. You never look and seek relief for your customers. Have you ever think about your customers, the water that they can't use? Have you ever think about that? You got no heart, as far as I'm concerned. That's my position, and I stand firmly behind of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. CEO Smith, can you just again articulate the fact in terms of the credit that's being contemplated and the recommendation to flush the line, which will require some additional water to actually be utilized? So how are you making sure that we compensate customers in regards to the additional utilization?
Absolutely. And so to go a little bit into the calculation, a typical faucet runs about 2 gallons per minute, right, in a home. We then, depending on what the guidance is it flush for 1 minute, flush for 3 minutes? The health authorities will help us determine that. We are assuming right now, and this is still being formalized, but we're assuming that a residential customer flushes 3 times a day, wakes up in the morning, runs the faucet, comes home in the evening, runs the faucet, and then sometime later in the night does that as well. Maybe that ends up 4 or 5 times, and we'll figure all of that out. That ends up being, if it's the 2 gallons 3 times a day, let's say 5 gallons a day, that works out to about 900 gallons a month for that customer. Our regulated water rate is $0.028 cents per gallon, and so we would just do the math, and that would calculate the credit out. That would work out to about $24 a month per customer. And so again, but to be refined, because we have customers who use very little water, we have customers who use a lot of water, and so we're trying to understand how to best hit. Just want to be clear with everybody. Let's say we have 100 people that we're talking about. We're not going to get hit all 100 perfectly, right? But we don't want to hit 40. We want to hit 85, right? So that's why we're trying to do this work to figure out how to get as much relief to as many customers in the right dollar amount and as quickly as we can. So,
thank you, Senator Johnson.
What he explained is so outright wrong. If you flush your kitchen sink because you want to wash your dishes, that doesn't mean that your shower line is flush. You got to go to take a shower. You got to flush that shower line. That doesn't mean that your washing machine section is clear yet, because there's water in the line. Water goes to each section. So when you talk about somebody flushing for 3 minutes, you got to multiply that 3 minutes by each area. If they have 3 bathrooms that they take, 3 of the family members taking shower, because they got to flush each of those bathrooms. In fact, the entire house have to be flushed in order to get clean water. So they have to open all the valves them in that home in order to get clean water. So 3 minutes is not an accurate amount to say that you're going to give them that credit for that. That's unfair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we'll recognize Senator Carrion. Samuel Carrion, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the situation that we're in, I know and sometimes previously when we had declarations of emergency because of a storm, we've had contractors come in and assist us with the line issues. But can something similar be done to expedite our situation and invite contractors to assist our local contractors first in mitigating the situation as soon as possible?
Absolutely, and that's what Mr. Gregoire has been actually part of his engagement is talking with local contractors to expedite exactly what we're talking about here. For example, service line replacement and that sort of thing.
What's the status on the replacement that we have thus far? What percentage have we already replaced on St. Croix, and what is there to replace? And have we identified the most critical areas?
1 minute.
Yes, good afternoon. So we have approximately 6,000 residential customers. Based on looking at the rehab information, we've done approximately 1,300 customers at this point. And looking at probably data, looking back, we've been replacing service lines that have been leaking. So from 1994, my team has been replacing a lot of those service lines from, if it's copper or any other material, to PVC. So we're putting together the data sets, and we're hoping that we're going to have all that. We're going to have an action plan developed hopefully by Monday, and then that's what they'll present in terms of WAPA capabilities. As you talked about contractors, what their capabilities are, how much crews can we actually have on the ground, if we have to reach out, and so forth.
Okay.
And also we're looking at samplers as well. If we're going to be doing additional sampling, we may need additional trained samplers to go out.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, there's some areas that we haven't really touched, and I'm concerned with Department of Licensing and Consumers Affairs and Department of Health with the restaurant industry within our territory. Has any news, a release or a memo was sent out to restaurants? Because I'm thinking about, preparing food, the ice machines, some of these restaurants that service carbonated drinks. Use fountains like the Coke and the Sprite usually come out connected to fountains. So what communication has been done to our restaurant industry in regards to that? And also with regards to our livestock and farmers. Most individuals in our community also have community gardens, backyard gardens, and they've been watering their greens and other vegetables with this type of water. What communication or collaboration is happening with USDA and Department of Agriculture for our local farmers, and any relief in those 2 areas I think of great concern for the general public. So from Department of Health, of ITEMA, maybe could speak to, because I don't see anyone from Licensing and Consumers Affairs, but Department of Health has an environmental division that deals with restaurants and businesses.
Yes, Senator, thank you so much. So our Department of Health locally has been working with NEHA and in the guides of the leadership on our unified command for the restaurants and the areas being tested. Communication has been made with those areas. We also have regular communication with them because of the aspect of health and safety. So yes, sir.
Okay, so they have received information to don't use their ice machines, shouldn't be connected unless they have filters or in those regards. Beautiful. And with Agriculture Department, I don't know if DPNR or ITEMA can speak in regards to our backyard gardens, community gardens, agriculture, and so forth.
So, Senator, to answer your question, again, Department of Agriculture is actually a recent addition into the incident command right now. Exactly what the affected, how the effects are there, that messaging has not yet been developed. We have to take a look at that. Again, the primary thing that we have out right now is the do not consume.
Beautiful. And just in closing, I would like to also say that if it's not good for us, it shouldn't be good for our pets either. So, you know, everyone should take that responsibility and ensure that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's right. Don't give the pets the water either. So I wanted to ask real quickly, what percentage of government agencies use the potable water? Do we have any idea of
I don't have a percentage off. That's something we can get back to you with. I don't know the number.
Yeah, please. I think we'd like to know what that number should look like in terms of the water usage on a monthly basis. You know, what percentage of that is attributed to the government? Of course, we're talking about semi-autonomous and fully autonomous, as well as central government. Next, we'll go to Senator Bolkes. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand for freezing the water consumption charges to residents who are affected by this crisis during the mitigation efforts. I believe WAPA needs to freeze the consumption charges to those affected. I know that it was mentioned 6,000 customers or residences, but that can equate to one person or 4, 5, 6 people living in a household. So we have a lot of people being affected by this issue. And what I'm understanding is that there are some stagnant zones, if I can call them that, right? And we're seeing that that stagnant water contributes to most of what we're seeing with the contamination. So once you replace the lines, you're gonna have to, I mean, you all are the subject matter experts in this area, but I'm assuming you're gonna have to come back full circle to try to connect those stagnant zones to other zones in order so that you can have a full water distribution framework, if we're gonna call it that, right? So my other question, well, I haven't made the question, but is WAPA willing to install temporary fire hydrants to create what I'm assuming would be a high pressure flush zone in order to try to get the water out before it hits the residents?
Absolutely. That is something that we have in plan is to do exactly what you're describing, is to add fire hydrants so we can get greater flow into those stagnant areas. As we look at the engineering on the prudent replacement plan, I call it loop flow. The engineers will correct me. It's probably some other technical term for it, but it describes exactly what you're talking about. Is it adds infrastructure so that the water is constantly moving, even in areas that would otherwise be stagnant.
Mr. Chair, may I please? Thank you, Mr. Chair. And will you be working with the Lieutenant Governor's Office, GIS, in order to track or get the data to actually get this information that is accessible to you and even government officials like ourselves, so that in the future we're able to sort of keep tabs on what our water line distribution network looks like?
Yes, Don Gregoire, part of all our rehab programs, the contractor is required to provide us GIS information that's integrated, that's basically compatible with the system that we have, and that's going to be shared on a shared platform.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Next, we'll recognize Senator Milton Potter. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to just thank all the testifiers who spent the majority of the day with us dealing with this very important crisis with regards to safe drinking water in the territory, specifically on the island of St. Croix. And I was doing a little reading on the Flint water crisis of 2014, I believe, and the one thing that I discovered was that in the Flint water crisis, government assistance was needed, but it came too late. And that was the difficult thing about the whole Flint water crisis experience. And I just would like to I don't think that our response necessarily came too late. I think we're in the process of working our way through this matter, trying to find more definitive conclusions as to specific cause and effects. So we're still in that phase where we are not guessing, we're making decisions based on prudent, factual data. I know we have the sequential testing that's slated for next week, but it's important to not just do a whole lot of things in a reactionary manner. It is important for us to be prudent, wise, and measured in our response with critical information, with objective data. So I would just like to urge all of the stakeholders here, and I believe everyone who is here this evening is working in a good faith to resolve this crisis that people are feeling and experiencing directly. They say who feels it knows it. So I don't want to necessarily just express my anger or frustration. I don't know if anger and frustration is necessarily a solution. We just need to work in a cohesive, clear, determined manner to find a viable solution for this crisis. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for all the testifiers who are here before us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. I wanted to ask real quick, Mr. Karabi from Seven Seas, before I move to the next senator. How much of a stake do you have in the outcome of this current situation? Do you feel that because you're producing the necessary water at your level that you're okay at this point, or are you actually committed to see this through, and whatever advice, whatever support that you could give your experiences from other, experience elsewhere? How much of that do you bring to the table in respect to supporting WAPA? Because obviously, again, if WAPA is not being effective, if they're not able to sell water, then you have a problem as well. So, how much of a commitment do you have to see this through to the end?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Senator. So appreciate the question, and very much tell you that not only are we committed from a Seven Seas point of view, but we're personally committed. As I mentioned in my testimony, we live by the fact that we provide safe, reliable, and clean drinking water. Out of our plant, there is no lead, and all of us would be happy to drink the water. As in my previous conversations, and I'm hoping Mr. Smith can confirm, Seven Seas is willing, able, ready to help, advise, propose. Mr. Smith and I actually had a conversation where we were discussing how Seven Seas can be of help, and this goes beyond our contractual obligation, senators and everybody there, because we think we are the trusted water supplier, not only in the U.S. Virgin Islands, but in other islands in the Caribbean, in the United States, and Panama and Peru as well. So we have a vested interest, not necessarily from a business perspective, but from a moral perspective. So however and whatever we can do that is reasonable and where we can support with expertise or in constant communication with WAPA that we take very seriously, we will be there. We will stand side by side and do whatever we possibly can to help you rectify this in a very short-term manner and to the best of our ability.
Thank you for that. And I guess, I must say that we're all in this together, so I appreciate you saying that. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice James, Esquire. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Water, water everywhere, and not a drop to drink. Isn't that what's going on right now? Yeah. I want to ask this. When was the no drink advisory issued?
The very first one, Senator, went out on October 14th.
And it is still in existence?
Yes, it is still in all of the...
Or operative, I should say?
Yes,
it is.
All the press that we do as well.
So right now, if I am, and I guess you or anyone else can answer this for me, October 14th, I'm the mother of 5 children, and I'm told that I cannot give them water. How much water should I buy, because no one else is providing that water for me, a day
1 minute.
to provide to myself and my 5 children, and what is the cost? You actually don't have to answer it, because I just want to illustrate to you what we're doing to people who cannot afford that. So from October 14th, we're now November 3rd. What do we do for people in situations like that? I just want to express the pain
30
we're
seconds.
causing to people who cannot afford to take care of, and then what does it do? It then leads you to sometimes say, maybe I can drink the water. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I could make Kool-Aid with it. Think about that from October 14th to November 3rd. So this is just quick, based on what the chairman said. I was wondering about 7 Seas. It says here that the water.
Time.
May I? Thank you, sir. It says that the 7 Seas water is the entry, right? And water haulers can load their trucks there because that's good water.
That's correct.
So isn't there some way we can, we use the garbage collectors, and we pay them a lot of money to collect trash all over. Isn't there some way we can use the water haulers to somehow have our people fill something? This is just me just trying to figure out a way. You know, like when you go to Plaza East, right? And you can carry a big bottle and fill it up. Just saying that I appreciate you being here. I'm just trying to provide a solution, because I'm thinking about people in situations like that. How much money would they have spent from October 14th to now? I can't really afford it. Thank you, and let's find a solution. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Any response to that? That was just rhetorical.
No, as I mentioned earlier, certainly water distribution is something that's been talked about extensively with Government House in terms of what's the best program and a way to do that. And so we've not taken any options off the table with Government House, but there's also not been a decision to go forward with that. So I wish I had a more declarative statement to make about distribution of water. There's just been no decision made about how that's going to go forward.
So to add to that, Senator, again, the issue is the logistics, right? We have to think about the different circumstances. Who has cistern? Who doesn't have cistern? If you're elderly, what are you going to carry it back in? Are you going to carry 1 gallon bottles? Are you going to carry 5 gallon bottles? If we were to roll out something and it was falling on its face and it didn't work, it's because we didn't plan that out logistically properly. And so we have to hammer out all of those logistics in figuring out how to make sure that the water gets to the people, the affected individuals directly, how much of that happens, and because once we start to roll out water, there's going to be an expectation that that continues to flow and flow and flow. And so again, before you can push the go button on that, you have to have all of those logistics hammered out.
A point of information, Senator Maurice James.
I'm just thinking, wouldn't that help though with putting with the presidential declaration? That would be one of the reasons why we should get help from the United States.
Right.
Right? I mean, I would think.
No, absolutely, Senator.
Yeah.
But again, though, there is certain things that have to be met. Like, it's not just we turned in a request for a presidential declaration and they say absolutely yes.
I know that. I was in the military.
Yeah.
So I am very familiar. But like I said, I was in the military also. Logistics, Virgin Islands National Guard.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's another option for you.
Exactly. If we do get a presidential declaration, it opens up a whole new set of doors for us, just like it did after Irma and Maria, where we were able to hand people water, put it in the back of their trunks, those types of things, right? So right now, in our very first few discussions right now with FEMA, we have not yet met the full threshold to be picked up as a presidential declaration.
Very well. Point of information, Senator Carrion.
I just want to say for the record that in preparation for hurricane season or there's a storm, we distribute sandbags and we create areas at the police, the fire stations. People come by with their vehicles and they pick up their sandbags. I mean, logistics, we are a community that every year we prepare for hurricanes and disasters. So this is not something that is new for us to coordinate logistics. There is a need. The people need water. We told them not to consume the water, so the government has the responsibility to provide water that is consumable for its citizens.
Thank you very much for that. And we're very good at crisis management. That's what we live by. You know, there's an opportunity here. And I don't know how many of you have children in your house. They consume water at a different level from anybody else. They drink a lot of water. And I can't imagine them not having water or anything like that. I mean, we're all in this together as a community. Our churches, the military, the fire department, the police department. I mean, even us here as senators, we don't mind doing door-to-door and delivery. I mean, you know, we were in a crisis situation, and water is a very, very important element of this community. So let's not overthink this. I believe if we could get the water to the folks, then we could leave you to be able to do what's necessary to work out the other more important issues and really build, because I know that the unknown is what's the hindrance here in us moving forward. The unknown is what's preventing us from being able to get to that presidential declaration, you know. But, you know, if we could take care of the water issue and delivering the water, I believe it could leave the other professional, the engineers, and you guys then to develop whatever strategy we need to beat this current situation. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not know about the unknowns, but I know for a fact in our community we have many non-for-profit organizations that will be gladly to come forward and assist. We have many churches, we have many other organizations that will be happy to help you guys. Just plan it, put it out there, and I guarantee it's going to happen. I do this thing all the time. Just this weekend I had a distribution. Just this weekend. People come out and help. I mean, it has been done before. I mean, what's the hesitancy? I don't understand. We need a sense of urgency. This is a crisis, guys. We have to act like we know it's a crisis, you know, and we have to be aggressive with it. So please, let's do what we got to do. You know, let's do what we got to do. Let's get it done. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Capehart, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for having this committee of the whole meeting, which is very important. But I wanted to ask WAPA, in your testimony, page 9, first sentence, it says corrosion control treatment was introduced into WAPA system around 2013 when WAPA transitioned to reverse osmosis. Does WAPA presently have a corrosion control plan in place?
Yes.
You do? Very good to hear. I don't know who would answer this, if it would be DPNR or WAPA, but I think you provided a slide today, which is the typical water service line connection, and it has different kinds of valve. I'm not familiar with them, don't know anything about this, but when I watch this, because you're saying the main source of water is not the contamination, but are these valves that is connected to the service lines, are these valves made out of lead?
So they're made out of typically copper, brass, and brass does contain some amount of lead.
30 seconds.
Are those valves being replaced also?
That's part of what the process we're going through now is looking. We mentioned the strawberry line that was excavated to understand what's in those materials and then develop a plan to replace them.
Okay, and another question I have. So you may have like these high priority areas. Are you going to prioritize like changing out those areas first before you go to other areas?
Yes.
Okay.
Time.
If I may, Mr. Chair, one other question, it's a follow-up question. And Ms. Pell, thank you for providing that information as to how much money you spend on a yearly basis to WAPA for water that now the individuals in these housing areas can't really use. But do you have an idea of probably how much money you saved, or, you know, have an idea like when you were on cistern, how much money you were spending? Would this be a saving? Would it be a benefit to go back onto cistern water?
The one issue with that, as far as the cistern capacities, as they were sized, they were only sized as for a backup source. So we would still have to supplement with WAPA water in the event that there was a low rain period. Just so you know.
Okay,
so that
thank you.
It probably would be only on a temporary basis, but not on a full-time basis.
Okay, okay. It's an alternative source.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I just have one more question. So say an individual, they have not utilized their public water, say for 5 months. Would you suggest, and they're using their cistern, would you suggest that the homeowner turn off that valve themselves, or does WAPA turn it off if I don't want to use it? So I don't incur a cost, because once it's on, I'm still getting a cost for that. No?
They speak to that, and you can answer the mechanics. I'll speak to the bill part, and I'll ask Mr. Gregoire to speak to the mechanics of it. If water is not flowing through the meter, you are not billed for it. So if you're connected to our system but not using our water, you're not charged for anything.
And why I'm asking this question, because, you know, senators, we get these texts from individuals, and one person says, my mother hasn't used her water in 5 months, and she's still getting a bill. She's using her cistern water. So that's why I wanted to hear. So we should have individuals go to WAPA and dispute this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Real quickly before we go to Senator Gittins, I wanted to ask you, have there been any outreach whatsoever to those communities that we have identified as the hot zone?
Yes, so we did not only door-to-door notification, we also sent out mailing, and then we've done a fairly extensive, just broader communication program. But so yes, there has been direct contact with those customers.
So is there any culpability on that side of it where they could self-correct what is happening there? Is there a replacement line that you have determined? If they're still using brass fitting, they should go to PVC. Have there been any recommendations on the residents in terms of making any changes at this time?
So we have not made any resident recommendations that I'm aware of. I assume that, I'll get corrected here. Go ahead, Mr. Hodge.
The letters that were
yes.
that were mailed out had the instructions in terms of what you can do to your internal plumbing and other recommendations about filters and stuff like that. Yes.
I thought you were asking broadly across the community. Yeah.
So can we publicize that a little bit more? I think because if the individuals could kind of self-correct or mitigate what's happening now, that could help them to minimize what's happening.
And we will. So DPNR actually, I still haven't gotten the letter yet from DPNR, but apparently it's in process. We are being directed and required by DPNR, even though it's not triggered by any compliance. We're still going, DPNR is going to the kind of next level of education for the customer. So we will be rolling out a lead education program to more fully educate the community on lead as though we had violated EPA requirements and other rules. So we'll go to sort of a next level of communication that will go community-wide.
Very well, thank you. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. CEO, I would leave my my other questions regarding the your reportings and whatnot on this oil spill for another time. But I must say, you know, short of a plan, there's no action. And again, the sense of urgency is just killing me. I love the illustration given by the good lady from Shabbat with regards to the 5 children and where should they get the drinking water from the 14th of last month to now. And the responses that we're getting, again, this is why we see that there's no sense of urgency. Our people are hurting. So I was going to ask if filters can actually remove copper or lead, and I saw where there was a particular brand that can. But who pays for the installation? And how does the homeowner who is responsible for the replacement know when to replace and if they're purchasing the proper replacement, what do you call it, cartridge? Quickly?
So these particular, Don Gregoire, Virgin Islands Water and Power, these particular, like the pitcher, you just pour the water in and it filters it out and you can
First
keep it in
thing,
the fridge.
who's paying for the installation?
For the pitcher?
Who's paying for the installation?
Is none. There is none, Senator.
There's none?
There is no installation.
The only installation the homeowner's going to have is you take out the aerator at the end of the tap and you screw in the filter. But the pitcher is just something you pour water and you put in your fridge.
Okay, and are you telling the folks what type of cartridge to purchase and how often to replace?
Yes, and there's also instructions that tell you it's good for X amount of use. Some of them even have like alarms that tell you it's green, it's good, it's yellow, it's getting close to replace, and it's red.
Was the water, may I conclude it? Was the water at our hospitals, Hubert Gregg Home, the Youth Rehabilitation Center, were they tested on St. Croix?
No, we have not done direct testing on those at those locations. Again, we had the first set of direct was the schools that were within the hot zones as well as Mount Pleasant, and then we re-sampled for lead and copper protocol to the locations that tested hot before.
Can we get these areas tested to include the prison? The answer should just be yes.
Well,
I mean,
Senator, but
we're at a
again,
crisis.
so but here's the thing, right, Senator, is that we're trying to evaluate the actual system for where the problem is, right? And so every time we deviate from that to go and do direct sampling to clear one location, we don't actually then run the sample on the system, which is where the positive contaminant is coming in. So we have to be very careful, because what we want to do is identify what the location is where the contamination is coming in. It's not coming in at the rehabilitation center. It's not coming in from the kitchen. It's coming in from the actual distribution, and we're trying to narrow that, and we only have a certain amount of supplies to do that. So every time we deviate off of the system itself, we're taking away the ability to actually confirm that.
Okay, I'll have a conversation with you offline. And lastly, Mr. Hodge, to the CAD system that we spoke about, I don't know what type of system you have, but the system that I'm talking about is one to be utilized by all of our partners, utility and telecommunications, one that can interface, that everybody will know where what is, how deep it's buried, etc. That incident where you had on St. Thomas the other day with all the outages, if you had a proper CAD system, then that accident would not have occurred. It's things like that that I'm talking about. So I'm not sure what type of system that you said that you're using, but I would like to see you all have one that will interface with you, you being WAPA, Department of Public Works, Waste Management Authority, and even our telecommunication systems around here, Liberty, Via, and T-Mobile.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's really a GIS system that will identify location, latitude, longitude, and be able to pinpoint exactly where all those things are located. In respect to our towns, have those areas, I know that there was an initial testing that was done from east to west, correct? I think it was some 90 different locations originally.
Yes.
And
or 66.
66 to be exact locations. And all towns were part of that initial evaluation?
Yes, we had 2 sample points inside Christiansted Town. We had 1 sample point inside Frederickstead Town. On both the initial draw and the flush sample, they came back non-detect.
Very well. I think public education can be critical in some of these so that people can understand, what you're seeing, and there's a science behind, some of this in terms of your focus area so that they could understand the method to the madness. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good evening to everyone. I really want to really say thank you for everyone for being here this evening and staying for such a long time. My question is going to be for Vaitima, who is sitting in the chambers in St. Thomas. I heard the chairman ask a question regarding persons or entities now being part of the Unified Command and Joint Information Center that has been activated around this water crisis. Kindly indicate for me who are all of those agencies and entities who are participating in this unified effort.
All right, this is Steve de Blasio, Assistant Director of Vaitima. Thank you for the question, ma'am. For starters, our incident commanders are DPNR and Department of Health. WAPA, of course, is a big player in the Unified Command along with them and WAPA. We also have DLCA working with our business partners. We have Department of Education representing the schools and also working with DOH on the testing of students at the schools. The Joint Information Center, who meets every day at 1 p.m. We have Department of Human Services has been engaged, the VI National Guard. I don't believe I am really missing anyone. We actually do have representatives from the private sector as well, collaborating with us on the possibility of working through potential courses of action and a rehearsal of concept for delivering water. So just to give you a flavor, ma'am, and just real quick, we start our day with the Unified Coordination Group meeting at 7. I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am. I don't want to stop you from asking a question.
Yes, I'm so sorry, Mr. Blasio. That's what I was trying to avoid this time. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask 1 or 2 questions. 2 questions the max. May I proceed?
You may proceed with your 2 questions, Senator.
Thank you kindly. Now, Mr. Blasio, I noted that the Department of Agriculture is not a part of your Unified Command and Joint Information Center. You are aware, and all of the persons there, that water is the lifeblood of agriculture. So I don't know when or if they're going to be engaged, but whatever happens to human beings tend to happen to livestock, our animals, as well as our vegetation, our food. And then we'll have double levels of contamination because 70% of our bodies is made up of water. So there should be some consideration there. And also to include the University of the Virgin Islands, to include them in what you're doing and your planning. So that would be my recommendation, that they also be included. My second question would be to DPNR. DPNR, Commissioner Oriol, is it because your reluctance to give definitive time frames because of funding issues that you may be anticipating relative to moving these testing, expanding them to St. Thomas?
No, Senator. I have no reservations about funding.
Okay, good. And Mr. Chairman, I really want to just wrap up now with this final question and ask if Department of Health, does anything preclude you from doing the lead and the copper test in St. Thomas absent of the water test to confirm that there's evidence of lead and copper in our public potable water system?
No, nothing precludes us, just the access to supplies for us to be able to do the testing.
Okay, and you have the supplies?
The access?
Or are you going to need addition?
Yeah, we'll need additional access. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This is a major issue. It's a crisis. It's a territorial crisis. And we need to move urgently on it because a lot of our people, you're going to see it years from now, some of the health issues that may have potentially be caused by the water issue and the water crisis that we're experiencing now. And it can't just be labeled because of what we eat and sluxing down, sauce and stuff. Is also what we drink with our water. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency and the time.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you very
Chairman,
much.
May I add one?
Yep, you may.
Just to add, Senator Joseph, I just want everyone to know that the Department of Health has been in communication with our federal partners throughout the duration of this, and part of that is to expand capacity for testing to include our bodies and supplies, et cetera. So we have reached out for TA, and we're looking very good for TA, so we'll definitely expand once that's received. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hodge, you had a comment, follow-up comment?
Yeah, in terms of St. Thomas and the testing, I've ordered staff to begin testing. They are in St. Thomas, St. John. We are identifying the sites right now, but within the next week, we want to start to deploy with the help, if we could get assistance from DPNR, and I haven't asked them yet, but I'm sure they'll help out, to start St. Thomas.
Very well, thank you. Yeah, I think this St. Thomas and John area also needs to be evaluated as well. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair, I would like to get the records of WAPA's annual test from 2016 until present, September, and also I would, I'm requesting the locations on St. Croix that were, I'm sure we would also be interested in the St. Thomas district, but the St. Croix areas, sites that were tested and are being sampled sequentially. Thank you.
Thank you. You got that, Tom?
I do.
The CEO?
Yes, sir.
So the anti-corrosion plan, is that something that you have written down? Is that on your website, or is that something that's currently being developed?
So I don't believe it's on our website. We do have an existing program. As we've mentioned earlier, we have a request into DPNR to modify that program. And so we're awaiting response from DPNR to approve that. So there is a plan. I don't know that that's actually formalized. I mean, it's formalized, but I don't know where it would be available.
Yeah, I think that would be a part of the quality control plan that we submit to DPNR and is approved. And so, but keep in mind, we do have active corrosion control systems in each district. It's active, current, ongoing.
So, Mr. Smith, what do you see at this point, sitting here today, and after feeling all of these questions, what do you see as a major challenge in this undertaking?
To me, the biggest challenge at this point is manpower. I had a conversation with the team last week about, and I kind of think about three primary paths, right? One is testing, which DPNR effectively has the lead on that, but obviously we're involved in that fairly extensively. The second is identification of the system. You know, again, inheriting things from DPW that were installed 50, 60 years ago. We don't have all of that necessarily mapped out. And then the third is expediting replacement of service lines and things of that nature. You know, we're quite frankly, we're not staffed enough to execute the federal projects we have now. So if we layer in this additional effort, which obviously we have to do, right? We don't have a choice. We need some resources to do that. And so we've already talked about how to engage that, to align that with some of the funding we're having. But that to me, that's our biggest challenge.
Very well, thank you. And Chairman Fleming, in respect to increasing Mr. Smith's spending power from the 750,000 to 5 million, how do you see that benefiting the organization at this time?
Yeah, it's really strategically trying to align rapid response as we talk about a lot of different activities, whether it be the ramp up in testing, whether it be the ramp up in corrective actions, being able to limit the administrative kind of red tape that comes with typical procurement or engagement practices, allowing the team the flexibility to move swiftly. But as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, we're still ensuring transparency and accountability relative to the expanded delegation of authority, to be prudent in ensuring that while we know we have to move swiftly, that we're also being again, prudent in accountability surrounding these expenditures.
And this move is just for the water situation, or this will be for as we continue to navigate the issues confronting the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority?
It's specifically tied to the water, I guess the water emergency, if we will. We laid out specific areas. I think there's about 8 different areas within the kind of delegation of authority, ranging from everything from testing to even labor mobilization if necessary, manpower mobilization if necessary, but all tied specifically to the water emergency. We've also set in place if we need to make adjustments. We've left that obviously to the discretion of the board, which exists. If we need to make modifications or to increase or even reduce back to normal configuration, all of that is within the realm of jurisdiction of the board as well.
Well, thank you. And Commissioner Oriel, obviously, a lot of our residents here actually use assisted water, and not like the mainland where they depend on the municipal water system. Is there anything in place in the near future where some equal or similar testing going to be allowed for assisted water at homes?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So actually, that was one of our goals for this coming fiscal year. Our WIN Act applications, we wanted to get home test kits, get people to start to understand what is happening in their cisterns, and then if they came back positive for some type of bacteria, then we could order additional testing just to increase, number one, awareness, number two, start to get a baseline and make sure that people are fully aware that they need to treat their cistern water as well.
Very well, thank you. I think we have had a long day here, and I want to, at this point, I'll give you 30 seconds to close off and release you so that you get some rest and tackle this again tomorrow. Because I know that you talk about the daily calls in order to, again, address this water emergency that we're experiencing. So I'll start off with you, Mr. de Blasio, Vitima. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Senate President. I did want to add that we do have the Housing Authority and the Office of General Counsel also join us in our meetings. I certainly thank the legislature for bringing this to the forefront. We've gained some information, such as the Department of Agriculture's engagement for our future operations. But again, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here and testify before you so that collaboratively we will all be able to get our heads wrapped around this situation, get it fixed, and serve the people, the citizens of the U.S. Virgin Islands, in particular in this case, St. Croix. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. COO Pell.
Thank you, Chairman. The Housing Authority will continue to work with our partners in the local government and the Water and Power Authority to ensure that the safe testing is done for our residents of public housing on St. Croix. And as we continue to do so and participate in these meetings with the GVI team, we will be making sure that our residents' safety are our #1 concern.
Thank you very much. Department of Health, Dr. Sims.
Thank you, Senator. We just want to thank you and the Committee of the Whole for the opportunity to provide information. We do empathize and understand that this can be a very stressful time. We want to reassure the community that the Department of Health is doing everything that we can in support of the Incident Command and all of our teams to make sure that we're providing information. We also want persons to stay tuned and be abreast of the information coming out of the Department of Health. It's going to explain a lot of our processes in layman's terms so you're able to understand. And of course, if there are any questions, we encourage you to use the hotlines as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gregoire, any last minute words? You got a lot on your chest, on your system, right? I think you got some of it off today, so you should be feeling a little bit better, but yeah, you have your work cut out for you.
We do have our work cut out for us, and we're going to face the challenge together, and we're going to coordinate with everybody, and we're going to get what we need to get done.
Very
Thank
well.
you.
Yeah. Mr. Hodge.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and share. And we also are too empathetic of the situation, and we're going to do everything that we need to do to get all this money spent and, provide quality water for our customers.
Thank you. CEO Smith.
Thank you. First off, I want to apologize again to the community. That was in the very first section of my prepared testimony. I know this emergency has created a lot of disruption in the community and a lot of everyone's lives involved in this. So again, we apologize for that. I can assure everyone we are working as hard as we can to address this. I want to thank all of the, the federal partners, the local partners, the legislature here today. It's been pretty impressive to me that in literally 3 weeks ago today, we were all blindsided by EPA results that were relayed to us. And we have mobilized a lot of people and a lot of resources. I've done a lot of research here in the last few days on Flint, Michigan. Very different situation than ours. Flint's was a source contamination. But the point I want to make about Flint is it took Flint 2.5 months to go to a state of emergency. We're at the 3rd week, right? It took Flint, Michigan 5 months to get to bill credits. And I talked today about bill credits. And so I want to assure, I know we talked a lot about urgency and expediency. I can assure you we are moving as quickly as we can. I just want to again thank the senators, thank the committee of the whole. I'd like to thank the listening and viewing audience. And finally, thank the WAPA family. We work 24/7, doesn't matter whether it's rain, shine, floods, whatever we're out there. I think you heard some Mr. Gregoire's passion. I see that across the WAPA family, and I thank them for that. So I appreciate everybody's time today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman of the board, Mr. Kyle Fleming.
Yep, thank you. Thank you to the committee whole as well. And I really do appreciate the opportunity to present here today. I do want to echo that sentiment relative to, there certainly isn't an indifference to urgency. We certainly see that across the team. Obviously, I think we all wish this was a simpler problem to solve, but the desire for this to be a simple fix doesn't transcend the reality that this is a very complex challenge that we have to overcome from multiple sides. So I know it's tough to ask for patience, especially when as many challenges that we tend to have to navigate. However, I know for a fact that urgency is, again, at the core of the effort that the team across the board, across all the agencies, are actually trying to prioritize. So I appreciate this opportunity to speak about that today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner J.P. Oriole.
Thank you, Senator. So first, actually, I'm kind of sad that she left, but my first comment was really for Ms. Friday in that she deserves better water. Our people deserve better water. Those pictures that you guys showed of the pipes, those were not overnight things, right? We talk about putting Band-Aids on gaping wounds.
And again, everything that comes down, it just compounds over time. And we finally have actually a significant amount of money to be able to try and rectify the issue. However, it does not negate the immediate need for particularly the brown and the red and brown water issue. The state of emergency, CEO Smith just mentioned because of the comparisons to Flint. No, it did not take them 5 months to declare a state of emergency. The first time that Flint actually was notified that they violated the Drinking Water Act was January 2015. It took them until December 2015 to actually declare a state of emergency. DPNR and WAPA were notified on October 13th that our water had lead in it, and our state of emergency was declared on October 31st. So a couple of the comments today where we're not acting with a state of urgency going on, there is about 50 people every single day who have gone out every single day trying to identify the source of the problem and trying to come up with the solutions for this community, because our people deserve better drinking water and definitely not the red and brown water. So we look forward to working with everybody, all of the partners involved, and making sure that we address this issue once and for all. Let's really hone in on this. This is a $1.3 billion issue just on St. Croix alone, 1.3. And so we know that's not an overnight solution, but everybody that is part of the incident command is diligently working to rectify the immediate issue as quickly as possible. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And, when you said those words in terms of Maria Friday and all those people that has to endure that brown and red water, it almost brought me to tears. Just seeing that experience today, the filters, is really painful. And, you hear it all the time about the brown water, but when you see it real and live, none of us, sitting here could be happy about that. So thank you for that. Certainly I believe that there's help on its way for Mombiju, Castleburg, Diamond, and Calcahoon, and those are the identified hotspots right now, and the priority areas. And I think we need to take night and make day and try to bring some relief to those situations. We're in the heart, or getting ready to go into the heart of our Christmas season, the most festive time of the year. We can't go into those months with this type of situation. We have to be able to bring some level of stability to what we're experiencing here. And no, we can't fix it all overnight, but there should be some stability, how people will be able to get water, at least how the lines will be flushed to at least alleviate what we're experiencing. The water filters that could be procured and brought for them. Whether or not we need to provide vultures so that they could go out and get these filters. Something needs to happen to at least bring some relief to our community. It's really painful seeing that. So whatever we need to do, this body sits ready in a supportive role to do whatever is necessary. If we need another committee to hold, if we need a special session, whatever we need to do to support. I'm not hearing that there's any need for funding at this time, even though we'll be making some funding available for the purchase of water. But whatever we need to do from our position, we are very much poised to assist and support and make that happen. We receive a lot of valuable information today on the potable water crisis or potable water emergency that we're experiencing that's affecting the residents of St. Croix. Thank you to all of the testifiers for their comprehensive presentation, and to the Virgin Islanders who called, emailed, text their concerns, and most importantly, who tuned in today. We hear you. We are all working towards a timely and appropriate solution to bring relief to the people of St. Croix. As we go forward, however, we will continue to look to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to do what they must to restore the people's confidence in the integrity of our potable water system. This committee of the whole. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you to those of you that remain and stood in the paint with me today, as this has been a long day. And, you know, it's incumbent on each and every one of us to make sure that we are crafting a narrative that we are in this together, and you know, we'll see this through to the end and bring some relief to our people. Having no further business, the committee of the whole, I want to thank my staff, the senatorial staff, the central staff, all that assisted in making today happen. Media, I owe you one. I know you went a little bit late on a Friday. I'll make it up to you. Again, thank you very much. This committee of the whole of November 3rd, 2023 is hereby adjourned. God bless each and every one of you. God bless our home.